Cooperation, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. APEC member economies have been working together to boost sustainable growth and prosperity that delivers greater opportunities to more people. In 2015, the Philippines has once again been given the distinct honor of hosting the annual APEC meeting. This is our chance to showcase what we have achieved together and show the world how great the Filipino spirit is. Tonight, we unveil the symbol by which our collective effort shall be known. APEC Philippines 2015. Building inclusive economies. Building a better world.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting nito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street, J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers. More business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia, committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's three pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. The third, economic and technical cooperation, enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew dramatically. Employment increased significantly, and poverty was greatly reduced. Going beyond traditional trade and investment areas, APEC also undertakes work that reflects new regional challenges. Implementing projects that help the region reduce disruptions in the supply chain in the event of a disaster. Developing guidelines and building the capacity of economies and businesses to help them deal with pandemics. And focusing on strengthening energy security to help build a sustainable future. But as the world grows ever smaller and economies grow closer, APEC's role becomes ever greater and more relevant. So that as incomes rise, poverty falls, and the gap between developing and industrialized economies narrows, there really can be progress for all. APEC, advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity.
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
To introduce the Honorable National Economic Development Authority, our national planning.
Your Excellencies, members are in stifle in mind that climate change report. We
A great pleasure and honor.
Me, because I'd like to welcome all our foreign delegates. But we've started to do all possible investments by teaching them modern ways of
such high-quality lineup agriculture, social trade on agriculture and trade from wide economic influences stand on biotech people and help this around them. But the workers who get the politician on the contrary.
We'd like to start. That vision would become steered towards content with honorability. I'll turn over to Mike.
Ang darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos sa ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Makapagal, Makapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Makapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
On average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget, for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind. Stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
More fun. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines. More fun in the Philippines. Philippine Islands.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works. Research proves that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works. Did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works.
Sa November 18 at 19, idadao sa Maynila ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM. Daduluhan ito ng mga World Economic Leader mula sa 21 member economies ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dito ilalatag sa kanila ang mga napag-usapan sa mga isinagawang APEC meeting sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob ng halos isang taon. Kasabay nito, maganda ring oportunidad ang APEC para sa mga kabataan upang makilahok sila sa isa sa mga makasaysayan at inaabangang pagpupulong sa buong mundo.
Ano po yung APEC?
APEC is actually, for me, isa siyang samahan ng mga bansa na kung saan naglayong mapaunlad yung ekonomiya ng bawat miyembro nito.
Ay, wala pong idea eh.
Ano siya, gathering ng mga Asian countries para mas mapalawak natin yung relationship ng bawat isa.
I don't know. Wala akong idea po.
Sa tingin ko, yung Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isa siyang samahan ng mga ekonomiya na nag-uusap-usap at nagkakasundo upang mapaunlad ang ating ekonomiya at para mapaangat ang estado ng pamumuhay dito sa Pilipinas at sa kanila ding mga ekonomiya.
January 31, 1989 nang unang nabanggit ang ideya ng APEC sa talumpati ni dating Australian Prime Minister Bob Hawke sa Seoul, South Korea. Makalipas ang 10 buwan, nagpulong ang 12 founding member economies, kabilang ang Pilipinas, sa Canberra, Australia para itatag ang APEC. Ngayong host ang Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, isa sa 4 na prioridad ang pamumuhunan sa pagpapaunlad ng yamang tao. Isa sa mga nakikitang paraan upang makamit ito ang pagpapabuti sa sektor ng edukasyon.
Sa tingin ko, yung maunlad na ekonomiya ay malalaman mo mula sa kanila education system kung ito ay angat at mas nakakasabay siya sa ibang bansa na mas maunlad kaysa dito. Sa tingin ko naman po, ngayon, nakakasabay po tayo sa mga education system nila kasi hindi naman po madali yung mga inaaral po naming mga estudyante. Mag-uusap sila sa APEC ng madaming mga bagay. Una, sa kagaya ng sa education system natin, mas mas makakapag-usap sila kung paano ba yung mga dapat nilang gawin upang mas mapaunlad yung mga naiisip ng mga estudyante, paano yung mga sa school.
Sa mga nagdaang APEC meeting, ibinida ng mga ekonomiya ang kani-kanyang sistema ng edukasyon na naging susi nila tungo sa kaunlaran. Ito ang dahilan kung bakit patuloy na nagsusumikap ang pamahalaan na iangat ang kalidad ng edukasyon sa bansa. Pinakahuling hakbang para rito ang pagpapatupad ng K-12 Basic Education Program o ang pagdaragdag ng 2 taon sa high school.
If we stay where we are right now, we will not be able to compete. So no matter what people say that K-12 should not yet be implemented because we have no classrooms yet, or we don't have enough classrooms, I think we should look at, let us implement K-12 as soon as possible and let us build the classrooms as soon as possible.
Tinalakay rin sa mga pagpupulong ang pagkakaroon ng mabilis na internet connection sa bansa.
If you have a very good internet connection, you can educate more people.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Magkakaroon ng daytime track ban sa South Track Route mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na track ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong iyon.
Sa simpleng pananaw sa APEC, ganun kahalaga yan. At sa ating mga kababayan, isang malaking bagay yan para siguraduhin magkaroon tayo ng mga trabaho, siguraduhin makapasok tayo sa mga merkado nila.
Hindi maikakailang maraming mga produktong world-class ang may pagmamalaki ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan nito, naipakikilala natin ang husay at galing ng Pinoy. Ngayong at host ng Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, layong palakasin nito at gawing globally competitive ang micro, small and medium enterprises o MSMEs na itinuturing na backbone ng ating ekonomiya.
Marami rin ibang pinag-usapan sa APEC tulad ng disaster relief, health issues, environment. Mga importante rin to. Pero kung ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan at sa trade, ang tingin namin talaga ang mahalaga rito yung kapakanan at mga interest ng micro, small, medium enterprises. Mismo yan yung mga micro enterprise. Yan yung mga minsan tinatawag natin doon, micro and small enterprises. Yan yung mga may tindahan sa ating komunidad. Yan yung mga gumagawa ng mga damit, mga bag na empleyado, mga 10. Sa atin, itong MISMI, mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga pangangailangan nila. At kasama doon ay yung mga polisiya, mga proseso, mga regulasyon ng gobyerno ay dapat pag-aralan mabuti at i-simplify, gawing mas madali.
Ako po si Leonor Kulitang Sabingat po, 43 years old. Kami po yung grupo ng mga SMEs na nagmamanufacture ng mga veggie-based products po, tulad ng mga veggie chips, veggie cookies, ng mga preserved fruits po, mga nuts, peanut butters, mga ganun. Sa competition po, matututo tayong mag-improve ng ating product, mag-innovate ng iba pa, tututo tayong mag-package ng mas maganda sa tingin. Alam naman natin na gawa ng Pilipinas talaga is patok din sa taste ng ibang bansa po. Sa tulong ng mga line agencies po, katulad ng sa DTI, sa DOLE, meron po. Marami po kaming series of trainings, workshop, mga ganun po.
The SME agenda is very critical actually, not only to APEC, but to the forward movement of global trade in general. Because SMEs are one of the strongest voices now opposing global trade. And that is because they hardly feel the benefits of global trade.
To achieve inclusive growth, it is imperative that our SMEs must be competitive and be able to participate in global value chains. For Filipino SMEs to succeed internationally, they need access to open, transparent, and efficient markets.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, foodie finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
Mahalaga siguro tignan natin yung talagang tema ng Pilipinas. Ang team natin this year, talagang inclusive growth.
For MSEs to take part in the regional and global value chains, we need to identify measures that will provide an open and transparent business environment that will serve as seedbed for innovation and entrepreneurship. We want the sector to be able to participate in the global chain by providing them easier access to finance, markets, and innovation.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Makapagal, Makapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Makapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
when we were offered the opportunity to do so, and it rotates amongst the APEC countries, we believe that at the time that it was being offered to us, by 2015, we could already show the fruits of our mantra of good governance is good economics. And the turnaround in the economy is, I think, very, very apparent. The vibrancy and the change in attitude of our people also. Hosting it at this particular time, showing the fruits of the work that we started on in 2010, might serve as an example that can be copied by other countries, thereby improving also their economies, which makes for a better partner. So we believe that it's the right time to show the positive changes that have happened in a relatively short period of time that saw us from being the sick man of Asia to some have quoted the Asia's rising star.
Based in the Netherlands. I work as an economist or as a professor in the Erasmus School of Economics that's in Rotterdam, the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've been in the Netherlands for almost 20 years. Many countries have become middle income, like the Philippines. But it seems that it's very difficult to go from middle to high income. That's why we call it a trap. And the reason is that as you become richer, your wages are no longer competitive. So when you're poor, you use your competitive advantage in cheap labor to be able to find your niche in the global market. The Philippines is very unique in the sense that we were one of the first low income that became middle income. So we were among the first three actually. After first it was Japan, China, and then in the Philippines. And then we sort of then stayed in that position. Thailand, Malaysia, China, they are now upper middle. But the Philippines, although we were ahead in becoming a middle-income country, we sort of stayed in the area of a low middle country. Of course, history played a part, so we had so many decades of being under dictatorship, and that's really a lost opportunity for the Philippines.
Entire Philippines under martial law.
You cannot talk about social upgrading and inclusiveness without tackling the problem of competitiveness. Or, for instance, the fact that that we are in the low value added means that there should be more shared responsibility between local firms and foreign firms to bring more upgrading in the workforce. Public partnership can be used also for development goals, also for product upgrading, for innovation, for increasing the returns to education. All we can use partnerships. We can use more and more. We need more social dialogues. The Philippines is now one of the fastest growing economy in the world, no? And I think that's because, you know, as soon as you have just that minimum amount of political stability, you know, the society reacts. So business reacts to that, people react to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the message also of Daang Matuwid of the President, that it has sort of created some form of credibility in the capacity of government to actually make this reform sustainable. I'm very optimistic with the future of the Philippines, but I think what is crucial here, you know, we have always had in our values as Filipinos the value of bayanihan. You know, I think people power is just a translation of bayanihan, and I think that is where we have to draw our cultural wisdom, our cultural wealth as Filipino, to really work with each other and to have a shared future of prosperity. So not only for the rich, but really for everyone.
ang buong mundo sa idadaos na APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM sa bansa ngayong Nobyembre na inaasahang dadaluhan ng mga pinuno mula sa malalaki, mayayaman at may impluwensyang ekonomiya sa rehiyong Asia-Pasipiko tulad ni US President Barack Obama, Chinese President Xi Jinping at Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Hindi na bago para sa Pilipinas na mag-host ng naturang international event dahil noong taong 1996 nang paunlakan natin sa unang pagkakataon ang pagdaraos ng APEC sa bansa. Mula rito at sa marami pang nagdaang malalaking okasyon gaya ng PayPal visit nitong Enero, masasabing sapat ang karanasan at kahandaan ng ating pambansang pulisya upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaayusan at masigurong ligtas ang APEC delegates habang nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaugnay nito, binuo ng pambansang pulisya ang Task Force Manila na pangungunahan ng National Capital Region Police Office o NCRPO.
We have 3 subgroups. We have the group for billeting, tayong venue at saka yung route ng ating para sa APEC. So tinitingnan namin kung saan titira yung mga VIP natin, kung saan sila dadaan at kung saan gagawin yung ating mga occasion. Yes, we have long prepared for this event for already almost a year. And I believe that we already 100% ready for the event in the next 2 weeks. So mahaba naman yung preparasyon na ginawa natin. Kasama dito yung template na nakuha natin during the papal visit of Pope Francis. We were able to assess kung ano yung mga mas paigtingin pa dapat natin at kung ano yung mga kakulangan natin during that time.
Pinaigting naman ang police visibility sa mga lansangan 2 linggo bago ang AELM. Mayroon ding advanced command post at mga nakakalat na CCTV camera sa mga estratehikong lugar para mabantayan ang galaw ng mga tao sa paligid.
But make no mistake, of course, yung ating mga operatiba sa field ay tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagtatrabaho at lateral coordinations are being made with other law enforcement agencies as well and all our stakeholders. Definitely where we're aiming for a zero incident na APEC at mabigyan natin ng daan yung ating international leaders na makapag-meeting at magawa nila yung kanilang tungkulin dito sa Pilipinas na walang masamang nangyayari.
Ano naman kayang maaaring maiambag ng publiko upang matiyak na magiging matiwasay ang AELM?
I think kailangan talaga ng parang unity sa atin para magkaroon ng
di sundin ko kung ano yung sinasabi nilang pagbabawal, di sundin na lang natin para walang
Magandang asal para pagtingin sa mga ibang bansa, maganda ang Pilipinas.
The better the people of the two countries, the life become better. Okay, then like you said, our leader, the chairman will come here, then make the relation much more better. Okay, that's what we expect.
Be an upstanding citizen, not cause trouble, build relationships with people here.
Regional Director, Police Director Pagdilaw has ordered our field commanders to engage the public where they are, yung ating mga nasasakupon sa buong NCR na malaman nila kung ano yung event na talagang mangyayari comes sa November, 3rd week of November para maintindihan ng publiko kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maitulong sa atin at inumpisahan namin yan by asking them to help us with information that they have on the field at matulungan yung ating mga pulisan na maisagawa namin yung aming police operations to clear our communities of any threat, person or group or any illegal activities.
Kung may impormasyon, isumbong lamang sa pambansang pulisya sa pamamagitan ng pagte-text sa 2920 o kaya na may tumawag sa Patrol 117.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Sa APEC kasi magtataka sila bakit merong health. To think we're talking about economies and trade here. But then sabi nga natin, with healthy people around, magiging healthy din ang economies, pati economics, pati ang trade na natin, mas magiging maganda ang pag-unlad ng bansa.
Malaki ang pagpapahalaga nating mga Pilipino tungkol sa pagpapatibay ng ating kalusugan. Malaking bagay para sa mga tao ang isang malusog, hindi lang ng pangangatawan kundi pati na rin ng paligid na kanilang ginagalawan. Parte na ng isang maunlad na bansa ang maayos na health sector.
Well, hindi natin kayang sabihin na nasa maayos na estado na pagdating sa health status ng mga Filipinas o ng bansang Pilipinas. Marami pang dapat tutukan at ayusin. Malawak ito eh. Currently naman, ang ginagawa natin ina-upgrade natin, pinagaganda natin mga facility, mga government hospitals at mga health centers. Ang sa gayon maengganyo naman yung mga kababayan natin na gamitin itong mga facilities na ito.
Ngayon nga't host ng Pilipinas ng APEC, mapalad tayo dahil isa na namang malaking oportunidad ang dumating sa atin para mas lalo pang paigtingin ang kakayahan ng bansa sa pagsuporta sa kalusugan ng mga Pilipino.
So, ang APEC actually serve as a venue for us para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng pagpapalit o pag-share ng mga experiences ng bawat bansa sa mga threat na naranasan nila as far as health is concerned at paano nila ito hinarap nang sa gayon huwag naman dumating yung puntong tayo magkaproblema. Meron na tayong mga pwedeng pagbasehan kung paano natin address yung mga ganitong problema. Isa sa highlight doon na kung saan tayo na-involve ay yung pag-uusap tungkol sa banta halimbawa ng mga emerging infectious diseases tulad ng MERS-CoV, Ebola na nagkaroon ng pag-share din.
Dahil bawat Pilipino naman ang makikinabang sa mga positibong epekto ng APEC, marapat lang na makiisa ang lahat para sa tagumpay ng pag-host natin nito.
Sabi nga natin sa pag-i-implement ng mga measures na gusto natin gawin, malaking role ang ginagawa ng mga kababayan natin dahil hindi natin kaya ito ng government lamang. I wanted to make sure as well that the people are involved, people are actually educated as well and well-informed on what they're supposed to do. Nang sa gayon maharapan tayo sa ganitong threat, malaking bagay na yung alam na kaagad ko ano yung mga dapat gawin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin. We're not really starting from zero here. In fact, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa na meron naman nakalatag na plano na kung paano harapin ang mga ganitong banta sa ating kalusugan.
Samantala, sa mga mangyayari sa APEC Economic Leaders Week.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas, pati na ang mga pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19.
Well, when it comes to the positive effect of APEC to the health sector is that there were a lot of things that we were able to get from those, from the countries, from the different economies na umattend, na ma-experience nila na pwede natin gamitin dito sa bansa natin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin.
Malaking hamon mang maituturing ang pagpapanatiling maayos ang sektor ng kalusugan, handa naman ang karamihan upang alalayan tayong lahat sa kung anong makabubuti para sa atin at sa bansa. Sa tulong na rin ng APEC, tiyak na malayo ang mararating natin kapag kalusugan na ang pag-uusapan. Ika nga nila, health is wealth.
Well, ang APEC, kung titignan natin, isipin nila, pang-economies lang yan, tsaka trade. Hindi po. Ang APEC is ginagamit ito, tama, para ma-improve ang ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Pero para mapa-improve ang ekonomiya ng bansa, kailangan meron tayong malusog na kaisipan.
workspaces, technology, and infrastructure make up a business. But it takes the right people in the right place for a business to succeed.
We are Transcom Worldwide. We've been in the Philippines for 10 years.
We're Mode Controls Corporation. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary.
Our company is Continental, established 40 years ago.
My company is Unilever. We've been here for over 88 years.
The working skills and traits of our Filipino workers are that they are very highly educated, very knowledgeable, very dedicated.
We love the Filipino employees. Philippines has the highest literacy rate in the world. 95% of our employees are college graduates, so it's easy to give them the skills.
The learning curve of the Filipino employees is quite fast, and that makes it easy to work with them.
They also tend to be Western in the outlook while being Asian, and that allows them to connect with other influences quite easily.
Our Filipino workers, speaking as fluent English as they do, makes it very easy to work, to communicate with our partners around the world.
The difference with Filipinos is that they listen and they hear what isn't being said. That and the English proficiency makes them the best in the business.
Best in Asia.
With a population this large and strong, anything is possible for your business.
The right people make all the difference. Your business, our people. Invest in the Philippines.
That leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. That center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. That country known for handicrafts is also a leading spacecraft component provider. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
Ang darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yon.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito. Pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Bright lights, city sights, shopping malls, little stalls, flip-flops, rock and roll, street smart, fine art, new and old, bronze, gold, warm, charm, hot and cold. Quick bites, foodie finds, nice smiles, wild style, cheap thrills, sky high, knick-knacks, welcome back. Every corner, fun, fun, fun. Manila, welcome back.
That group of islands with large amounts of sun is a world-leading microchip producer. That country with a #1 island in the world is the world's best at business process outsourcing. That place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
one has to remember the Doha round of negotiations and the lack of an agreement on the Doha round negotiations. One would want a global agreement. A global agreement becomes most inclusive, and therefore the potential for growth for everybody is maximized. So absent that, then we have to participate in all of these regional trade agreements for obvious benefits. No? The increase in the market size, access to commodities, services, technology, etc. With the conviction that all of these have to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So the more inclusive it becomes, driving to make it more inclusive should be a priority for every country.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers. This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing. This center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sa joke lang humahataw ang idol na taxi driver. Uy, sa ulo lang may patong ang idol na tindera. Buhok lang ang magulo sa idol na tricycle driver. Maasahan, matapat, maayos. Tuloy nyo lang yan, mga more fun idols!
Sige, diretso!
It's more fun in the Philippines.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers.
What I see is that everything is going to be electronically and technology based. There is no single industry right now that is not going to be affected by the use of electronics. And this is where I see the Philippines could play a very strong role because of its human capital.
This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing.
The information technology and business process management, or IT/BPM industry, is one of the success stories of the Philippine economy. At the end of 2014, the industry had more than 1 million employees, generating $19 billion in revenue.
The Center of Marine Biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups.
Today, there are 47 million online users in the Philippines. And if you prove the concept here, the prototype here, I would say it's also easier to jump to other markets in this part of the world.
This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place.
The Philippines is set to post its fastest 6th-year growth period in almost 6 decades. And as the economy grows, purchasing power grows, and more people will be able to access more affordable quality medicine. Today, many pharmaceutical companies have come into our markets. There are practically no barriers to entry here in the Philippines.
This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub.
Yeah, the operation which we have here in Manila is the biggest operation outside of Germany. We have 2,600 people here compared to 26,000 in the group. That shows also the confidence which the company has here in the location and being here in the Philippines.
The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs.
So it's very encouraging that a lot of bigger businesses here in Asia, abroad, thinking about how to integrate the smaller players, how to integrate grassroots communities into their supply chain. That's very empowering, that's game-changing, and that could potentially change lives and help solve poverty.
Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
It's part of the virtuous cycle. If more and more of your constituents or your people are on the sidelines, cannot participate because they lack the necessary skills to do so, then they are more and more, how should I put it, disillusioned with the system, not connected with society at all, breeds instability, increases disparity in income levels, so on and so forth. Inclusive growth leads to stability within the system and continued growth. So the mantra is nobody should really be left behind. And that's where we are focusing and trying to do the holistic approach from education, health, food security, resistance to, better ability to resist climate change, building back communities better, and a whole set of other activities and programs that we have instituted.
The tourism working group has been undergoing a lot of changes recently. We have been working on competitiveness, on integrating our different tourism policies. We think that tourism is one of the fastest industries in the Asia-Pacific, growing industries in the Asia-Pacific region, and that we should work together to align policies, to align development, to make tourism more inclusive, to take advantage of this growth. One of the most important trends is airport friendliness. We believe that airport friendliness is a key to promote better tourism within the region. We think that airports should be more friendly to travelers and to tourism, of course. We think that this is something that in the Asia Pacific we can talk about. We have various examples of great airports in the region, that we should take advantage of those those good practices to develop a model-friendly airport. I've also been talking about smart travelers. How should we protect our travelers? What information we should give our travelers in order for them to have a better experience? And also we have, the most important thing I think is that we have been talking about is travel facilitation. We see travel facilitation not as a visa issue, not as a border issue, but we see travel facilitation a very holistic issue. Since a traveler decides to visit an APEC economy, what information do we give him? What information should he bring on his trip? When he gets to the border, how should he cross? What is the best way for him to cross the border? To go through customs? What benefits do we offer to him in the airport? And how do we transmit that information to him in the airport? Where should he get his transportation, etc.? So travel facilitation has been a big discussion point for us in the tourism working group.
First of all, Indonesia really supports Cebu Action Plan. And a part of the action plan that we really pursue is how to promote investment in Indonesia with the network of the APEC countries. We have the focus on the investment on infrastructure. As you know that Asia in general needs more infrastructure financing. And we are going to promote the infrastructure financing through public-private partnership. So in this case, the APEC network is very important because we want to attract more investors in our PPP in infrastructure from the APEC member countries. First of all, we deal with this global uncertainty, and I believe in the middle of global uncertainty, we need to find an opportunity. And I believe the opportunity is in the investment, and especially investment in infrastructure. So the priority in this meeting for Indonesia is to secure the APEC commitment in promoting more investment among APEC member economies. Because I believe if we focus on investment, then our economic growth will be accelerating, we can create more jobs, and we can improve the income of the people.
Collective effort globally, but also regionally, to develop an open, fair and transparent trading system. I think we all acknowledge that it's in the benefit of everyone. Being, as I mentioned in the meeting, the smallest economy in APEC, I sort of make a proviso though that some of us are not quite at an even level, I guess, in this global village. So whilst we have those principles that we all subscribe to, there's going to be some understanding, I guess, and sensitivity around these provisions, realizing that we're all at different development paths and we're all at different sizes. And I guess this is part of the complexity and the difficulty in trying to get these rules to be homogeneous across the board because of these differences. Nevertheless, they're important. But despite that, as I said in there, we're committed to this process. It's important to have these meetings. APEC is very important. We're almost 50% of world trade and world population as well. And you know, I think it's an important forum. And so we're committed to the process. We will make sure that we're attending and participating. We're trying our best at a country level to meet our commitments in that regard, many of which were spoken of today. But we're also aware and conscious of the difficulties around the WTO process and trying to make sure that there is substance coming out of these meetings and we are progressing this agenda. So yeah, around those issues, at the end of the day, we acknowledge that we're moving towards, and we'd like to move towards, a global village that you're able to do commerce, I guess, interact in a business sense. And we acknowledge that, you know, it's business and the private sector that are going to drive development, but within a very clear framework, such that it is fair and it is transparent and it is inclusive, the word I used. We smaller economies need to be included in development in a meaningful way, not be exploited, I guess is the word I like to say. If things are not even, if we're not quite at the level of sophistication as some of the bigger economies, there'll be a tendency to exploit us, I guess. Maybe that's too strong a word, but we can find ourselves, as has happened historically, stripped of our resources, and it appears to be a trade, but in fact it's not genuine development, I guess. It's development based on removing the resources from us so that they can build and grow sustainable economies elsewhere. And so we're just very conscious of this issue. You know, countries like Papua New Guinea that are resource rich, we've got to make sure that these rules allow us to develop sustainable, inclusive, meaningful, long-term economic foundations, not find ourselves with at the end of the day with a large population and essentially our assets stripped, and then trying to then repair the damage after the fact. So in all these discussions, it's very important that, as I say, that, and then of course, you know, ultimately in a global sense, we need a basis for a sustainable future globally, in terms of climate change and energy security and food security. Are these systems facilitating that, or are we progressing down a path of overpopulation, pollution, environmental degradation, destruction, that all these wonderful rules, but at the end of the day, they're facilitating a world and an economy that is not genuinely sustainable. And that is where countries like Papua New Guinea want to begin a process of a new type of economy, an economy that is small population based, that is not just growth driven at all costs, that is not just based on economic growth, but it's based on human development. And we want to, in this stage of our development curve, we want to make sure that that is the basis of the way we develop Papua New Guinea. And we want to make sure that in a global sense, these issues are at the fore as well. And sometimes when things are driven by business, there is a tendency to focus on profit and growth and not much consideration to other aspects in terms of meaningful human development.
Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Envisioning inclusive economies in the APEC region. Intensify.
Our world is getting smaller. People, businesses, and economies grow closer together. At APEC, we imagine the possibilities when there is dialogue and cooperation. When diverse communities work together through trade, good things can happen. More choices for consumers, more business opportunities, more jobs, and better standards of living for all. At APEC, we make this a reality by advancing free trade for Asia-Pacific prosperity. Established in 1989 with 12 economies, APEC's membership now totals 21. Recognizing the pace of implementation for differing levels of economic development, APEC leaders in Bogor, Indonesia committed in 1994 to achieve the goal of free and open trade and investment in the Asia-Pacific no later than 2020. This is the fundamental commitment that shapes most of what we do. So how have we set about achieving these goals? Through three broad work areas: trade and investment liberalization, business facilitation, and economic and technical cooperation, also known as APEC's three pillars. The first pillar, trade and investment liberalization, focuses on opening up markets and integrating economies in the region. The second, business facilitation, aims to improve the ease of doing business and reduce trading costs across economies. The third, economic and technical cooperation, enables businesses to take advantage of global trade in a sustainable way. APEC helps the transition towards regional economic integration by ensuring that people are well placed to gain from global trade in the long term. From helping small businesses get loans and access foreign markets, to educating youth in the use of information technology, and empowering women to play a bigger role in APEC economies. A tough challenge, sure, but consider this. There have been significant reductions in average tariffs in APEC over the past 20 years. Trade facilitation, which makes it easier, cheaper, and faster to trade across borders, has also saved businesses billions of dollars with initiatives like simplifying customs procedures and making it quicker for business people to travel with the APEC Business Travel Card. Structural reform makes doing business easier and helps ensure higher quality growth across the APEC region by promoting competition and developing stronger social safety nets. APEC's work on reducing tariffs positively impacts trade and investment and overall development. Over a span of 10 years, the GDP of many APEC economies grew
In 2015, the Philippines hosts APEC once again. Work is about to get a lot more fun. 9 cities, countless wonders. Next year, find out just how well fun works.
To introduce the Honorable National Economic Development Authority, our national planning.
Your Excellencies, or members are elected to stifle in mind that we would have preferred to hold this meeting in the shadows of one of the countries hosting APEC economic. This morning,
Today, we welcome you to the APEC SME Summit 2015. Innovation and big ideas, pushing boundaries.
A pleasant good morning to everyone, and welcome to the APEC SME Summit 2015. May we request everyone to kindly be seated in preparation for the arrival of the President of the Republic of the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, just a few reminders before we begin. Kindly turn off your cell phones or put them in silent mode, and please refrain from using flash photography. Again, kindly turn off your cell phones or put them in silent mode, and please refrain from using flash photography. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for His Excellency Benigno S. Aquino III, President of the Republic of the Philippines. Please be seated. Good morning and welcome to the APEC SME Summit 2015. May I now call on the Organizing Committee Chairman, APEC's SME Summit 2015 and Chairman, ABAC 2015, Ms. Doris Magsaysay-Ho, to give her welcome remarks and to introduce our guest of honor and speaker.
Sorry. This is an innovation summit, Mr. President, and I'm very challenged by this computer. You just stay here. Your Excellency, President Benigno Aquino, distinguished speakers, colleagues and friends, good morning. On behalf of the APEC Business Advisory Council, I welcome each and every one of you to this year's APEC SME Summit. We are honored to have with us today an assembly of individuals that have breached boundaries, so to speak, in introducing innovation and sometimes disruptive technologies and solutions towards addressing a particular interest or consumer demand. We started our APEC chairmanship this year with a vision to build a world where everyone has the opportunity to experience a life of prosperity. Guided by our theme, Resilient, Inclusive Growth, a Fair Deal for All, ABAC wishes to send a message that what we do in APEC matters to all sizes of business, everyone from small to big. The work of APEC and ABAC have always focused on economic integration, basically removing barriers behind the border, at the border, and across the border, as well as liberalizing trade and investment in goods and services. Over the past 23 years, the progressive reduction of barriers to trade has led to the unprecedented expansion of economic growth and international trade and investment in the region, and has seen the biggest reduction of poverty in history. Despite these great benefits, however, there is a widening gap between those that have and those that have less. It is in this context that ABAC examined its agenda and set inclusive and sustainable growth as its means to give people at the bottom of the pyramid, as well as SMMEs and startups, the same opportunities and benefits. The APEC MSMEs agendas include, firstly, bringing everyone, especially MSMEs and women, into the internet and digital economy. Secondly, enhancing participation of MSMEs in market-driven, technology-based economies through innovation. And thirdly, bringing more MSMEs into global value chains. What is hopeful is that the changing landscape of consumer expectations and tastes are requiring new products and services and innovation, and much more complex global supply chain, even delivery to the last mile. Urbanization and its risks and the desires for livable cities will also require new services. Harnessing innovation as a means to empower and globalize SMEs is one of the key priorities of the President, and also one that APEC supports fully. In today's increasingly digital world, new technologies has provided opportunities for everyone. Today's event will serve as a culmination of our efforts this year to put SMEs at the center of our agenda. Through the speakers' stories of inspiration and success, we want to motivate entrepreneurs sitting in this room to embrace innovation and to find the courage to be revolutionary in every aspect of their business. Hence, it is truly a privilege that we are joined by a very special guest speaker who himself is a believer in SMEs and is key to achieving greater economic prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join us in welcoming our guest of honor, His Excellency Benigno Simeon Aquino III, APEC 2015 Chair and President of the Republic of the Philippines.
Thank you. Good morning. Please down. Secretary Cesar Purisima, Secretary Sonny Coloma, Senator Bam Aquino, Ms. Doris Magsaysayho, Mr. Jaime Augusto Zubel de Ayala, delegates and representatives from APEC economies, friends from the business sector, fellow workers in government, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, again, good morning. Every year, the leaders of the 21 member economies gather in a single place to chart the future of the Asia Pacific. As President, it has been my privilege to take part in these gatherings over the past 5 years, and each time I cannot help but be impressed by what APEC has been able to achieve. APEC is unique in that it does not produce binding commitments. This only means that we are not confined by certain limits. Leaders can think out of the box. Discussions can be more freewheeling. Some might think that this is an obstacle to productivity. They would be mistaken. When we come together in APEC, we are united by the desire to bring stability, security, and prosperity to our peoples. We work together, we cooperate, and we have done so much towards this end. A number of significant commitments towards realizing free and open trade and investment among member economies find their seeds in the discussions that have taken place in APEC. Because this is first and foremost an economic forum, these commitments would not have materialized without the help of the private sector, which is why we are all here in this SME summit. It is an acknowledgement that we will never be able to bring about transformation solely by revising policy or by working on the level of institutions. No, positive change takes place on the ground and requires the partnership of men and women like you. This was a belief and advocacy very close to the heart of my mother, former President Cory Aquino. My mother became president after witnessing how an empowered Filipino people reclaimed democracy for our country. After her presidency, she would pursue the empowerment of our countrymen through a different means, working in microfinance to enable poor Filipino entrepreneurs to take hold of their own destinies, which has contributed to reducing poverty levels. In a very real way, my mother's belief has been translated into our inclusive growth agenda. From the beginning, we have never been content to simply grow the economy and wait for the benefits to trickle down to our people. On the contrary, we believe that the Filipino people are our strongest competitive advantage and our most important resource. By pouring massive funds into health, education, and other social services, we have empowered our countrymen to participate more fully in economic growth. Of course, if we are investing in their potential and in their abilities, then why should we not invest in their dreams as well? In 2013, micro, small, and medium enterprises comprised over 99% of all business enterprises in the Philippines and account for 63.7% of total employment. These statistics alone would be reason enough for government to support the sector, but we see far beyond the numbers. For us, these statistics represent Filipinos opening doors of opportunity for so many other Filipinos. Imagine the growth of these small businesses once wider markets are available to them and once they become more efficient at running their businesses. Imagine further how many millions more Filipinos would receive gainful employment. I'm really sorry. We went beyond imagining. We put it into motion. Through the access of small enterprises to sound lending opportunities with an acronym of ASENSO, which means Progress in Tagalog program. Over 153.1 billion pesos has been released to over 174,000 enterprises from 2010 to 2014. The implementation of the Magna Carta for MSMEs has likewise played a significant role in microfinance. By requiring banks to allocate 10% of their total loan portfolio for credit to MSMEs, over 427 billion pesos has been lent to Filipino entrepreneurs as of June 2015. We want to ensure that they do not just have access to capital, but they are able to maximize it. Our Department of Trade and Industry pioneered the establishment of shared service facilities or common production centers for MSMEs. 1,305 SSFS have been put up around the entire archipelago as of September this year to meet the needs of a variety of sectors. For example, 13 MSMEs in Calibo, in the province of Aklan, are making use of 60 hand looms in a SSF in order to meet the high demand for abaca cloth products coming from countries as far away as France and the USA. Meanwhile, 6 MSMEs in Difun, the province of Quirino, have likewise moved beyond just producing gifts and souvenir-type products to producing fresh and dry vegetable noodles from squash and carrots, among others. In a number of municipalities in Ifugao, over 750 coffee growers are making use of an SSF with equipment like coffee hullers and pulpers. This has allowed them to more than quadruple their production from 230 packs to just under 1,000 packs a month. Their market has expanded drastically with sales increasing sixfold, from 10,000 pesos to 60,000 pesos a month. The participation of private sector partners has likewise helped to realize the same kind of success in specific sectors. The Nestle Experimental and Demonstration Farm in Davao has helped local coffee farmers move up the value chain in terms of quality. They have produced 7 new high-quality coffee seeds, which have a high yield, are resistant to pests and diseases, and are adapted to different local coffee growing regions. One of our largest and most popular fast food chains, Jollibee, has a farmer entrepreneurship program that allows small farms to sell produce like onions, tomatoes, and bell peppers directly to institutional markets. There is also the partnership that our Technical Educational and Skills Development Authority has with Coca-Cola in training women entrepreneurs who own and operate small stores called sari-sari stores, which are small neighborhood stores. Not only do they learn bookkeeping, inventory management, product selection, etc., they are also taught how to make the most of their increased income. We also have the SME Roving Academy, which travels around the country conducting training seminars in marketing, product development, and financing, among others, to help them to become more competitive. Perhaps one of the most significant areas in which government is educating MSMEs is that of doing business in free trade areas, which helps them get relevant market information and avail of preferential tariffs. We have also institutionalized these efforts through the Go Negosyo Act of 2013, which has the goal of promoting ease of doing business and facilitating MSMEs access to services. 113 Go Negosyo centers have been launched nationwide precisely to facilitate this. These kinds of interventions are especially important today, given what APEC has been able to achieve throughout the decades. For example, an increased volume of trade through the lowering of tariffs. In 1989, average tariffs were pegged at 17%. These fell dramatically to around 5.2% in 2012. On the other hand, from 1989 to 2013, the total regional trade of the Asia-Pacific region has increased sevenfold, outpacing the rest of the world and likewise boosting trade among member economies. We want Filipino MSMEs to be able to participate more in that trade. We want to help them make the most of the vast market that regional economic integration provides. In fact, we want to achieve the same for all SMEs across APEC member economies. If MSMEs can be strong drivers of inclusive growth in the Philippines, we believe that the same is true for all of APEC. Just take a look at the numbers. SMEs account for over 97% of enterprises, generate more than 50% of employment, and account for up to 50% of GDP in the Asia-Pacific. That is why the Philippines has chosen to make fostering SMEs participation in regional and global markets a priority of APEC 2015. Initiatives already exist for the benefit of SMEs, namely the APEC Crisis Management Center, which assists them in coping with economic crises, and the APEC SME Innovation Center and the APEC Startup Accelerator Network, which promote entrepreneurship and innovation. Training in business continuity planning is likewise available to help SMEs minimize disruptions to their businesses in the event of calamities. These are well and good. At the same time, having seen how empowering our countrymen to succeed in their businesses leads to the creation of even more opportunities for other Filipinos, the Philippines is determined to lead efforts to spur the growth of APEC SMEs. Throughout the year of our hosting of APEC, we have broadened our scope and given intensified attention to innovation, entrepreneurial development, business resiliency, finance, and capacity building for MSMEs. Significant commitments have been made through the Boracay Action Agenda to globalize MSMEs, which will focus on priority actions in trade facilitation, trade finance, e-commerce, and institutional support to help MSMEs go global. The Iloilo Initiative likewise puts MSMEs front and center by promoting dialogue among MSMEs, large businesses, and policymakers, and promoting MSMEs' participations in global value chains and international trade, among others. The Philippines has also proposed the establishment of an APEC Trade Repository, which is envisioned to be an online reference on the trade and tariff regimes of APEC member economies, which would be an invaluable resource to MSMEs and other businesses. Today's SME Summit is another excellent example of the way we are working together to realize the vast potential of your sector. Taking innovation as a central theme, the speakers you will be hearing today are a testament to the fact that the best ideas and the most innovative solutions to the problems we face may come from the smallest enterprises, from non-profit institutions, and even, hopefully, from government. This is the basic principle that underscores the inclusive growth agenda of our administration, one we have sought to uphold in our hosting of APEC, that whether we live in the Philippines, Korea, Papua New Guinea, Mexico, Russia, or any other member economy, each and every citizen has a paramount contribution to progress. Each and everyone has the capacity to bring about positive change. And whether we lead governments or businesses, when we work hard to ensure that every person is empowered to realize that inherent capacity, we are creating drivers of growth. We are enabling partners who will work with us towards realizing the stability, security, and prosperity to which we all aspire. Thank you, and may you have a productive and meaningful summit.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's the end of our program with His Excellency. We want to thank again our guest of honor, President Benigno S. Aquino III. We would like to express our appreciation for your presence and for making this occasion a truly meaningful one. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, President Benigno S. Aquino III. Thank you at mabuhay po kayong lahat. We wish to invite everyone to download the APEC SME Summit mobile app available in iOS and Android. Just search for APEC SME Summit 2015. Download the free app to access the conference program, profiles of our speakers and innovation exhibitors, exchange virtual business cards with them, as well as track the schedule of the featured exhibitors' talks happening simultaneously at the atrium level this afternoon. You can also answer our poll questions using the mobile app. Once downloaded, the app is easily triggered by hovering your
shoulders. These allow me to move fluidly like a human. I contain the DNA of Toshiba's founder, Hisashige Tanaka, who aspired to bring awe and wonder to people. My goal is to achieve truly inspirational communication. Communications that merge facial expressions, gestures, and a sense of presence without relying on words or letters. I can show my feelings, such as irritation or sadness. I can cry, and I can smile. Look how expressive I am. In the future, I hope to take up the challenge of a wide assortment of jobs. Perhaps a multilingual receptionist, counselor, newscaster, cheerleader, entertainer, or many others. I will be very happy if people communicating with me feel comfortable. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy your performance. See you again.
Robot here that can lift heavy weights. I don't know if you've ever seen this before. Right, so this one is, yes, Mr. President.
Yes, ready.
Jack, dito. So yung painting mo sir, Sir, paano na nga lang para makakuha silang konti?
Okay, Cesar, please. Where's Julia?
We want to see the end result.
Julia, you here? You have to do one to give your bag. Yeah,
He's thinking of his children, sir. Too much,
Thank you, Paul.
The president. Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to announce that the program will continue in a short while. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite you to come back, sit down, relax. The program will resume in a short while. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is going to start. Please come inside, settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is going to start. Please come inside, settle down. Thank you very much. Please be informed that the Wi-Fi link is APEC 2015 PH. Again, please be informed that APEC 2015 PH is the Wi-Fi link. Thank you. Or you may access APEC 2015. Once again, the Wi-Fi links are APEC 2015 PH and APEC 2015. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us begin our morning session with our first speaker.
Organizations work throughout the U.S. and Asia in arts and culture, policy and business, and education. Named the world's 30th most powerful woman by Forbes magazine in 2011, she has served as Vice Chair of the World Economic Forum, as well as Executive Director of the United Nations World Food Program, or WFP, the world's largest humanitarian organization with 13,000 employees in over 70 countries, managing an annual budget of over $3 billion, $1 million alone earmarked for Asia. Confronting world hunger and promoting economic empowerment on a global scale is high on Sharan's agenda. The University of Colorado graduate was also U.S. Undersecretary of State for Economic, Business, and Agricultural Affairs. She is well-versed in high-level diplomacy on a global scale.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of Asia Society, Miss Josette Sharan.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so happy to be here in Manila during this APEC summit, and already everyone is so impressed by the hospitality, warmth, and efficiency of the welcome of the Philippines, so thank you very much. I'm also so excited to be here. This is the first time that the SME Summit in APEC is brought right to the core. And I want to thank Doris Ho and the leaders of APEC for really making that happen. I think it's so important. Where better but in the Philippines, where 99% of businesses are small and medium enterprises or micro enterprises. And where better than in the Philippines, where 65% of jobs come from SMEs. This is true throughout APEC, where you see from Vietnam to Malaysia to China, the SMEs really that engine of growth for not only APEC, but for the world. So one of the first things that I'd like to do in introducing the megatrends is give you a definition of a megatrend. So this is a profound and long-lasting social and economic change that is spurred by factors such as technology breakthroughs, shifts in geopolitical power, or in altering demographics. And so these are waves to be ridden, and hence this either to be swept away by or to be ridden. And so I think it's really appropriate that we identify a few of these big mega trends that are influencing the future of small and medium enterprises and of global business and progress. The first I'd like to talk about is the rise of connectivity. Let's just talk about the smartphone alone. It's the fastest selling gadget in all of human history. It's the core technology of the developing world. Half of the adults in the world today own a smartphone. And in the past 4 minutes, since we started this session, 10,000 new smartphones have been shipped. This is a quote from 1899. This was the head of the patent office in the United States. And he said, you know, maybe we don't need to exist because everything that's going to ever be invented's already been invented. Do you think he was accurate? Not quite. And I think what the world still does not foresee is that we're just at the beginning of the potential of connectivity to change our world. The next Alibabas, the next Ubers are being born right now today in the Philippines, in nations around the world, solving problems for everyday life. The head of the speaker for Uber, who you'll hear from today, was saying yesterday, it was just the founder just wanted to get easier rides in San Francisco. They weren't thinking of conquering the world. And so as we see connectivity changing the way we solve problems in the world, I think we're going to see from mobile money to every sort of way that can enable and empower the poor and the developing world, you're going to see these ideas rolling through. Okay, there's a slide. So I just want to talk a little bit about this. This is actually a quote from myself in 2008 when the world food crisis hit. And I called it a silent tsunami because it was the first time in human history we had a globalized humanitarian disaster. Overnight, about 140 million new people were thrown into hunger. And you'd say, how? The whole world was saying, how could it be that something could spread like a virus from villages all over the world to the major countries with the price of food doubling overnight, it seemingly. And actually 6 months, the price of food doubled all over the world. And during that, I went around the world to figure out what happened. I went to Addis Ababa in Ethiopia into the food market there, which had no electricity. It was run mostly by donkeys. There were bags of food. And I asked one of the dealers who had doubled the price of his food. I said, how do you set your prices? And he said, it's very easy. He said, I go on the internet every morning. I look at the Chicago Board of Trade. I get the prices that are selling in Chicago. We're a poor country, so I discount them by 10%, and I set my price. And I thought, wow, even pricing is now global. Even this is now connected. And so we could see all over the world this humanitarian crisis hit across the globe. What we're seeing at the base level are solutions that are spreading virally. And this one is in northern Cameroon. And in northern Cameroon, there was always cycles of hunger. The harvest would come, people would eat, and then they wouldn't be able to eat because the rains would come and there was no place to store food. And on this one, we had proposed putting in food banks where the whole village would put food after the harvest and then could eat all year. And the people of the village said, well, no one will trust each other. And if you ever have a problem, go to the women to find the solution. So we gathered the women of the village and we said, what can we do? We have the solution. It's affordable. It can happen. And they said, put 3 locks in the door and elect 3 people from the village but you can't unlock the grain bank unless you have the 3 keys. This 3-key solution has spread throughout northern Cameroon to end cycles of hunger there. And there's a happy filled grain bank. But I love these solutions that are growing up. This is Haiti during the earthquake in January 2010. I was there. There were 2 million people without food. I was living in a tent trying to run these operations. It was the first time I tweeted as a public official, and there weren't, in those days, 2010 isn't long ago, there were no public officials that I knew on Twitter. But my phone didn't work. And so I was sleeping and the ground was shaking all night. And then all of a sudden this rooster woke me up and I was so annoyed. And I said, dawn breaks over Port-au-Prince, the rooster crows. Doesn't he know what's happened here? And I just tweeted that. and I wasn't really thinking about it. And by the time I got up, I had information from people who were trapped in buildings saying, we need help. We have an orphanage, the children aren't getting food. And I remember staring at my BlackBerry then and saying, oh my goodness, technology can connect us in disasters. It can let people talk to people. We don't have to have official surveys and wait for things. We can get this information. And I remember then sitting in that broken, that's the presidential palace, by the way, in Port-au-Prince, thinking, I'm feeling another world shake. And today, crisis mapping by citizens in the world is a very powerful force. In Kenya, a group named Ushahidi, which means testimony in Swahili, if you go and you look them up, you'll be so inspired. It was young people with nothing, started to create a map where people who were victims of violence could register. And this created a public testimony to what was happening to them. This technology now has gone global. And so when the earthquake hit in Kathmandu in Nepal just a few months ago, they used that same mapping capacity for hospitals and schools to register the amount of damage and where people could go to get help. And so I love the fact that Nepal learned from Nairobi. It doesn't all go back to Silicon Valley. It doesn't all go back to these big centers of technology now. And in fact, I see the leaders of technology, the US, being wowed by what's happening out there in the front lines of the world. I want to talk now about another mega trend that I call the rise of self-empowerment. And in fact, in 1982, the originator of the Megatrends book, a very famous man, identified self-help as a new megatrend, that people could now do research on their own, diagnose themselves, try to manage their illnesses. They could do their own research. The internet wasn't quite accessible then, but this is way beyond that. This is individuals saying, I'm going to take matters in my own hand. This is the disappearance of gatekeepers, the disappearance of barriers to entry. And so you see individuals taking on problems that everyone said, oh, it can't be easier. You can't fill out a government form easier. You can't solve this problem easy. An individual saying, oh, yes, you can. And they're starting to teach government and power structures what can happen. It's also driven by discontent. As everyone has access to the internet, maybe they were told for many years, you know, this is the way it is. And they go on the internet, they're like, this is not the way it is, or this isn't the way it could be. And so that discontent, you see people taking hold and creating new solutions that fit the local situation. And so that rise of self-empowerment. I just want to talk about a few amazing individuals here. And what strikes me in these examples is that these young people are really young. So this young man, when he was 15, someone in his family got pancreatic cancer and died, and he was very upset to learn there wasn't a diagnostic test. So at 15, he created one. He's like, what the heck? I'm gonna solve this, and this is now under patent. He's at Stanford University, or patent pending, and it's something like 400 times better than anything that existed before as a test. His name is Jack Andronka. I want to talk about the lucky ironfish here. This was a young student in Canada who said, so many women in the world are dying from anemia, and so many kids in childbirth are dying from anemia. He came to see me at the World Food Program. He said, I want to end anemia. I said, I'm used to young people coming and saying, I'm going to solve this big problem. And I said, well, there's only thousands of people trying to solve this problem. It's very expensive, very hard to deal with. The pills that you can get through the United Nations cost something like $90 per person. So he figured out that if you created this little iron fish and put it in a rice pot, it gives exactly the right amount of iron for a family. and it ends the epidemic of anemia. It costs $5, it lasts 5 years, and after 5 years, the little smile disappears. This is now in 66 countries. And so the lucky ironfish, if you go online, you'll see about this. And the last one I want to talk about actually is powered up here in the Philippines. These are called Leaders of Light. And what the woman in her home is looking at is a plastic bottle. A man named Ilac Diaz has helped spread this throughout the world. And it's a discarded soda bottle with some bleach in it and some water, and it takes the sunlight and refracts it. It has zero carbon footprint. It recycles. It's kind of a win-win-win-win-win technology, and they hope by the end of this year to have reached 1 million homes with it. So these stories really inspire me. Doris wants us to be inspired today, but what this tells me is that individuals can now really be a force, not just locally as they always could in human history, and not just if they're big, but even at small scale can create things that inspire the world. I just have to touch on the rise of cities here because this is a true phenomenon, a true mega trend. There's some implications that are very important, but what we know is that between 2010 and 2025, 440 cities in the world will generate half of global GDP growth. And most of these are cities, or many of them, that most people have not heard of. Who's heard of Surat, Foshan, Puerto Alegre? So these cities, we're seeing the emergence of these powerful new forces. In fact, in 2014, A.T. Kearney did a study of the next global cities and centers of innovation in the world. The top 10 are Nairobi, Mumbai, Bogota, New Delhi, Addis Ababa. The number 1 they predict is Jakarta. Guess what number 2 is? Manila. Manila's predicted to be the next great global city and center of innovation. I don't know what's happening here, but it's very exciting, and the world is paying attention. But what that means is that opportunity is coming in a way that one could not have felt or predicted in the past. And Manila's ability to change the way the world does business through its own examples and dealing with its own challenges. That's the power of cities. I talked about this, but I just want to talk about this. There are other problems. In the next 40 years, the world has to produce more food just to keep up with predicted population growth than in the last 8,000 years combined. We have to be careful to ensure that farming and rural life is attractive to the next generation. And so I only say that. I don't know how many of you have seen the farm selfies of young people around the world. They're called felfies. So on their farms, sending out their selfies on Twitter. Look at them, they're amazing, but there's a band of young people who are saying, we're gonna stay and we're gonna help take care of this challenge for the world, and we need to encourage them. And the last trend, mega trend I wanna talk about is the rise of Asia. So, in 1960, when Asia Society was started by John D. Rockefeller III, Rockefellers have always cared deeply about Asia. The first contribution a Rockefeller made to Asia was in 1864. He was a very poor man, and he would send half of his salary to help poor kids in China. And even in 1960, and even later, Asia accounted for most of the global poor and hungry, and really was viewed as a place of great poverty and conflict. Of course, we're seeing a very different story now. Is that Asia rising? I'm feeling it. And so today, Asia accounts for 42% of global R&D, half the world's economic output, and by 2030, Asia will overtake Europe and North America in combined global power based on GDP, population, military spending, and technological investment. So instead of being, as it was in 1990, half of the global poor, now 12% of the global poor. In fact, Asia has lifted more people out of poverty in the past 3 decades than all of human history combined. I want to talk about this because the world does not yet fully see the brilliance of Asia. So even though we see so much of R&D coming from Asia, we see lagging. There's many indicators like this. And so our challenge at Asia Society, we've created the Asia Global Game Changers Awards at the United Nations to recognize the emerging brilliance of Asia so the world can pay attention. You are all here sitting at the beginning of what is really the biggest mega trend that I think will define our next decades, which is Asia's coming onto the global scene and really helping us all to end poverty for the world. The United Nations has set new goals. The world came together by 2013. The goal is now set to eradicate poverty, extreme poverty, by 2030. Not cut it in half, not cut it by 10%, but to eradicate it. And I truly believe that's within our reach. And so while we see technology being used for truly evil purposes, such as the spread of ISIS or the attacks that we saw in Paris, and I know we all stand with the people of Paris, we also see the potential for technology to transform our world, and for each of you to play your part in creating a world with peace and prosperity and using technology to power up human hope and ambition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Sharan. May we request for you to stay for our Q&A portion. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short Q&A portion. The ushers have microphones and they are roving. Please feel free to approach any one of the ushers with a microphone for your questions. Any takers? Does she intimidate everybody? Okay, there we have one, please.
A brave soul.
Great presentation. George Moy from United States of America. I have a question for you in terms of the spread of hunger. Do you see new country that might be potentially have a new spread of hunger so we could get in advance of it so we could take care of that ahead of time?
So the question is, can we get ahead of hunger? And this is a really important question because I will say hunger is one problem that we're all in together. As we saw in 2008, really that got started with a drought in Australia and a few other factors, and global food supply is so tight that if something happens, it can affect everybody. In 2008, we were really on the brink in the world. In 2008, there were whole nations that could not place an order for food. That's the first time people could remember that happening. And so the resiliency systems in the world were severely lacking at the time. Most nations only have food for 6 to 9 to 10 weeks. And so if there's a real disruption in systems, we have to be careful. So I will just say that the type of hunger linked to abject poverty, we're seeing the proportion being cut in half. But the total number of people who are vulnerable doesn't change or keeps growing. And so I think the challenge for the world is this is something that world leaders have to take first on their priority list, is how do we build the resiliency system so no nation is left alone? And in fact, what we saw in 2008 is the most vulnerable, the poorest nations, the ones cut out. Rich nations could put as much cash as the cost would go to. So we have not solved the problem. We have to get serious about it, and we have to figure out how to tackle that. Because in a way, we could end poverty and still see one storm or one epidemic close ports and really be vulnerable to hunger. There must be, and I'm going to make a young woman ask a question here. I'll call on someone too.
Good morning. We are honored that you're here. I'm Ernie Ordonez, chair of Alianza Agricultura. Sounds communist, but it's not. We have 42 federations that covers all the sectors. I'm so glad you talked about agriculture, because sometimes APEC perhaps does not give enough attention, but with Doris So here, we're giving it attention. Here's my question. To do food, you have to be profitable. To be profitable, many people, especially in my country, cannot get credit because of the tight, traditional banking guideline. Do you know of a system in the world, or perhaps the idea of having a world lending food fund that can break this problem of access to credit? I'd like to know that, because we Philippines want to do that. For example, the Land Bank gives only 12% of its 300 billion to small farmers and fish folk. So I'd like to know what you can teach us, because in APEC, we want to share best practices, and you're the queen of best practices.
I like that title. He's exactly right. And this is a very big problem. Agriculture is so risky, it's so vulnerable to so many factors out of a farmer's control that no one wants to give credit to farmers. No one wants to give them a loan. This group of people that we all rely on is the most vulnerable, left out of support systems in the world, and underappreciated. And it's true, they have to make a profit. So it's risk that we haven't really modeled how to do it, and certainly until the US tackled some of these issues, it didn't become the food producing powerhouse that it is now. You have to get risk off the shoulders of the farmer, and you have to diffuse that risk. The problem is systems in the US or the EU are way too expensive. No country can afford to reproduce the kind of subsidies and systems that you have. And so what we've been experimenting with is looking at new ways to mitigate that risk, such as in Africa, through warehouse receipts, through special methods to ensure a price at the end, because that's the real risk, right, is that farmers are very worried. I'll just end with something that won't comfort you, but underscores the core challenge here. When I took over at the World Food Program, we buy food in about 80 nations. We used to change our predictions about the price of food and our budgeting every 2 years, because food basically was getting less and less expensive on a very steady, slow scale. In June of 2007 to 2008, 6 months later, January, the price of food doubled. By March of 2008, we had to change the price of food every week to keep up with the volatility. A month later, we had to change the price every day. By the time I left, we had to have hourly indications of the price of food. What that means is the poor farmer doesn't have a clue if his investment in the seeds and the fertilizer and the equipment is going to pay off at the end, because he doesn't know how much he's going to be paid for her, because most of the farmers in the world are women, his or her food. And so this is a big challenge for us, and all these mega trends really point against us getting this right unless we really focus on it. So it's a really good thing for APEC to have to do. I want to thank you so much. It was really an honor to be with all of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Ms. Sharan. We'd like to remind our guests to download the APEC SME Summit 2015 event app and participate in the poll questions. The first question for today, the first poll question is, do you believe that big data will be the primary driver of future business trends? Again, that first poll question for today is, do you believe that big data will be the primary driver of future business trends? Link up to our Wi-Fi, APEC 2015 PH and APEC 2015. Download the app and join our poll. Join the conversation. And now, we bring you our next speaker.
Daring to do things differently is David Plough's trademark. He authored a book on the Obama campaign, The Audacity to Win, the inside story and lessons of Barack Obama's historic victory. His role as campaign manager for the Obama-Biden ticket was recognized when he won an award at the Cannes International Advertising Festival in 2009. He was also named one of Newsweek's New Thought Leaders and one of the 25 smartest people of the decade by the Daily Beast. In 2012, GQ ranked him the third most powerful person in Washington. In 2014, he left his job as senior advisor to the president to join Uber, applying his gifts for strategic and innovative thinking to become senior vice president of policy and strategy. Today, he sits as chief advisor of the disruptive ride-sharing company and sits on its board of directors.
Ladies and gentlemen, the senior advisor of Uber, Mr. David Plough.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's great to be here at the SME Summit and here in Manila. And I'm going to talk a little bit about the sharing economy. I think there's a question we see in the United States and around the world. People are asking, is the sharing economy a problem that needs to be managed or an opportunity that needs to be seized? And now I'm going to speak a lot about Uber because obviously we have insights into their data in terms of the marketplace that we're seeing, but I think a lot of my observations, in my view anyway, would also be relevant for other sharing economy companies. So what's fascinating about this question is if you think about where we were 5 years ago. So there's Uber 2010. Uber had just started. Many of the sharing economy companies were not even started yet. They were just an idea. So there's a blue dot, it's hard to see, but the only place we operated was in San Francisco. And the founders of Uber, they didn't have any grand ambition. They just thought maybe we can make it easier for our friends to get a ride. For those of you that haven't used Uber, it's an app. You press a button and a car shows up in 3, 4, 5 minutes and takes you where you're gonna go. So seamless and gives you really peace of mind in transportation. Now, just 5 years later, Uber is in over 64 countries, in over 360 cities. What's fascinating about being here in the Philippines, and I'm so excited to be here for a lot of reasons, but one is the Philippines were the very first country in the entire world to pass new regulations embracing ride sharing. And the Philippines leadership here is being recognized all over the world. So when we talk to governments all over the world, they want to ask, how did the Philippines move forward? Why did they do it? And I think the reason that Secretary Abaya and his team moved forward is they understood the benefits. So that's how many cities and countries we're in. So if you look at, when you think about Uber, and this again would go for a lot of different companies, what are the words you think about? Well, maybe app, car, taxi, technology, disruptive, aggressive. Some might even use stronger terms to describe us. But I think a lot of times the focus isn't on what happens when the sharing economy really begins to scale, when the marketplace becomes revealed. And there's a lot of positive benefits that come from that. And it's important for me to state that the company wasn't started, again, with grand ambition. And we are a business, we're not a nonprofit. but I'm going to talk about some of the benefits that we see. So here's Manila. All of you familiar with this? I spent quite a amount of time in this traffic this morning. So not to pick on Manila, this is the case in most cities around the world. We have epic congestion. We all spend the equivalent of 2 days of our lives every year stuck in traffic. The productivity loss from that is epic. 20% of the emissions that harm our planet and contribute to climate change come from the emissions from cars. So, and it's only going to get worse. Young people in particular want to live in cities at a rate we've never seen before. So they're coming in epic numbers. Most cities don't have the ability to build huge new public transportation lines, even to add new freeways or roads. So something has to give. We have to see people change their behavior around transportation if we are going to make scenes like this become more tolerable. So one thing we're really excited about at Uber, and some of our competitors are also doing products like this, is something called Uber Pool. I apologize, everything is Uber something, right? Uber X, Uber Black, Uber Pool. So we started talking about carpooling on scale as a global community in 1973 during the first OPEC oil crisis. So this is something every city planner, transportation planner is focused on. If we could get more people sharing rides and less people driving themselves, the average car in the world, for every car, there's 1.2 people in it. So almost every trip is somebody sitting alone. How could we change that? So the concept behind Uber Pool is rather than me ordering an Uber, getting in the back seat of the car, and going to my destination alone, I can choose to share the ride. So if someone else is going in roughly the same destination, and this is important because it can't be inconvenient for people, it's still got to be a great consumer experience, we can opt to share the ride together. That means the ride is less expensive, which means Uber and car sharing becomes more available to more people, including lower income people. But it also means we're going to change behavior and you're going to have less congestion, less emissions as people change this. Now, we didn't know if this would work. We now have this in several Chinese cities, in Bangalore, in Paris, and in several US cities, and we're anxious to bring it to Manila when we can. But almost 50% of the people who use Uber in our home city of San Francisco carpool. 30% of the people in Los Angeles who use Uber, so that's 700,000 unique people in Los Angeles, carpool. You're beginning to see behavior change. Connected to that is people giving up personal car ownership and usage. So that's the other side of the equation here. How can we get people to use their car less, or ideally, never buy one in the first place if they live in a city? So in the United States, which are our most mature markets, 10% of people under 30 have given up a car already. They've decided. Now, some of them are using Uber and our competitor as the main way they get around, but most aren't. They're using subways, they're still using taxis, they're biking, they're using us. It becomes part of the ecosystem. So if we think about how are we going to reduce traffic jams and congestion and emission, in the next 15 to 20 years, the only answer on scale is having more people carpooling. The other benefit that we see on our platform, and this is true with all of our competitors too, is safety. So this chart shows bar closing times and when demand for Uber peaks in Amsterdam, in Brussels, Copenhagen, Paris, Warsaw. It's true here in Manila, it's true in New York City, it's true all over the world. And so there are places now that are reporting DUI arrests down 25, 30, 40% in just a year or two. Think about all the lives that are saved. And this is another place where we're seeing behavior change. Young people, if they live in a city where ride sharing is available, they don't even think about getting in a car if they're going to have anything to drink or if their friend is. They wouldn't even think about it. Because why would you when you can press a button, have a car show up in 3 minutes, and take you home? So this goes for distracted driving too. We talk to so many parents of people in college and high school, and they'd far prefer their child to be in the back seat texting than in the front seat texting while they're driving. So this is a huge change in terms of safety. But I really want to talk to you today about the economy. So around the sharing economy, around platforms like Uber, there's still a lot of regulatory questions. Now, not so much in the Philippines, because the Philippines has now decided to embrace ride sharing. But we're seeing the debate now move beyond the core regulatory question of, well, how does a service like Uber fit in with taxi? Should it be embraced or not? To, okay, I think people think that ultimately this is going to be an eventuality, but is it good for the economy? How does it fit into the so-called debate about the future of work? So, here is the unemployment rate. Now, I'm just going to talk about the United States, but this is similar in most places around the world. So obviously in 2008 and 2009, we had a global recession. In the United States, it was the second worst economic event in our country's history. I ran President Obama's 2008 campaign. When he became president and took the oath of office, the unemployment rate was 10%. Miraculously, it's gone down to 5%. That's good. But what hasn't really changed, and this is true in Manila, it's even true in China with their growth, it's true in Russia, it's true in Australia, it's true in the United States and all throughout Europe. Wages are stagnant. So people feel more secure with their job. They say, I don't fear that I'm going to lose my job tomorrow, but I'm not making enough money. And real family income has declined. So, you know, I've probably consumed as much political research over the last 10 years as anyone on the planet, which is kind of a sad thing. But good political research and good business research is not about politics or about business. It's about how people are living their lives and really understanding their hopes, their aspirations, their challenges. And when you talk to people around the world about their lives, universally and almost unequivocally, they have two observations. They say, I don't have enough time and I don't have enough money. And those two things are very closely connected. And that's where platforms like ours come in. So on scale, as of today, we have over 1 million active drivers. Think about that. The company did not exist 5 years ago. Over 80% of those are in APEC economy. So I think it's important to understand, a lot of times when you hear commentary about the sharing economy, where it's Uber, another company, there's a sense that these are kind of niche services. They're used by the tech-forward people in this crowd, but maybe the rest of the population doesn't quite understand it. But what you're seeing is on scale. So in the United States, there's 400,000 drivers. 400,000 people getting income. There's nothing else like it in our private sector over the last 2 years that's created that kind of economic activity. It's important also to understand how people are using the platforms. Oftentimes the debate around Uber, and again, I'm going to talk about Uber because that's what I have access to, okay? But this goes for all the other platforms. But in our case, and this is true for Grab Taxi here as well, people look at the debate very narrowly as if, okay, we have a taxi market. And there's this many people taking taxi trips, and this many people who are taxi drivers. So the sharing economy platforms like Uber now there's going to be a competition for that market. We're not interested in that debate at all. That's not what's going on. The market for people who are using for-hire vehicle transportation is exploding all over the world. It turns out there's a lot more people than anyone realized looking for a different way to get around their city. And it turns out there's a lot more people than anybody realized who are willing to drive them around the city. Driving is something pretty much all of us can do. Yet the old regulatory system basically prevented that opportunity for people. It also forced people into car ownership because there weren't enough taxis and other vehicles around to give you the opportunity not to own a car or two. So the way people are using these platforms is not as they have decided, in our case, to become an Uber driver partner for the rest of their life. They're doing it for a period of time that works for them. It could be 3 years, it could be 3 months. In some cases, we even see around the holidays, people drive on the platform to make money to pay for all their holiday expenses. And then they stop driving. The power of that cannot be overstated. They decide when to work or not. But half of our drivers drive less than 10 hours a week. In this region, it's 47%. In China, it's almost 70%. So the way people are using these platforms is to say, I have a job and an income. My spouse may too. We're not satisfied with our income. So what I'm going to do is go from here to here, but I'm going to decide when to do it because we don't have any scheduling. There's a big debate around the world, certainly in the United States, around on-call scheduling, that people are feeling they do not have enough notice for when they're going to work if they're only getting 2 or 3 days notice. Well, with our platform, there's no schedule at all. You decide when to work or not at all. 4 hours today, 8 hours today, not at all next week. The power of that can't be understated because as much as people say they don't have enough time and money, the other thing they say is, I don't have enough control of either. So when you give people the power to create more income in a way that they fit around taking care of their kids, their parents, their schoolwork, their training, their social Desires and obligations, it's a very powerful thing. So when you think about these platforms, this is not a mass substitution of people doing something full-time. It is people who are using this to augment income. One of the other benefits we see, and I think this is another reason that Secretary Abaya and his team embraced Uber, was this is not about competing where taxis are strong. Okay, I work for Uber, so when I'm in major cities, like I was in New York last week, I took a yellow taxi because it's easier to get out of an office building sometimes and still hail a cab, something you can't do on Uber, than press a button and wait 5 minutes, okay? But where our value proposition is where transportation has been too hard. And this accounts in two ways. One, when researchers look at people in poverty and they examine the core reasons that they say trapped in poverty or have difficulty reaching their ambition, education is a big part of the problem. Surprisingly, so is transportation. The inaccessibility of transportation and the cost of it. So if someone it takes them an hour and a half or 2 hours to walk to a subway line, they take that in, they take a cab, it's hard, it costs too much money. So what you're seeing on Uber now, this is New York, so sorry for a US example, but the sort of orange is Manhattan, which is the financial district, the Empire State Building, the former Twin Towers, and we have good business there, but 95% of taxi trips happen in Manhattan, so that it's pretty well supplied. The purple is all the rest of New York. Places where there's hardly any taxis, and your only option really was to own a car or walk a long way unless you were right next to a subway stop. So when you think about these sharing economy companies like ours, we're filling gaps. Most people didn't realize, I think, till the last few years, how many transportation deserts there were around the world, where basically it was too hard to get around. You were basically stuck there. You were forced into car ownership. And what is the biggest financial burden on low-income people? Vehicle ownership. It takes so much of their income, and it's something that we use. Our cars are used 4% of the day. They just sit idle. 15% of the city real estate around the world is parking. And think about that. Many of those parking lots are empty at night. They're deserted on the weekend. If we can have more people getting around without personal car ownership, you might be able to reclaim some of that time. So this is Chicago, where I put this up here because this is President Obama's hometown. Over half our trips in Chicago begin in underserved areas. And this is true in Manila. It's true in Chengdu, China. You see that basically the demand is there. And the power of this, there has been an inequality in transportation for as long as we've been doing transportation. Not anymore. You press a button in a poor part of a city or a suburban part of the city, and a driver comes in 3 to 5 minutes. You do that in a wealthy part of the city where it's always been easy to get around, it's 3 to 5 minutes. So yes, there's a big financial and time element to this, but there's also a powerful emotion that comes with that, which is for the first time in people's lives, they have the same transportation as everybody else in the rest of the city did. So when you talk to our driver partners about why they drive on the platform, and again, I think you would find this consistent with other sharing economy platforms, 87% is to be my own boss and set my own schedule. 73% actually say that I'd rather have a job where they're choose their own schedule than a steady one with a set salary. I'll tell you, a big use case for Uber is people who have lost their job or had their hours cut. So they lose their job, they come drive on our platform. Of course, they can do job interviews whenever they want because they don't have to ask their boss whether they can go do it. They just turn off the app and go do the job interview. And they drive for us until they find what's next. We have a huge number around the globe, almost 50,000 in the US alone, former military members. They come out of the service, they're not sure what's next, so they drive on our platform until they figure that out. The other thing that surprised me, I figured most drivers on Uber were driving for a certain amount of money each week or each month. And plenty do. But most of them don't. Most of them are driving for a goal. It could be aspirational, like this is how I'm going to pay for my vacation, or flying my parents in, or my child's going to college, I want to buy them a new laptop. So rather than eating into my savings, I'll drive on Uber until I get the money. Or it can be when they get in a dire circumstance. An appliance breaks. They have an unexpected health care bill. In the United States, the most important economic statistic in our country today, and this is true around the world, but in the US, 47% of the people in our country say if they get a $400 bill they weren't expected, They can't deal with it. Think about that. They have to go into debt. They are living on the edge because their incomes haven't gotten. 65% of our drivers vary their schedule week to week by more than 25%. They don't even have their own schedule. They're making it up as they go along. Think about that. You never have to say, well, this Thursday I'm working 4 to 8. You just say, I'm going to wait and see what happens in my life when I get off work, or am I going to have dinner with my friends, or what my kids' homework situation is. And if I have a couple hours, I'll go drive and make a little bit of money. So it's a very powerful feeling for people. So, obviously income's important. 91% of our drivers drive to earn more income to better support themselves or our family. Interestingly, around the world, over 50% of our drivers have young kids at home. So they're facing that challenge of not having enough money to provide for their children. 33% though just drive to make a little extra spending money. So this isn't all people in dire circumstances. Some people are using this more aspirationally to say, here's how I'm going to pay for dinner or movies or travel. And again, because my core job's not paying what I'd like, I don't have to borrow money or put that on my credit card. I'm going to use what I make on the Uber platform to support myself. And I think this is why so many people around the world now are starting to embrace ride sharing. So this is a map of, in the United States, we've had over 70 new laws passed. The Philippines, the first country to do so. The capital of Australia just did 2 weeks ago. Lithuania, many states in India. Mexico City, the largest city on the planet to embrace ride sharing. And the reason this is happening, and your leadership here in the Philippines saw this, was if the debate's just narrow about how do platforms like ours compete with an existing industry within that small pie, and how do you fit us into old regulations, that's never going to be a satisfying conversation. But if you have your eyes fixed on the horizon and say, we need more money for more of our people, we need to think about how do we reduce congestion, we have to make transportation safer, all these are the goals. And so that's what we see in the sharing economy, and there's a lot of valid questions. Are we going to have most of the population freelancing? Probably not, but is there more people going to be doing it in 10 years? How does that affect questions around things like benefits? All those are valid questions. But I humbly suggest to you that the sharing economy platforms like ours are not a problem that needs to be managed. It's an opportunity that needs to be seized, and then we figure out how to build on it. So here I'll end with this. This is your great Secretary of Transportation, Mr. Abaya, with our General Manager in the Philippines, Lawrence, holding the first nationwide ride-sharing regulations in the world. And so we're so happy to be here because what Manila has done, what the Philippines have done, has resonated around the world. And I think giving a better understanding of some of these platforms, right? This isn't about, wow, there's going to be a whole bunch of people that have been doing something for some time and now they're going to have most of their marketplace disaggregated. That's not what's happening. The truth is, for all of us who are enabling transportation, we're a tech company that provides that on the ground, there's opportunity, because if more people decide not to buy cars, if more people decide to leave their car at home, then anybody that's involved in moving people around, whether it's public transportation, taxis, pedicabs, right, platforms like Uber, are going to benefit from that. And the key thing we look at it from a reliability standpoint is we want to make sure that that ride's there in 3 minutes, because you will not give up your car if there's ever uncertainty about whether the car will be there. So our standard is we want to make Uber here in Manila and elsewhere as quick and as easy as going to picking up your keys, walking outside, and starting your car. And if you do that, you'll give people confidence that they can engage in that behavior change and reduce car ownership. So thanks for your time. With that, I'd love to jump into any questions or comments you guys have. I'm even willing to take a question about Donald Trump and that all nonsense, but whatever you guys want to talk about. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Tyler from Canada, and I live in Manila, and I'm an Uber user.
Thank you, sir.
I really love the service.
Thank you.
But my question, your talk focused a lot on the economic benefit of drivers, but there's a lot of talk about self-driving cars coming to the market, right, and how is self-driving automobiles going to affect that market?
Right. Well, listen, I think that the latest numbers show 1.2 million people a year die in car crashes. Many of them are young people. So think about that. That's as many people as die from breast cancer every year. That's twice the number of people who died on the beaches of Normandy during D-Day, during World War II. So if you could get to a point where you didn't have any accidents and you had no deaths, so there's public health, that transportation probably is a lot safer, a lot more inexpensive, and could help with congestion. So, but this is not, and we obviously are investing in technology. I think there'll be a lot of near-term gains as we have better collision detection. The cars are going to get smarter, the maps will get better, the phones get smarter. But this isn't a decision for Uber or Google or Hyundai or Mercedes. I mean, the world's going to decide when the technology's ready and where they're ready from a regulatory standpoint. My suspicion is the world won't decide that in unison. Some places may embrace it more quickly than others, but it's a long way off. I think it's going to happen, and I think it's exciting when it does, but think about the regulatory issues. Right now, you know, these cars are doing pretty well in good climates, but, you know, rain and snow, and they have to be perfect. And then you obviously then have to have regulatory certainty. So our suspicion is what we're going to be worried about next year, the year after that, 5 years from now, 7 years, 10 years from now, is our core business will be people behind the wheel driving people somewhere. And when autonomous vehicles are embraced places, it will probably be more of a transition thing where they'll slowly be integrated, but, and you know, maybe, you know, they'll be on platforms like ours, but the core proposition will still be driving. So, you know, and this is not a question we hear a lot from our driver partners, because again, most of them aren't making a career decision. They're doing this for a period of time. Some may be doing it for 5 or 10 years, but for most people, it's a far enough horizon. So I think, you know, this is a broader question for, you know, there's a lot of parts of our economies that there's some strong suspicion there'll be disruption from automation and artificial intelligence and other developments, even virtual reality. So we as, you know, when I used to live in government, work in government, I think one of the real things governments humbly don't do enough of, and I clearly am criticizing myself here too, is we don't plan out long enough, okay? We don't really think through how are things changing. So even around Uber, there aren't a lot of discussions that say, wow, if there's this many people now who are going to choose something like this platform and our competitors to get around, and those trends continue, there's going to be less personal car usage, less personal car ownership. What does that mean in terms of investments in roads and bridges? Could we look to maybe modify that a little bit? So I think there's not enough long-range planning. So, you know, a lot of people say, well, I have a 10-year-old. Are they going to have to get a license? Yes, almost certainly. Maybe everyone born today is still going to have to get a license to drive. So you know, that future is coming, right? It's clear. And basically every tech company, every auto manufacturer is investing a lot in this. Governments are starting to invest in this. And so it's an exciting future, but it's a ways off when you're going to get full-scale adoption. Plus, just the production challenges are enormous to produce that many vehicles to replace the vehicles we have on the road. Yes, sir.
Speed Ramtrend from the United States. Question for you, does Uber have currently a program, or would you consider a program, corporate partnership, so that I could provide your rides for my employees?
Yes, sir. It's called Uber for Business, and I'll make sure that someone from our companies here talks to you. Yeah, it's one of our fastest growing product lines. Because what we found is so many people use Uber in their personal life. So we started to get a lot of HR departments say, how can we provide this as an opportunity for our employees? So yes, it's one of our fastest growing product lines. We have tens of thousands of business around the world now that have Uber for Business. And obviously, there's no paper receipts. It tends to be less expensive transportation, and it's a good service. So from a business standpoint, you're saving money. It's a digital transmission of all those expenses. And so it works really well. So we'll be in touch with you on that. It's really exciting. We're also beginning to work with governments, like the US government now, our Congress. You can use Uber and our competitor Lyft, and that's a reimbursable expense. So part of this is just the challenge of it, like people have to get their head around it, but what we've seen is business leaders have gotten it very early on, and this is a place of great promise for us. And it's also going to save, I think, businesses a lot of money. Yes, sir. Well, we should do some gender diversity here. Let's do a female question. What do we have? Okay, there we go. Back there. Oh, and I'm told this is our last question. So make it a good one. Yeah. What's that? Oh, you took notes? Yeah.
I'm Samantha from the Philippines, and I've been using Uber for like the past months, and I love it. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I guess this is really a question for you, Mr. Pluff. I am curious to know how much of your efforts have been to work with the government to help Uber grow at this scale and deal with maybe outdated regulations and policies. And what would your advice be to SMEs who are trying to disrupt industries that would have implications, I guess, in like maybe outdated regulations and policy?
It's a great question. I mean, I think first of all, when I worked in the White House with President Obama, he ordered the first top to bottom review of every federal regulation on the books in decades. Think about that, in decades. So what happens a lot is these and I'm someone who believes very passionately in smart regulations around protecting of health, safety. But I think if you believe in regulations, you should be the first one to raise your hand when there are regulations that don't make sense or have outserved their usefulness. Otherwise, you don't have credibility. And what happens is these regulations get on the book. So just talking about transportation, then I'll get to broader. So many transportation regulations had been passed 40 or 50 years ago, before GPS, cell phone technology, and they had never been reviewed. So I think one challenge for government, it's hard. You know, everyone's a critic of government, and you have too little time, you're dealing with crisis, it's really hard. But I think with the pace of technological change, governments, national and local, are going to have to find a way with more frequency to evaluate what they have on the books and to say, is this fit for purpose right now? Does it need to be scrapped? Does it need to be changed? That doesn't happen enough. So before Uber came around, that discussion wasn't happening. We, in many ways, forced it, right? So I think one of the challenges is, I think, and we're trying to get better as a company, is you have to understand where the other person's coming from. I would argue this is true in marriage or business relationship or in government. You just can't look at the world through your own eyes. And so part of what you have to do is understand, well, what is the government focused on? If it's reduction of drunk driving, or if it's trying to get more income opportunity for women, or if it's trying to deal with congestion, then to understand that this isn't a question, in our case, about whether we can operate the way we want to, but what we can do is work together on these issues. So if you provide a pathway of certainty, then we can really work on this. So I think any of you out there have to understand, what's the value proposition for government? And is it tangible? Is it something that can scale? But I do think this is a challenge for all of you that are bringing new innovation, is that you have for the most part, a regulatory situation with a lot of governments where laws get passed, regulations get passed, and they almost get put away, and they don't get revisited unless there's kind of a crisis. In our case, we forced a reevaluation of a lot of those regulations. So what Secretary Abaya has done here, and others around the world, is they didn't try and jam us into existing regulations. That won't ever work. What they did was, let's craft new regulations that provide certainty around safety, around insurance, but allow this opportunity. So I think that's one of the challenges, but I would think that you just can't go in and say, hey, we have a great idea, and this is going to be a profitable business. To the extent you can, also say, how do what we want to do, how does that match up with the priorities of the government? And how can we tell a story, and not just a story, back it up with good facts and data, that says we are going to be a positive net contributor to what you're trying to do in this city. So again, that's from our standpoint, we have to broaden out the debate, because when you talk about, oh, now we just have to divvy up the existing taxi jobs, that's a tougher debate than saying we're going to grow the whole pie and create a lot of economic opportunity for a lot of people. That's a completely different question. And the other thing I say is just have sympathy, because governments, they don't have as many resources as a lot of the private sector do. They don't move necessarily as quickly, and sometimes for very good reason. But also try and just really develop a relationships there of trust and mutual understanding that, yes, you're a business, you're trying to be profitable, you're not a nonprofit, okay? But there's good benefits that are coming out of what you're trying to do. So thank you, everybody, for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. David Pluff. We now pose the next poll question to our guests. Do you think car ownership will decrease as services like Uber increase? Again, our next poll question for the mobile app is, do you think car ownership will decrease as services like Uber increase? Download the SME Summit 2015 event app to answer yes or no. Let us now welcome our next speaker.
He turned a once failing government-linked commercial airline into Asia's biggest player in the budget airline industry. Tony Fernandez, the Malaysian-born CEO of AirAsia, studied accounting at the London School of Economics and, for a while, worked in the music industry in the UK. He served as regional vice president for Warner Music Southeast Asia from 1999 to 2001. When its parent company announced its merger with another company, he felt it was time to pursue a long-held dream of having his own business. With no prior airline experience, he and his partner transformed AirAsia into one of the fastest-growing and most successful low-fare airlines in the world. In 2007, he started a no-frills hotel chain, Toon Hotels, with properties in Britain, Australia, and the Far East. Tony Fernandez is an inspiring leader who turned his big dreams into an even bigger reality.
Please welcome the CEO of AirAsia, Mr. Tony Fernandez.
Hi everyone. Morning. Hey, morning. Oh wow, powerful Malaysian here. Anyway, I've got a presentation somewhere. Do I just click this? Right. This is a very impressive video presentation. I'm not used to it because I'm very low cost. So. Well done to Doris for spending so much money. Fly in AirAsia, you'll get it back. Because we're much cheaper than Cebu and PAL. And better. All right, I'll run this through. So, as the video said, I came from the music business. I had no experience in airlines. I took over AirAsia 14 years ago for 25 cents. We had 2 planes and 200 staff, and I didn't have a single bit of airline experience. So to all your SMEs, don't let anyone tell you that you can't do anything, because business is business. It's about a top line, maximizing your top line, minimizing your cost, and having a strong balance sheet. It's all about cash, and I'll tell you a little bit about it. By the way, this is a great audience. I didn't know there were so many people here. I just did APEC, and they made me wear a jacket. They were very worried about my appearance because I'm low cost. The Jollibee guy kept sending me notes about his business attire, etc. I was the low cost part of the segment, so I get a free Jollibee burger after I did a speech. Anyway, going back to what I did. So we started with 2 planes 14 years ago. You know, we started this airline, we signed for this airline 3 days after 9/11. And we delayed it till December because we didn't have enough money to actually pay for the bonus. So me and my partner were remortgaging our house. And the owner of the airline was really good to give us that time. So really, we really came from humble beginnings. So don't let anyone tell you you can't do anything, because if you put your mind to it, you really can. And that was the original AirAsia. It had a bird. I don't know why airlines are preoccupied with animals. You know, we have tigers, we have lions. In Malaysia, we actually have an airline named after an insect, Firefly. Really dumb name, because Firefly is the shortest living insect. And so I want to focus a little bit on branding, because SMEs, you know, you have great ideas, and the ideas are lost because you don't put enough money into marketing. So we dropped the bird. I tried really hard not to be red, because, you know, everyone thinks I want to be Richard Branson, but can I just assure everyone that I have no intention to go in a balloon at 36,000 feet, and I have no intention to go to the moon. There's too many good things to do in Manila than go to the moon. And so I dropped the bird, and if you think of the biggest logos in the world, there's only one image, right? I say Shell, you're thinking of Shell. If I say Nike, you think of the Nike swoosh. If I say Coca-Cola, you think of Coca-Cola. So I dropped the bird and I used AirAsia as our logo, and I changed it to red. And it looks a lot better, doesn't it? And that's just not the women as well. But the whole appearance of the airline looked much better. And over the last 14 years, we've grown from 2 planes to 200 planes. We went from 200 staff to now we have 17,000 staff. And in our first year, we carried 200,000 passengers. And now, this year, we'll carry 55 million passengers. And we've won the world's best low-cost carrier 7 years in a row. And last week was really a cool week for me. AirAsia won the Asia's best cabin crew. We're the first LCC to beat all the full-service carriers. It's a fantasy of mine. We beat Singapore Airlines. So I keep telling the Singaporeans there's a new girl in town. Twice the fun and half the price. No more Singapore girl, the AirAsia girl is here. So what's our secret? How do we do it? I don't have long because Mr. Uber took all my time. And on AirAsia, we're on time, generally. Provided Manila Airport traffic control allows you to land. Okay. I talked to the president about that about 1,001 times. So what's our secret? Really quickly, by 14 minutes and 41 seconds. 3 things I want to focus on. One is branding. The other is people. Your biggest asset are the people in your company. And I'll spend a little bit of time on that when we go through. There's the people slide. So, when I first started in AirAsia, which is another point for all you SMEs, I don't think you can be an effective leader unless you go down to the ground and know exactly what's happening. Too many Asian CEOs lock themselves in the office and just command. So I used to carry bags once a month. I used to be a steward once every 2 months. And then the job I hated most, checking in people, I used to do every 3 months. But I wouldn't have made effective decisions unless I did that. And I'll give you 2 stories on that. When I was carrying bags, when we were on the 737, we used to just throw the bags in to the cargo hold. I mean, not throw the bags in, lovingly put the bags in. Nice bag, put it in. When we went to the Airbus, it was a few inches taller, and we couldn't throw the bags in. So my boys asked me for belt loaders, and I said, no, we can't afford that, no belt loaders. So the next time I carried bags, they put me on the Indonesian flights. Now, people who fly on AirAsia generally bring their house with them. People who fly to Indonesia bring their neighbor's house as well. So there were a lot of bags, okay? And I almost destroyed my back in the process, and I went, okay, guys, I'm wrong, you're right, we go buy belt loaders tomorrow. Now, if I didn't do that, I probably would have destroyed many people's backs and probably started a union. In 14 years, we don't have a single union. Malaysian Airlines has 41 unions. And so I think corporate culture is so critical, and accessibility to your staff. I dressed up today for, I bought these trousers in M&S because I didn't have any in Glorietta, because Tony was driving me nuts about his business attire. But generally, I just wear a t-shirt and jeans. And I deliberately look worse than my staff, because then there's no distance between you and your staff. If you look worse than them, they have every confidence in talking to you. And I'd rather have 17,000 brains working for me than just 10 guys telling me everything. Gives me problems in Malaysian airports because they generally think I'm an illegal immigrant that just jumped off the latest plane, but I'll deal with that. So I think being a good leader is accessibility to your staff, ability for them to communicate with you, and being very transparent. The second part of why I went to the ground is we couldn't have gone from 2 planes to 200 planes without people. And you weren't going to manufacture pilots or just pick them up from the Rustam store or whatever. You had to go out and build it. So I decided to look for people within my organization. And this is, if there's one lesson you take away from it today, is be unconventional in how you look for your people. When I was carrying bags, I saw so many bright kids who just left school when they were 13 or 14 due to financial reasons, who were much, much smarter than me. So when we had our first cadet pilot program, we opened it up to everyone. I said, I don't care whether you have A levels, O levels, whatever. If you want to be a pilot, we'll support you. And our first 18 cadets, 11 came from within the company who had left school, 14, 15. They were store boys, accounts clerks, etc., etc. And we had one boy who left school when he was 13. I carried bags with him, and I thought he was so smart, and I said, I'll pay for you to go do this. He had the highest marks ever in the Malaysian Flying Academy. He carried bags for us, and he took the exams, and he had the highest marks ever, and today, he's a captain. So you imagine, you join the airline to carry bags, 8 years on, you're a captain in a brand new A320. And that's the energy, and that's the power in AirAsia, that people believe they can do anything. Females, there were no female pilots in Malaysia. And I said to my captain, I said, why are there no female pilots? And he came up with the most ridiculous answer that can be never repeated again. And I said, if a woman can run a country, she can certainly fly a plane. And now we have 45 female pilots. And the other day was history. Captain was female, co-pilot was female, all the cabin crew were female, and all the passengers were male. That bit's not true. And the girl on the left-hand side of the slide, when I was in a bar one day having orange juice, she came up to me and said, look, my dream is to be a pilot. I said, go for it. She's a very smart Thai girl, and she went for it. She calls me up a year later and says, everyone says I'm really beautiful. Can I take part in Miss Thailand? Very interesting concept. But okay, if you win, I get to use your photograph for the rest of your life for free. And she said, okay. And she won Miss Thailand. She took part in Miss Universe and came 5th in Miss Universe. And now she's back in AirAsia as a captain. So she's the only we're the only airline in the world with a Miss Thailand flying for them. Okay? But the moral of the story is not that. The moral of the story is because we're such a flat structure, she had the courage to ask her, to live her dreams, to ask whatever she wants. She was one phone call away from me. And I think effective decision making is about removing bureaucracy, is about allowing people not to be afraid and telling you, we have grown so quickly because everyone's got the same mission, everyone's got the same vision. Branding is not about external branding. Branding, most importantly, is about internal branding. Because if you want to sell your product outside, if the people inside your company don't understand it, then 50% loss, right? So we spend a lot of time on that. So the biggest asset you have in your company is your people. My biggest job is to turn raw diamonds into diamonds. And to all of you guys, as you're competing against the bigger boys, your advantage is your flexibility and your ability to get more out of people than big corporate stuffy organizations that don't allow growth. And branding. We've spent a lot of money on branding. Initially, I used to wear my cap everywhere because we had no money and make controversial statements so that people would take photographs of me. But I do that less now. And we were a small airline with 7 planes, but we sponsored Manchester United. Very, very difficult for me because I hate that football club. But you have to be a prostitute once in a while, And so we were a little airline, but yet we were in Old Trafford. And people before used to think, oh no, you have to stand on the plane, you'll be sitting next to a chicken, etc. But when we sponsored Manchester United, suddenly it was like, wow, that's a serious airline. And we were cheeky with advertising. I always had this running battle with Singapore. When they blocked me for 7 years between KL and Singapore, and probably because of my mouth. And but we did this great ad. So everything in Singapore was Singapore girl, Singapore girl, Singapore girl. So we put our, and they have a Singapore Airlines stewardess looking up in the sky at a megatop. So we put our little plane there, put our 4 girls, and said there's a new girl in town, she's twice the fun and half the price. And instantaneously everyone knew us, not because of that ad, but if you look at the 2 skyscrapers, I erased Singapore Airlines Tower from the Singapore skyline. And instantaneously everyone knew us. So make sure you always put branding into you and be a little bit on the right side because you never know. Technology has been a great leveler for us, and we really, the ability for us in the early days, no one used the internet before we came along. And now 85% of our business is on the internet. We're a big believer in mobile technology, and I think it's really important for SMEs to really involve themselves in technology. I won't go through this because I think David covered it very well, but data is king. Please make sure you have a little bit of a budget to know your customers because that's crucial going forward. So that covers what I want to say. I just want to tell everyone out there that you can live your dreams because as a 5-year-old, I always felt I wanted to own an airline. As a 13-year-old, my parents sent me to boarding school. They didn't like me very much, and they packed me off to England. I remember getting on this Qantas plane and wearing a unaccompanied minor and arriving in London. And the first thing I thought was, God, everyone's white here. I told my daughter, you have no such problem, as when you're around Heathrow now, everyone's Indian. So you feel quite at home. And I remember going back to school, and I arrived at Epsom College, in my boarding school, and think, Jesus Christ, what have I done wrong in my life? And I was calling my mother with, 10 pence coins because we didn't have mobile phone then. And I said, can I come home for Christmas? And she said, no, it's too expensive. And it was in my brain always that I wanted to start a low-cost airline. So live your dreams, because from some dreams comes some reality. Don't worry whether people laugh at you or whatever, because if you don't dream, you won't have that wonderful opportunity to change your life or change a business opportunity. Never take no for an answer, because thousands of people will say, no, you can't do it, it can't be done, etc., etc. There's a very fine line between brilliance and stupidity, but no is a key word. And always be positive, because you only have one life. And don't be afraid of failure, because if you fail, you can try again. You don't want to sit there at 55 and say, I wish I did it, because you can't press a rewind button. So thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Fernandez. We now move on to the Q&A portion of our session with Mr. Fernandez. We will have to limit this one to 2 questions only. Thank you.
See, the low-cost airline always gets rationed. Slots in Manila, questions. Yes, sir.
Hi, Tony. John Salas. I came from Glendale, California. And I have the same, little background in aviation. So my question for you is, why Airbus, not Boeing?
Oh, right, they're cheaper. Basically.
Is it the same concept
Yeah,
as JetBlue?
they're all the same. They're both great planes, but Airbus gave us a better deal, and we're low cost.
Is that free maintenance for? Is that a lease program or?
No, we own all our planes.
You own, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Hi,
Yes,
Tony.
sir.
Butch
Hi.
Bartolome. I'd like to ask you, or you are always into partnership. What's your view on partnership?
Oh, right. Partnership is really sacred. I haven't been too good at it at marriage, but in business we've been very good. Well, that took a little bit of a delay. Good Catholic country. We have great partners here, Ambassador Yao, etc. Ma'an, who came with me from the music business and has been bloody awesome. We don't understand Philippines like our partners understand Philippines. We're good at running an airline, but we don't understand the dynamics here as well. Similar in Indonesia and everywhere we go. So partnership, I think, is critical. But your partner has to, if it's a partner of equals, it's a disaster. So we had that in Japan, where ANA, 2 airlines tried to do it together, and it was like Nightmare on Elm Street Part 3, right? It was just horrific. So in partnership, if one partner knows his role and the other partner does it, then it works out great. And that's been our feeling so far. Okay. I've got 1 minute 36, so can I take a third question? Okay. Someone stuck their hand up somewhere. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mr. Fernandez. I'm Albert. I come from the service industry here in the Philippines. I agree with everything you've said. I'm a big fan, by the way.
Thank you.
And I
You want a
haven't.
free ticket somewhere?
Yes, in fact.
Where
I
would you
do.
like to go?
Cebu.
Cebu, okay.
Okay.
See me afterwards. You get 2 tickets to Cebu.
Oh, thank
you.
Funny you mentioned, though, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna start this
I'm
question.
so cheap. You
Okay.
say I'm a fan, I give you 2 tickets.
I'm a great. I'm gonna say this. I'm still a great fan, despite the fact
That I bribed you.
that I had a horrible experience with AirAsia.
Oh no.
All right. I mean, and this is part of my question. I
Yeah.
come from the service industry.
Yeah.
You know what people say about you get what you pay for.
Yeah.
And in my case, it seemed that way because I really didn't get the kind of customer service response that would have appeased me, a passenger who had to wait 7 hours in Cebu, flying back to Manila.
Yeah.
Without, actually, I agree with you, technology, because I was looking at your mobile app. It was more accurate more updated than the ground staff updating
Yeah.
us. So I was updating your other customers for you, stuff like that. But we were there for 7 hours.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let me introduce you to Ma'an.
Now, my question again is about customer
She runs
service.
AirAsia Philippines.
All right, great.
Now look, like anything, we're gonna screw up. Yeah. And I think complaints such as yours is what makes us better, right? So I always tell my staff, complaints is free market research. Someone took the time to write to you to tell you why you're bad. And so we take it very positive. We've had a tough time in the Philippines for a variety of reasons, which, this is not the appropriate place to actually say it. But there's a yellow and a blue kind of thing there. So, but we're wrong. But watch us in December. We're going to really change aviation in Philippines. We've worked bloody hard, and we're really, really confident about our airline in 2016. So obviously, when you get your free ticket, we're going to treat you like God.
Thank you.
4 girls will take you on the stage, we'll comb your hair, we'll do whatever. Ma'an, please take note. He's a good-looking guy. Ma'an is single. But more importantly, when you take your next AirAsia flight, write to me. And if we suck, then I'll resign. Okay? I am very, very confident that AirAsia Philippines is going to be the most loved airline and an airline that will change tourism here. You have an amazing country here. You really have an amazing country.
Thank you very much.
You should be very proud of what you've achieved. I go around the world saying the shining light in ASEAN is the Philippines. It really is. And I get myself in loads of trouble by telling the truth. But in this case, you really have. So we're very bullish in the Philippines. We're very bullish about showing the world in a sustainable manner the amazing places you have in this country. And we have great people here. We've been a little bit unlucky. So check us out in 2016. Enjoy your free flight. Enjoy Ma'an. And
I look forward.
The
Thank
next
you.
flight is more important. My email is tonyfernandez@airasia.com. Let me know your experience.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much,
Okay.
Mr. Fernandez. Unfortunately, there will be no more time to give away tickets.
Bye, everyone.
Let us now welcome our next speaker.
Sheila Marcelo wasn't raised in a household with traditional gender expectations. She was pushed by her entrepreneur parents to learn math. It was while she was entrepreneur in residence at Matrix Partners that she developed the plan for Care.com. Today, Care.com has more than 15.2 million members in 16 countries, connecting families and caregivers in a convenient and reliable way. Named one of the top 10 women entrepreneurs at Fortune's Most Powerful Women Summit, the multi-awarded Marcelo is proof that the world is big enough for women in technology. Like math, innovation knows no gender.
Ladies and gentlemen, the founder and CEO of Care.com, Ms. Sheila Marcelo.
They already have a backup plan for me. Good morning. So this morning I'm going to talk about why care, why it's a global issue, why it's personally important to me, and why as an entrepreneur I'm making an impact. So I'll start off by saying I'd like you to close your eyes. And I'm looking at you, so please go ahead, close your eyes. Everybody. I'm going to say the word care. Close your eyes. Care. Now open them. How many of you thought of moms, grandmother, caregivers, love? Often the soft issues. How many of you thought of the phrase economic imperative? Does that even come up with that four-letter word? Such a soft issue. Why do I call it an economic imperative? Because today in the US alone, $280 billion is spent on child and senior care. It's in the US, it's not even global. Second issue, it's often the most expensive item now for dual income families in the United States. It's actually higher than home and mortgage. It's more expensive, even more expensive than transportation or college. Third, what's the key driver of absenteeism in the workplace? What impacts productivity? And today, what are they calling what impacts presenteeism? Care. Fourth, GDP would increase if we had equal female participation in the workplace. Guess by how much? In the United States, 9%. If women worked as much as men, 9% in the US, 13% in the EU, 16% increase in Japan. 16%, it's unheard of. What supports women working? Care. So if you ever wonder if it's a soft issue, it's not. It's full of love, but it is an economic imperative. Second fact about care. You're sitting here in the audience saying, Sheila, this doesn't pertain to me. I've got care at home, very affordable here in the Philippines. Doesn't matter. How many of you have children? How many of you have nieces and nephews? How many of you have been children? We have a soaring senior care crisis that is upon us. And this is no joke. Today, 50% in the US between their 40s and 50s are already part of the sandwich generation. Over the age of 65, 1 out of 9 will die of Alzheimer's, and over 85, and we are aging and getting older because of healthcare and technology, 1 out of 3 will have Alzheimer's. And for you women in the audience, 2/3 will be women. And 2/3 of the caregivers will be women. So if you wonder whether care should pertain to everyone, absolutely. The third, not only do we have a growing demand problem, we have our serious supply issue. 2 issues that come with supply. Where do you think the caregivers are coming from? 1, there's paid caregivers. They are significantly underpaid. Most countries around the world do not support domestic care workers. They don't have the laws or the regulations to protect them. So how are we going to attract people into this space that we have a high demand to take care of our loved ones? And for those that are unpaid, here's what's happening. Women are opting out. What do I mean by that? In many developed countries around the world, women are deciding not to get married or to have children. They don't want the burden. In Taiwan, 1 out of 3 women are deciding not to get married. In Japan, 1 out of 5. You're wondering, well, how does that impact supply? Who do you think the caregivers are? 50 years ago in Japan, daughter-in-laws, 50% were the caregivers. Today, 16%. Who, for men in the audience, Who is going to care for the parents of single men when we have issues around supply? What's the solution? Care must transcend boundaries. If you ever wonder about immigration reform, my prediction, just like food, care will be an essential. We will open our borders to make sure that there's care and that there will be a global marketplace. So if you still think it's a soft issue with those three arguments, come talk to me afterwards. But now, why do I care? Me personally. I was born and raised here in the Philippines proudly. I went to the United States for college. I went to Mount Holyoke College, and I got pregnant at a very young age. I don't wish it upon your children. It was very difficult. I had to go through undergrad, grad school with my husband, Ron, and through our careers, struggling with care. And fast forward, our younger son, Adam, I begged my parents to come to the US to take care of our younger son. And my father was carrying him up the stairs and fell backwards and had a heart attack. So at 29 years old, here I am, an immigrant in the United States. My husband's parents were deceased. I was working in a technology company, and I was using the yellow pages to look for care, an important issue that was going to help me fulfill my dreams in my career to go work. And I was using the yellow pages, so there had to be a better solution. So now, as an entrepreneur, why do I care? We started this in 2006. You heard in the introduction, I was an entrepreneur in residence, my third company. We've raised over $200 million. We're now in 16 countries. We took the company public 2 years ago, but let me tell you, it is a hard, hard ride as an entrepreneur. Many of you are nodding. SMEs, startups, it's difficult. Here are my 3 lessons. I call them my 3 Ps. It's quick. The first one, get over the perception issues. It's very difficult. So, because Asian, Filipina, 6 of us, everyone had designated professions because my parents were entrepreneurs. They didn't want any of us to be entrepreneurs. There had to be a doctor. There had to be the dentist. There had to be an accountant. And I was the designated lawyer. And I decided I wasn't going to practice law. I studied law, but that's not what I was going to do. I was worried, overly worried about my parents' perception. Still want to respect your parents, but pursue your passion and your dreams. Second story around perception is when I started this company, I had a classmate who worked at an investment bank who I very much respected. And she sat down with me when I was thinking about this company, and she said, why on earth, after dual degrees at Harvard, would you start a babysitting company? Why would you go do that? Why don't you, instead I had an offer to be a CEO of a hot internet mobile gaming company. And I opted to do this because of what a mentor said to me, to be true to yourself instead of managing perception. He asked me this simple question: are you in the pain business or are you in the pleasure business? That means, am I focused around entertainment or am I there to solve problems? Pain business. Prior to Care.com, I was helping families save money for college. Not very fun. Second, try to find a job. Third, now trying to find care. So manage the perception issues in your life to go pursue something. Second P, people. Cannot be where we are today without the incredible team. The incredible team. I tell you, this is not even part of my speech. Jonathan here from Thumbtack's a friend. He brought his team to the front row. And you know what was the most important thing to him? He took a picture of them at the very beginning. And I observed that and I said, building companies is about the people. It is about the teams. For all SMEs and startups, you cannot do it alone. I get the honor of being able to stand up here and share my story, but it is the people behind the things that we build. Every service built by people.
average, from the time we started, growth has been pegged at about 6.2%. And we're hoping that we will maintain that or even increase that number. There have been massive investments, especially in the social services, multiples for the budget for health, for education in particular. Our mantra is inclusive growth. The only way to be able to achieve inclusive growth if we invest in the human capital, which we think is the greatest single resource. There's still tumult in the global economic sphere. The question of refugees is also at the forefront of everybody's mind, stability, terrorism, pandemics. But that's where fora like APEC comes into the picture. A platform where we can really concentrate on synergies and complementarities between the various economies, leading to positive changes in each of our individual societies. Whereas absent that fora, you will all be relegated to parochial concerns. You now have a venue that you can actually see commonality of problems and a lot of times synergies between solutions proposed so that everybody takes care of their parochial concerns while expanding their own capabilities to do so by growing their own respective economies.
More fun. Philippine Islands. It's more fun in the Philippines. More fun in the Philippines. Philippine Islands.
Planning a meeting? It's good to know that when work meets fun, success happens. For example, did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? And studies show that taking a break outdoors increases attention span by 20%. Research says that meeting in blue rooms enhances productivity, while bright colors inspire creativity. It has also been proven that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So it's good to know that you are with the happiest people in the world. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines. Where fun works. Research proves that smiling releases endorphins and lowers stress. So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works. Did you know that a warm climate improves well-being? So for your next meeting, convention, or business event, meet in the Philippines, where fun works.
Sa November 18 at 19, idadao sa Maynila ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM. Dadaluhan ito ng mga World Economic Leader mula sa 21 member economies ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dito ilalatag sa kanila ang mga napag-usapan sa mga isinagawang APEC meeting sa iba't ibang lugar sa Pilipinas sa loob ng halos isang taon. Kasabay nito, maganda ring oportunidad ang APEC para sa mga kabataan upang makilahok sila sa isa sa mga makasaysayan at inaabangang pagpupulong sa buong mundo.
Ano po yung APEC?
APEC is actually, for me, isa siyang samahan ng mga bansa na kung saan naglayong mapaunlad yung ekonomiya ng bawat miyembro nito.
Ay, wala pong idea eh.
Ano siya, gathering ng mga Asian countries para mas mapalawak natin yung relationship ng bawat isa.
I don't know. Wala akong idea po.
Sa tingin ko, yung Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isa siyang samahan ng mga ekonomiya na nag-uusap-usap at nagkakasundo upang mapaunlad ang ating ekonomiya at para mapaangat ang estado ng pamumuhay dito sa Pilipinas at sa kanila ding mga ekonomiya.
sa simpleng pananaw sa APEC, ganun kahalaga yan. At sa ating mga kababayan, isang malaking bagay yan para siguraduhin magkaroon tayo ng trabaho, siguraduhin makapasok tayo sa mga merkado nila.
Hindi maikakailang maraming mga produktong world-class ang may pagmamalaki ng Pilipinas. Sa pamamagitan nito, naipakikilala natin ang husay at galing ng Pinoy. Ngayong at host ng Pilipinas ng APEC 2015, layong palakasin nito at gawing globally competitive ang micro, small and medium enterprises o MSMEs na itinuturing na backbone ng ating ekonomiya.
Marami rin ibang pinag-usapan sa APEC tulad ng disaster relief, health issues, environment. Mga importante rin to. Pero kung ekonomiya ang pag-uusapan at sa trade, ang tingin namin talaga ang mahalaga rito yung kapakanan at mga interest ng micro, small, medium enterprises. Mismo yan yung mga micro enterprise. Yan yung mga minsan tinatawag natin doon, micro and small enterprises. Yan yung mga may tindahan sa ating komunidad. Yan yung mga gumagawa ng mga damit, mga bag na empleyado, mga 10. Sa atin, itong MISMI, mga micro, small, medium enterprises, kailangan bigyan natin ng pansin yung mga pangangailangan nila. At kasama doon ay yung mga polisiya, mga proseso, mga regulasyon ng gobyerno ay dapat pag-aralan mabuti at i-simplify, gawing mas madali.
Ako po si Leonor Kuliitang Sabingat po. 43 years old. Kami po yung grupo ng mga SMEs na nagmamanufacture ng mga veggie-based products po, tulad ng mga veggie chips, veggie cookies, ng mga preserved fruits po, mga nuts, peanut butters, mga ganun. Sa competition po, matututo tayong mag-improve ng ating product.
comentario de José. Sí, todavía te entiendes, porque todavía le están poniendo la barra a la aeronave y van a jalarla con un tow, avísale. Ahí en el protocolo venía que en el tow, que van a poner una barra y van a jalarlo con un tow porque no pueden dar por su propio impulso aquí en a la plataforma. Todavía no va, que todavía no baje. Hay que esperar, están poniendo la barra. La secretaria.
When we were offered the opportunity to do so, and it rotates amongst the APEC countries, we believe that at the time that it was being offered to us, by 2015, we could already show the fruits of our mantra of good governance is good economics. And the turnaround in the economy is, I think, very, very apparent. The vibrancy and the change in attitude of our people also. Hosting it at this particular time, showing the fruits of the work that we started on in 2010, might serve as an example that can be copied by other countries, thereby improving also their economies, which makes for a better partner. So we believe that it's the right time to show the positive changes that have happened in a relatively short period of time that saw us from being the sick man of Asia to, some have quoted, the Asia's rising star.
Based in the Netherlands. I work as an economist or as a professor in the Erasmus School of Economics that's in Rotterdam, the Erasmus University of Rotterdam. I've been in the Netherlands for almost 20 years. Many countries have become middle income, like the Philippines. But it seems that it's very difficult to go from middle to high income. That's why we call it a trap. And the reason is that as you become richer, your wages are no longer competitive. So when you're poor, you use your competitive advantage in cheap labor to be able to find your niche in the global market. The Philippines is very unique in the sense that we were one of the first low income that became middle income. So we were among the first three actually. After first it was Japan, China, and then in the Philippines. And then we sort of then stayed in that position. Thailand, Malaysia, China, they are now upper middle. But the Philippines, although we were ahead in becoming a middle-income country, we sort of stayed in the area of a low middle country. Of course, history played a part, so we had so many decades of being under dictatorship, and that's really a lost opportunity for the Philippines.
Entire Philippines under martial law.
You cannot talk about social upgrading and inclusiveness without tackling the problem of competitiveness. Or, for instance, the fact that that we are in the low value added means that there should be more shared responsibility between local firms and foreign firms to bring more upgrading in the workforce. Public partnership can be used also for development goals, also for product upgrading, for innovation, for increasing the returns to education. All we can use partnerships. We can use more and more. We need more social dialogues. The Philippines is now one of the fastest growing economy in the world. No? And I think that's because, as soon as you have just that minimum amount of political stability, the society reacts. So business reacts to that, people react to that. And I think that has a lot to do with the message also of Daang Matuwid of the President, that it has sort of created some form of credibility in the capacity of government to actually make this reform sustainable. I'm very optimistic with the future of the Philippines, but I think what is crucial here, we have always had in our values as Filipinos the value of bayanihan. I think people power is just a translation of bayanihan, and I think that is where we have to draw our cultural wisdom, our cultural wealth as Filipino, to really work with each other and to have a shared future of prosperity. So not only for the rich, but really for everyone.
Communication companies.
Nakatutok ang buong mundo sa idadaos na APEC Economic Leaders Meeting o AELM sa bansa ngayong Nobyembre na inaasahang dadaluhan ng mga pinuno mula sa malalaki, mayayaman at may impluwensyang ekonomiya sa rehiyong Asia-Pasipiko tulad ni US President Barack Obama, Chinese President Xi Jinping at Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe. Hindi na bago para sa Pilipinas na mag-host ng naturang international event dahil noong taong 1996 nang paunlakan natin sa unang pagkakataon ang pagdaraos ng APEC sa bansa. Mula rito at sa marami pang nagdaang malalaking okasyon gaya ng PayPal visit nitong Enero, masasabing sapat ang karanasan at kahandaan ng ating pambansang pulisya upang mapanatili ang kapayapaan at kaayusan at masigurong ligtas ang APEC delegates habang nandito sa Pilipinas. Kaugnay nito, binuo ng pambansang pulisya ang Task Force Manila na pangungunahan ng National Capital Region Police Office o NCRPO.
We have 3 subgroups. We have the group for billeting, tayong venue at saka yung route ng ating para sa APEC. So tinitingnan namin kung saan titira yung mga VIP natin, kung saan sila dadaan at kung saan gagawin yung ating mga occasion. Yes, we have long prepared for this event for already almost a year. And I believe that we're already 100% ready for the event in the next 2 weeks. So mahaba naman yung preparasyon na ginawa natin. Kasama dito yung template na nakuha natin during the papal visit of Pope Francis. We were able to assess kung ano yung mga mas paigtingin pa dapat natin at kung ano yung mga kakulangan natin during that time.
Pinaigting naman ang police visibility sa mga lansangan 2 linggo bago ang AELM. Mayroon ding advanced command post at mga nakakalat na CCTV camera sa mga estratehikong lugar para mabantayan ang galaw ng mga tao sa paligid.
But make no mistake, of course, yung ating mga operatiba sa field ay tuloy-tuloy yung kanilang pagtatrabaho at lateral coordinations are being made with other law enforcement agencies as well and all our stakeholders. Definitely, where we're aiming for a zero incident na APEC at mabigyan natin ng daan yung ating international leaders na makapag-meeting at magawa nila yung kanilang tungkulin dito sa Pilipinas na walang masamang nangyayari.
Ano naman kayang maaaring maiambag ng publiko upang matiyak na magiging matiwasay ang AELM?
I think kailangan talaga ng parang unity sa atin para magkaroon ng
di sundin ko kung ano yung sinasabi nilang pagbabawal, di sundin na lang natin para walang
Maganda ang asal para pagtingin sa mga ibang bansa, maganda ang Pilipinas.
The better the people of the two countries, the life become better. Okay, then like you said, our leader, the chairman will come here, then make the relation much more better. Okay, that's what we expect.
Be an upstanding citizen, not cause trouble, build relationships with people here.
Regional Director, Police Director Pagdilaw has ordered our field commanders to engage the public where they are, yung ating mga nasasakupon sa buong NCR, na malaman nila kung ano yung event na talagang mangyayari comes sa third week of November, para maintindihan ng publiko kung ano ba yung pwede nilang maitulong sa atin, at inumpisahan namin yan by asking them to help us with information that they have on the field, at matulungan yung ating mga kapulisan na maisagawa namin yung aming police operations to clear our communities of any threat, person or group, or any illegal activities.
Kung may impormasyon, isumbong lamang sa Pambansang Pulisya sa pamamagitan ng pagte-text sa 2920 o kaya na may tumawag sa Patrol 117.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Sa APEC kasi magtataka sila bakit merong health. To think we're talking about economies and trade here. But then sabi nga natin, with healthy people around, magiging healthy din ang economies, pati economics, pati ang trade na natin, mas magiging maganda ang pag-unlad ng bansa.
Malaki ang pagpapahalaga nating mga Pilipino tungkol sa pagpapatibay ng ating kalusugan. Malaking bagay para sa mga tao ang isang malusog, hindi lang ng pangangatawan kundi pati na rin ng paligid na kanilang ginagalawan. Parte na ng isang maunlad na bansa ang maayos na health sector.
Well, hindi natin kayang sabihin na nasa maayos na estado na pagdating sa health status ng mga Filipinas o ng bansang Pilipinas. Marami pang dapat tutukan at ayusin. Malawak ito eh. Currently naman, ang ginagawa natin ina-upgrade natin, pinagaganda natin mga facility, mga government hospitals at mga health centers. Ang sa gayon maengganyo naman yung mga kababayan natin na gamitin itong mga facilities na ito.
Ngayon nga't host ng Pilipinas ng APEC, mapalad tayo dahil isa na namang malaking oportunidad ang dumating sa atin para mas lalo pang paigtingin ang kakayahan ng bansa sa pagsuporta sa kalusugan ng mga Pilipino.
So, ang APEC actually serve as a venue for us para magkaroon ng pagkakataon ng pagpapalit o pag-share ng mga experiences ng bawat bansa sa mga threat na naranasan nila as far as health is concerned at paano nila ito hinarap nang sa gayon huwag naman dumating yung puntong tayo magkaproblema, meron na tayong mga pwedeng pagbasehan kung paano natin address yung mga ganitong problema. Isa sa highlight doon na kung saan tayo na-involve ay yung pag-uusap tungkol sa banta, halimbawa ng mga emerging infectious diseases tulad ng MERS-CoV, Ebola, na nagkaroon ng pag-share din.
Dahil bawat Pilipino naman ang makikinabang sa mga positibong epekto ng APEC, marapat lang na makiisa ang lahat para sa tagumpay ng pag-host natin nito.
Sabi nga natin sa pag-i-implement ng mga measures na gusto natin gawin, malaking role ang ginagawa ng mga kababayan natin dahil hindi natin kaya ito ng government lamang. I wanted to make sure as well that the people are involved, people are actually educated as well and well-informed on what they're supposed to do. Nang sa gayon, maharapan tayo sa ganitong threat, malaking bagay na yung alam na kaagad ko ano yung mga dapat gawin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin. We're not really starting from zero here. In fact, ang Pilipinas ay isa sa mga bansa na meron naman nakalatag na plano na kung paano harapin ang mga ganitong banta sa ating kalusugan.
Samantala, narito ang ilang mga paalala para sa mga mangyayari sa APEC Economic Leaders Week.
Alamin natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para sa maayos na pagdaraos ng APEC Leaders Week. Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas, pati na ang mga pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19.
Well, when it comes to the positive effect of APEC to the health sector is that there were a lot of things that we were able to get from those, from the countries, from the different economies na umattend, na ma-experience nila na pwede natin gamitin dito sa bansa natin. Included here is really orienting the people as well on what they're supposed to do pag nagkaroon ng ganitong banta sa atin.
Malaking hamon mang maituturing ang pagpapanatiling maayos ang sektor ng kalusugan, handa naman ang karamihan upang alalayan tayong lahat sa kung anong makabubuti para sa atin at sa bansa. Sa tulong na rin ng APEC, tiyak na malayo ang mararating natin kapag kalusugan na ang pag-uusapan. Ika nga nila, health is wealth.
Well, ang APEC, kung titignan natin, isipin nila, pang-economist lang yan, tsaka trade. Hindi po. Ang APEC is ginagamit ito, tama, para ma-improve ang ekonomiya ng isang bansa. Pero para mapa-improve ang ekonomiya ng bansa, kailangan meron tayong malusog na kaisipan.
workspaces, technology, and infrastructure make up a business. But it takes the right people in the right place for a business to succeed.
We are Transcom Worldwide. We've been in the Philippines for 10 years.
We're Mode Controls Corporation. We just celebrated our 30th anniversary.
Our company is Continental, established 40 years ago.
My company is Unilever. We've been here for over 88 years.
The working skills and traits of our Filipino workers are that they are very highly educated, very knowledgeable, very dedicated.
We love the Filipino employees. Philippines has the highest literacy rate in the world. 95% of our employees are college graduates, so it's easy to give them the skills.
The learning curve of the Filipino employees is quite fast, and that makes it easy to work with them.
They also tend to be Western in the outlook while being Asian, and that allows them to connect with other influences quite easily.
Our Filipino workers, speaking as fluent English as they do, makes it very easy to work, to communicate with our partners around the world.
The difference with Filipinos is that they listen and they hear what isn't being said. That and the English proficiency makes them the best in the business.
Best in Asia.
With a population this large and strong, anything is possible for your business.
The right people make all the difference. Your business, our people. Invest in the Philippines.
That leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. That center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. That country known for handicrafts is also a leading spacecraft component provider. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC CEO Summit in the Philippines this 2015.
Sa darating no November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos sa ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito. Pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
The threat of global climate change is more
on providing economic growth to the rural areas. It provides opportunities for the youth. It provides equal opportunity for women. It opens doors for micro and small enterprises in particular to be able to participate in the global trade. It is growth that is based on innovation. So all of this, I think, in the discussions that we've seen, wherein there is broad participation now among the economies in supporting this kind of concept and the programs and projects that will go along with it. I just want to add a few more things to that we were discussed. Of course, we did discuss the WTO and the desire to really have a successful conference, MC10, the Ministerial Conference in Nairobi next month, and that there is still support for the continued support for the multilateral trading system. We had extensive discussions on how to build on the 2010 APEC Leaders Growth Strategy and endorsed the APEC strategy for strengthening quality growth. We exchanged views on how to improve services trade and endorsed the APEC Services Cooperation Framework. We took steps to implement the Beijing Roadmap for APEC's contribution to the realization of the FTAP, or the Free Trade Area of the Asia Pacific. We made progress on several initiatives relating to global value chains. We discussed ways to improve connectivity, where we want to achieve a goal of a seamless, comprehensively connected and integrated Asia Pacific, and took steps to implement the APEC Connectivity Blueprint for 2015 to 2025. On work relating to the environment, we made progress to fulfill leaders' commitment to reduce applied tariffs on the APEC's environmental goods list. And to support the ASCF and further APEC services-related work, we launched the APEC Virtual Knowledge Center on Services and updated the Services Trade Access Requirements database. On the work in terms of the micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MISMEs, We welcome the outcomes of the meeting of ministers responsible for trade, including the Boracay Action Agenda to globalize MISMIS, and developed an implementation plan. We also welcome the outcomes of the Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises Ministerial Meeting, including the APEC Iloilo Initiative, which is growing global SMEs for inclusive development. Everyone acknowledged and agreed that e-commerce is an important vehicle for MISMIS to participate in the global market. In fact, this may be one of the most important tools to allow small businesses to participate in global trade. And so there will be a lot of effort put into the development of or promotion of platforms. I shouldn't say development, but promotion of e-commerce platforms to enable MISMIS to participate in global trade. We agreed on a digital economy action plan for MISMIS, which will yield the work agenda for MISMIS. We discussed the importance of encouraging financial institutions to evaluate the business models and growth potential of individual MISMIS. There are many more, but I will stop there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretary Domingo. The floor is now open for questions. I would like to request those who will be asking questions to approach the mic at either side. Give us your name, media affiliation, and who the question is addressed to. Finally, we would like to request the media to focus as much as possible their questions on APEC-related issues. First question, please.
I'd like to address my question to Secretary Del Rosario. I'm Ellen Tordesillas. I'm with Vera Files and Malaya Business Insight. Yeah, in your discussion of the blue economy, was the conflicting claims over the South China Sea, especially the fact that some of our fishermen cannot go into some areas, was that discussed?
The APEC agenda did not include any items on the South China Sea.
Could you elaborate more on the blue economy and the discussions of the blue economy?
I'm sorry. The question, as I understood it, I couldn't hear you very well, Ellen. The question was there a discussion on the South China Sea?
Yes, sir, because I was thinking, if you're discussing blue economy, was the problem about our fishermen being prevented to...
No, the answer is no. There was no discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Second question, please.
Chris Laranio of Dow Jones. Sir, I heard that Indonesia again tried to get palm oil, Secretary Domingo. Indonesia tried again to get palm oil included, if not in the environmental goods list, then in the rural products. I was told that they weren't included in the list. Is that correct, sir? And is there any reason why?
I think that may have been last year or a few years ago when there was an attempt to do that, but to include it in the environmental goods list. But that was not, the decision was to keep it to the 54 items that was approved in Honolulu.
I thought, sir, that it was moved to the so-called rural products that contribute to rural economy.
Yeah, the rural products is a concept that was presented and that was discussed, but I don't think there were specific items that were approved or discussed in that category.
Final point, sir. Is the recent haze or in the past, does that play into the decision to not discuss it?
No, there was no discussion at all about the haze. At least not at the ministerial level.
Please. Okay, thank you, sir.
Since the two cabinet members should be proceeding to their next official engagement, we have time maybe for one final question.
I have a question here, please. I'm standing here.
Yes.
Yeah, Tres Reyes from CNN Philippines. Sir, I have a question for Secretary Domingo and to Secretary Albert. Was there any discussion about the Paris attacks? And will you, or have you made any recommendations as to how this should be treated in the statement that will be released by the leaders at the end of this meeting? That's my first question. My second question is, Secretary Domingo, you talked about steps that were taken regarding the FTAAP, which was pushed by China last year. What are these steps, and how are you now proceeding forward with regards to other trade agreements such as TPP and the regional and the whole spaghetti bowl of FTAs, and how you are going to make sense out of all of this moving forward? Thank you.
There was a common refrain from the ministers in terms of the Paris attacks, and I think this can be summed up in terms of everyone had expressed their condolences to the families of the victims for the terrorist acts. There was a call for unity of nations and peoples, and there was additionally a call for bringing to justice those who perpetuated the horrific developments in Paris last Friday.
Okay, on your question on the FTAAP, FTAP,
Can I just have a follow-up on that? So there was a discussion among the ministers on the Paris attacks, and then you made recommendations to the leaders to how to present it, sir. It will be included in a separate statement or part of the APEC 2015 declaration coming out of the leaders themselves.
I think each minister who spoke started with the commentary on the terrorist attacks in Paris. I think that was the common refrain, as I indicated. I think that has all been minuted, so it's contained in the minutes. I don't know whether it's carried as a matter of would that be included in the press release? These are personal expressions of sympathy and condemnation.
Therefore, APEC as a group has not come up with a statement taken a stand as APEC on this particular
I don't think
event.
we did.
As ministers.
Yes, I don't think we did. We didn't come up with a group position on it, but as I said, everyone who spoke the same language.
Thank you, sir.
okay. On the FTAP, actually, there was a lot of interventions about the FTAP. Basically, that they'd like to see the work continue on the study for FTAP, and there is a target that the submission of a comprehensive study and accompanying recommendations by the end of 2016. So that seems to be ongoing because there have been task force and a core drafting group that has been formed, and there are initial deadlines actually by January. But the full report the target is to have that by the end of next year. On your other question as to how EPTAP relates to TPP, RTAs, the regional trade agreements, etc. There were also some discussions on that by the ministers, and there were a number of comments that all these other trade agreements, such as the TPP, the RCEP, RCEP, the bilateral trade agreements that are proliferating, the other regional trade agreements, are all building blocks that are actually good even for the multilateral trading system, which is WTO. Because by having more of this regional or bilateral, plurilateral type of agreements, we actually advance the position of the free trade regimes, which makes it easier to conclude at a bigger group such as the EPTAP and eventually the WTO. So these are all building blocks. That's how it's viewed.
Thank you.
One last question, please. I've been standing here waiting and being polite. May I ask a question, please? Okay, right here. All right, I'm just going to go ahead. I'm with Voice of America. I have a question for Foreign Secretary. Beijing did not inform whether its president going to visit or attend APEC until 8 days ago. Now he's here. Mr. Xi is here already. I wonder what Manila had to do to convince Beijing that it's worthwhile to come here to attend APEC, and whether his attendance at APEC would provide a new impetus for improving the bilateral relationship. Thank you.
We certainly welcome the presence and attendance of President Xi Jinping, and we're very happy that he's here, and we believe that he has honored our invitation, and he has been promised that we would be a good host.
Thank you very much. This press conference is now concluded. We would like to thank Secretary De Rosario, Secretary Domingo for their time, and we would like to thank our media partners for covering this event. Thank you.
Yung sa atin.
one has to remember the Doha round of negotiations and the lack of an agreement on the Doha round negotiations. One would want a global agreement. A global agreement becomes most inclusive, and therefore the potential for growth for everybody is maximized. So absent that, then we have to participate in all of these regional trade agreements for obvious benefits. No? They increase the market size, access to commodities, services, technology, etc. With the conviction that all of these have to be inclusive rather than exclusive. So the more inclusive it becomes, driving to make it more inclusive should be a priority for every country.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers. This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing. This center of marine biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups. This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place. This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub. The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs. Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Sa joke lang humahataw ang idol na taxi driver.
Tears. You both have very powerful stories. And one striking thing, Dexter, you had said was, for innovation, we must look at our past. But not everybody can do that. It takes a lot of self-awareness to really look at your past and use it to build something. Tell us, to those in the audience who may be thinking, oh my God, I have a similar past. Their story is like mine, and yet they're sitting there and they don't have a company like yours. What was the aha moment, as Oprah would say, that clicked in your mind that this is it? Dexter.
I think for us, to answer your question, why do we look to our past? Because when we look to our past, we understand who we are. And when we understand who we are, we understand why we face the challenges that we face. And I think for a startup, particularly one that's founded here in the Philippines, we're constantly building our business around how to solve problems that can make an impact on people's lives, because that's where the market is. The market is, lower income here compared to the rest of the world. The aha moment for us was that there's companies, the Philippines is growing very fast, 7% GDP growth every year. The companies that are here, they're scrambling for talent. And there's a workforce of about 40 million here. The aha moment is, why don't we empower the job seekers to make Borma, to build their profiles, to showcase what skills they have, and allow companies to find them based on that. Because that's what companies are really looking for. They're not looking for a piece of paper on a desk. Companies are looking for the talent that can, and the skills that can help them achieve their company's goals. So that was our aha moment. We flipped the script. Rather than, passing papers or going to a job fair where the line's going outside the door, we enabled companies to really search for the talent and the skills that they really need.
Hi, Karen.
Hello.
Everyone. So, as for our company, I think it takes a level of self-awareness, knowing your strengths.
But you must be very close to your grandmother.
Yes.
For her to have an impact on your life that way.
Yeah, because when we moved to the U.S., it was a very tough time for us. I mean, I had to work jobs I could barely get a job because I was 16 in college, and I had to do stuff to earn money. But it was my grandma cooking breakfast every day, dinner at night, just trying to push us through this machine of education. But so she was strict, but now looking back, she did everything she could to help us. The same thing for my mom, and so looking back, it's like, it's time to give back.
Now, both of you answered a clear need, which is a requirement for actually making a startup succeed. You have to answer a need, and you need to have a customer base. The question now is, for you, for example, wherein it's simple wearables, invention is part of the innovation. Where did you get the inventor?
So I was also actually, what I didn't mention in the talk was I financed the company by working as a part-time fitness instructor. So I taught fitness programs, and I also...
I'm impressed. Okay.
I also took photography. I took photos for clients just to survive. But as a fitness instructor, there are Fitbits out there, a lot of wearable devices that addressed self-quantification. And that need is only for a very tiny portion of the population. There are a lot of other people that need to move. Those who are disabled, those who need physiotherapy, those who are obese, those who are elderly.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when we tried to look at all the different segments and looked at which one should we address. And the elderly population is the only population segment that will keep growing.
That's
Guaranteed.
true. Yeah, because we
Guaranteed.
will all become old at one point.
All of us, yes.
But then what's interesting, Dexter, before I go back to you, you put up this business in Hong Kong. Am I correct?
Right.
You missed that in your speech, but I was able to chat with Angelo backstage a while ago before lunch. And you said it was so easy to actually start a business in Hong Kong. And that struck me. You could have started that business in the Philippines. And yet, tell them your story about Hong Kong.
Right, so in Hong Kong, I filed a form, and it was, the incorporation form, and I was on my own.
And you're a foreigner.
I'm a foreigner of Hong Kong, and within a week, I got it. If I paid a little bit more money, it would be 24 hours.
But can you imagine that? He's a foreigner, he's not a resident, he's not a citizen. He opened a company in Hong Kong within, you said one week. If you were going to change something in the Philippines so that there would be more startups, more foreigners coming in, what would it be?
Cameras are rolling, right?
Yeah, but the Hong Kong experience is very telling for the SMC Summit today.
So I guess in terms of, because we're also in the process of doing this, and we've gone through this in the Philippines, and you need 5 people to incorporate. 3 of which have to be Filipino-born, and if you don't have that many co-founders to start with, you can't even incorporate, and you can't have a license to do your business and everything. And so it would be great for a lot of, for the Philippines in general, to attract a lot of the talent, because you can see Thumbtack hired a lot of people here. Our company's hiring a lot of people here. There's a lot of talent here, and for us to tap that, let's fix the processes and make it a lot easier for foreigners to help build a business.
So it's right to say that you are considered a foreigner in Hong Kong, yet you founded a business in Hong Kong.
Yes.
Okay. Dexter, what about you? Caliber, is it incorporated and founded in the Philippines?
We were first incorporated and founded in the Philippines. And what I want to say is that there's going to be a lot of challenges as an entrepreneur you're going to have to fix. I know we talk about the government as being the problem and it's inefficient. If you're an entrepreneur, don't wait. Right?
That's what happens when you have young panelists. They speak their mind.
I think that what we have to focus on is there a problem? How do we fix it? That's what we're doing every day. And filling out paperwork at the SEC, it's just another problem. It's one that makes your head hurt, but it's a problem, right? Just fix it. Just move on. Because there's bigger challenges. We can't, what I'd rather say is that I'd rather solve, fixing the administrative items or the small items. This employment problem is the big one. Why am I going to sacrifice solving the big problem because I'm intimidated by the small ones? This is what the call of entrepreneurs are, to solve problems. So administration, it's a part of the headache. And I've been throughout Southeast Asia. To be honest with you, it's no better. So I think that, this is where I think we can really challenge ourselves. We can really focus our energies on solving the problems that matter to society rather than the problems that matter to our administrative headaches. So yes, we were founded first here in the Philippines. Yes, we're incorporated first here. When we got into Y Combinator, we also set up a Delaware company, and of which the Philippine company is a part of that group now.
But how do you ensure client satisfaction? I mean, considering your matching, how do you control quality and client satisfaction when services are delivered by a third party altogether, which is Caliber?
Well, wow, you're really investigative on me right now.
Yeah.
That's a really great question. Any other talent platform out there, you essentially submit a PDF of your resume. In short, the platform doesn't know anything about you other than your 26 kilobytes. Caliber, we ask each individual person, what skills do you have? Where did you work? What did you do? What assessments can you pass to demonstrate your skills? So we're very focused on what an individual's capabilities are. And that's how we match them to a job. So it's no wonder that when a company, and we work with small startups and we work with major conglomerates, San Miguel and Ayala. We work with small companies, we work with Frutas, we work with Jollibee, we work with all sorts of companies. It's because we really focus on what they're really looking for. They're not looking for a piece of paper. They're not looking for another application. They're looking for talent. So that's where we focus our energy. And I want to give a shout out to our customer service team. We work very hard. Any question asked by anyone is answered in an hour, right? We want to make our clients successful, the companies who use us, and we want to make our job seekers successful. At the end of the day, our engineers, our product managers, our business development folks come to work because our job is to help other people find work. And that's what keeps us motivated every day.
My last question, the similarity with both your stories, you both experienced a certain amount of hardship, which is shared by many tycoons and frankly, many wealthy people, not just in the Philippines, but all over the world. Dramatic stories of struggle and hardship and pain. But yet, both of you were also educated abroad. You were exposed to different culture. Looking at Filipino talent that is not able to go abroad, can they innovate compared to those that have exposure in Silicon Valley, in other parts of the world? What kind of training and support would you give Filipino talent that will not go abroad like both of you have done?
Caliber, in and of itself, we're a talent company. And one thing that we can humbly brag about is we have top quality talent. Our engineering team, which is a really good focal point for this, they're all Filipino. All of our engineers who built our product and our platform are Filipino. But guess what? Google ranks all of the engineers globally based on competition. Of the top 10 engineers in the Philippines, according to Google, Caliber employs the top 5.
Oh, that deserves a hand.
What deserves a bigger hand is that the number 26 in the world also works at Caliber. So don't tell me that, that the talent here can't compete. We can compete. We are competing. We're just competing abroad.
But what do we need to support our talent?
I see. I think that, my parents, it's interesting because our grandparents both raised us. Our parents were working to really support us. We had the opportunity to study abroad. I think what Dado said earlier and what we're trying to do right now, at least with Caliber and the startup community here, is we want to seed the ecosystem of entrepreneurship. Because what you can't learn at Ateneo La Salle or UP is how to fight for a problem every day when you have to fight against your bottom line, right? You have to learn how to apply your engineering skills, your business development skills, your sales skills in the context of solving a problem where there's real risk involved. So what I think is more important than, say, well, in addition to focusing on education, in addition to focusing on training programs and investment, all of which we need, I think what we also need to do is to build the ecosystem of startup entrepreneurs, to make sure that the existing startups that are getting off the ground and solving problems are able to cultivate that next wave of entrepreneurs. That's what we're contributing to.
Beautiful. Thank you, Angelo.
Yes, so very well said. In addition to helping the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem here, my advice is more personal, I would say. Because you have all the talent you need here. What you really need to do is to find that problem you want to sink your teeth on, the one that you won't latch off and just let go of, and solve it till it's solved. That's the first one. And the second one is the courage to bite onto it. Because my team is very, very talented. Like Caliber, all of our engineering talent is in the Philippines. And we're growing still. And it started from high school classmates. And so that's why I'm recruiting all of them. And then from there, they're networks, and they're very talented people, and they're right there, somewhere back there. Wave? Can you wave? Somewhere out there.
They're in the dark.
Yes.
Yes.
So I mean, and besides just helping the ecosystem, like for companies like us who have been fortunate enough to get this far, we'd like to mentor or help out.
Okay.
And yes, for you guys, you have the courage to ask and ask for help. So.
Thank you very much. Perseverance and build an ecosystem for entrepreneurs. Dexter Gordon, Angelo O'Malley, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett, Mr. O'Malley, and Ms. Davila. That was riveting. We now pose another poll question to our guests. As wearable tech gadgets become more and more popular, do you think they will enhance the quality of life? Again, our next poll question is, as wearable tech gadgets become more and more popular, do you think they will enhance the quality of life? Join our conversation. We now move on to our next speaker. Barbara Navarro joined Google 8 years ago and has been, during this time, head for the South of Europe Public Policy and Government Relations team. She has been in Hong Kong for a year as head of operations and strategy for public policy at APEC Middle East, Africa, and Russia. Before joining Google, Barbara was at NBC Universal as Director of Regulatory Affairs for Spain and Portugal, and at Clark Modet and Company as Director of the International Trademarks Department. Also, she's been a teacher at the Faculty Law of Carlos III University for 8 years. Barbara has a law degree and an executive MBA at IESE Business School. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Miss Barbara Navarro.
Okay. No, now it's working? Okay. Hello, everybody. First of all, thank you very much for having me here today. It's a real pleasure to be with all of you. When I was thinking about my presentation, the title of my speech, that now, if you take a look to the program, it's a completely different thing. But at the beginning was SME and innovation. I was asking myself, should I talk about SME? We are not an SME anymore, but we work very close with all of them. Then there are a few things that I can share with the audience. Or should I talk about innovation? We are a very innovative company. And again, there is a few things that I can share. But why I don't talk about SME and innovation? People probably is expecting me to talk about both things at the same time. But I'm going to tell you something. At the end, I decided to focus on innovation. And you know why? Because when you think about what is innovation and what's the driver of innovation, size, it doesn't matter at all. What is innovation? Innovation is try to do things in a different way for the better. What's the driver of innovation? The driver of innovation, and I have heard this during all these amazing speeches, the driver of innovation is passion. Not because I have heard the word passion several times, it's because I have seen this passion in all these people. Then, okay, and then I was thinking about me and about these 8 years in Google, and I was asking myself, okay, Barbara, is your life driven by passion? Is your work driven by passion? Are you trying to do things in a different way for the better? I will come back to this later. But what about Google? It's Google. What is Google passion at the end? What was Google passion 15 years ago? And what is Google passion now? Google passion is to try to organize world information and make it accessible. Google passion is try to make this world better. That's Google passion, and it's still there. But what about the products? Let's go deeper into Google products. Let's see if we can identify that passion in Google products, and let's see if we can identify that each time that we launch a product, we try to do things in a different way for the better. Let's take the search engine. Our most popular product, probably. What was driving to Stanford students more than 15 years ago to build a search engine? It was a new product at that time? It was not a new product. But why they decided to focus on this? Because they thought that they can do something in a different way, maybe faster. Can we deliver results in less than 1 second? Maybe broader. Why we don't organize information, all the information that is out there, or maybe just let's improve the user's experience. Let's take a look to Gmail, or let's take a look to Maps. Again, same rationale. It was the first time that someone came with this message system or with a Maps. No, it was not the first time at all, but they were looking into this in a completely different way. Android, it's a great example. At that moment, when Google started working on Android, they were not leading the mobility market. They were very far away. In fact, there were a lot of companies out there that were leaders in the market. But then they realized that mobility was a different thing. And they approached mobility in a completely different manner. And now we have Android. Then these are good examples of the passion was there all the time, and still there. We are a very passionate company. And of course, what each time question that we made is how we can do things different. But what is next? Do we have the same approach? Okay. Let's talk about the self-driving car. Or let's talk about Loon, these balloons that are flying all around trying to give connectivity to people that don't have access to the internet, or the lens that are able to measure the level of glucose in your tears. All same rationale again. What is behind all these projects? Behind all these projects, it's a lot of passion. A lot of passion about what? We want to change this world. We want to do this world a better place. And why we don't approach things in a different way for the better. Cars are not new. Given connectivity is not new. Lens or measure the level of glucose that you have in your blood is not new. But we are trying to approach this in a completely different way. Then, okay, that's great. I mean, Google is super passionate. I mean, I hope that now you have this very clear. And yeah, I mean, we are trying to approach everything each time with different eyes, with fresh eyes. But what about Google employees? Do they share that passion? I mean, Google employees that we call Googlers, we have that passion, in fact. And when I was preparing this presentation, I was trying to think, okay, where is this? Are we drive by passion? And in fact, we have a name for that. We are drive by passion, and we call it Googliness. That's how we call how we are drive by passion. As you can see, we have names for everything. Then, okay, and I was trying to think, can I show the audience few examples of how people in the company is driven by passion? Yeah, I have. And how people is looking to things in a different way? Yeah, I have. I have two good examples. I have Google News, and I have another good example. I have Google Books. Both projects are the result of 20% Googlers' time. What is this 20% Googlers' time? It's Googlers, we can spend 20% of our time per week trying to come up with a project, with a product that can change the world. It's as ambitious as that. And these two products are the result of this 20%, okay? Again, a lot of passion there. But my favorite one, I think that this is a great example that shows that we are all innovators. Our project, I don't know if you have heard about our project, and there is no animation in this slide, but I invite you, to check our project today. What is our project? Our project, it's one person in the marketing team in Spain, very far away from Mountain View, where our headquarters are. One person that said, hey, what happened if we apply Google Earth technology to paintings? Oh, why we have to apply Google Earth technology to paintings? Because we think that with a human eye, we can capture all the details of paintings. We think that when we have a painting just in front of us, we can see everything. But that's not true. There are a lot of details that human eye cannot capture. And we apply Google Earth technology to our project. Then now we can enjoy a lot of paintings that are high-level resolution. And this came from a person at the Spanish office working in marketing team. She basically was thinking about Google Earth and paintings in a completely different way. Then this is another good example. What about me? I talk about me at the beginning. 8 years in Google. I'm driven by passion. I'm trying to look to things in a completely different way. I drive by passion, that for sure. I think that I have learned that from Google. I really am passionate each time that I go that I do my job. I really try to do things in a different way, and I'm proud to see a few of global projects that born in my department. Then, yeah, I'm trying to do things different, and I'm driven by passion. but it was not like that at the beginning. I have to be very honest with all of you. And I'm going to share with you some experience that I have when I just joined Google. And I remember that I was with my manager, and she said, well, okay, let's think about this project. Let me know how you will develop this project. First reaction that I had, ooh, we don't have the resources, and we don't have the budget. And she said, I remember that, I mean, I will always remember. It's, okay, you are not thinking big. You should think big. And then, I mean, I didn't say anything, but I realized it's true. I'm not thinking big at all. I should think bigger. And I learned to think big. This was a learning process. But I have to say you something. In this transfer 1 year ago from Europe to Hong Kong, I have learned a lot too. And I have learned a lot about failure. I came from a country that don't know how to failure. That's one of the problems that we have. And I have heard here a lot of stories about failure, people that try, it doesn't work, and try again. One of the speeches was, I tried 6 times. That's amazing. And that's one of the learnings that I have from people in Asia Pacific, that they are open to fail, that they are open, to innovate, which was a great learning. Okay, then to make like a summary, this is all about, passion. It's all about let's think big. We really need to think big. It's about impossible is nothing. And I mean, all these stories are about that. Impossible is nothing. But probably you were thinking, okay, Barbara, this is super, but can you give us a little bit more related with SMEs, something that we can't apply? And I'm going to share, a few things in terms of how SMEs can innovate. Well, first of all, I assume that all this passion and looking into things in a different way is there. SMEs has some amazing advantage, which is the size, the flexibility, to move to another thing if something is not working. But a few comments, how SMEs can innovate, new business models. We are seeing this all the time, how you can reinvent yourself and do things in a different way. Technology, internet gives us an amazing opportunity to go for new business models, new efficiencies. There is a lot of technology there that help us to be much more efficient. An example, cloud computing is there for everybody. New ways of marketing. We talk about social networks. We can reach people through very, very different tools are all there. The clients, the customers are all there, and we have a lot of platforms to be close to them. New experience, and this is again the failure thing. We can try, and if it doesn't work, we try again. It's fine. I think that new technologies and internet allow us to be that flexible. And new markets, let's think global. It's not anymore about the country where we are. It's about, we are talking about that the world is global now. It is global, and in all the markets are there waiting for you. Then this is what I wanted to share with you during my speech, and I'm gonna close my session, my speech, with a video that it summarizes very well why all that technology, all that innovation that it's there, it's innovation and it's technology that is there for everyone. Thank you very much. Can we play the video?
Thank you, Miss Barbara Navarro.
Hey, shady baby, I'm hot like the prodigal son. Big up Battolini, Mini, Money, Mo, and Flower. You're the chosen one.
Hello, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, a big hand for Ms. Barbara Navarro. We now proceed to our next speaker. Today's biggest discoveries were born out of man's curiosity. From cavemen creating the earliest tools for hunting, to modern-day scientists and inventors creating medicine, machine, transportation, communication systems, among others. Man's insatiable need to make his life better has led him to undertake a continuing journey of creation and innovation. In the past 10 years, we saw man harness the exceptional power of technology and channel it to amazing inventions which made a huge impact to global societies. The phenomenon of near global access to internet connectivity via cheaper smart mobile devices has made communication easier and more affordable. The production, storage, and transmission of energy from clean, renewable sources are addressing the world's biggest problems: energy security and the consequences of global warming. Innovative healthcare solutions are made even more accessible with a click of a button. E-health systems that combine DNA data, wearable technology, connectivity, and behavioral interventions drive better health outcomes through prediction, prevention, and targeted treatment. A faster and more efficient way of moving money from one person to another through peer-to-peer lending democratizes access to both capital for borrowers and investment opportunities for lenders. Small flying machines and unmanned aerial vehicles are being applied disruptively in various situations and needs, and information and knowledge outside the classroom is now accessible through online learning, driving towards a globally accessible, personalized, and competency-based future education model. Looking into the future, these up-and-coming innovations promise to take us even further in making our world more efficient, more safe, and more nurturing. An environment which has the ability to drive intelligence and automation to almost every industry. A printer that can democratize manufacturing and make production much more efficient and cost-effective. A computing approach that combines machine learning and artificial intelligence to create learning systems that replicate human cognition at scale. Vehicles that have the capability to reduce, if not eliminate, human errors in transportation. And a distributed cryptographic ledger that will allow the public to conduct transactions in a completely transparent way. As long as man works hand in hand with one another, breaking down barriers, constantly creating and innovating, pushing the boundaries, the possibilities are endless. One world united, building, creating together a better tomorrow. Before we proceed to our next speaker, we would like to invite everyone again to download the APEC SME Summit mobile app, available in iOS and Android. Just search for APEC SME Summit 2015, download the free app to access the conference program, profiles of our speakers and innovation exhibitors, exchange virtual business cards with them, as well as track the schedule of the featured exhibitors' talks happening simultaneously at the atrium level this afternoon. You can also answer our poll questions using the mobile app. Once downloaded, the app is easily triggered by hovering your device's camera on the APEC SME Summit logo printed on your event card or on any APEC SME Summit logo you see. Please remember, we're on social media. Find us on Facebook, APEC SME Summit 2015, and on Instagram and Twitter at APEC SME Summit 2015. You can use hashtag APEC SME Summit 2015, hashtag Pushing Boundaries, and hashtag Prepare to be Disrupted. This event is being live tweeted, so don't forget to tweet your questions after each session and we'll read them out during the Q&A. We now proceed to our next speaker. Scott Anthony.
Scott Anthony believes innovation is more than a buzzword.
It's a discipline.
It's a discipline.
The co-founder
and managing partner of InnoSight,
a consulting
and investment company that focuses on strategic transformation, disruptive changes, and business model innovation.
He leads its
Asian consulting operations
venture capital investment activity. Between Boston and Singapore, he addresses the growing need for companies to anticipate disruption better in their industries and create transformative strategies for renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, the managing partner of InnoSight, Mr. Scott Anthony.
So close to being a great introduction, but good afternoon, everyone. You're going to get to see me present twice today. I'm going to give you 10 minutes of thoughts about an unbelievably broad topic, innovation in the future now. Then I'll come back in just a little bit to talk about how you actually can go and drive innovation. So to start talking about the future, I want to go back in the past. I want to tell you a story that occurred a couple years ago. My wife and I were looking around for a Christmas present for our almost now 8-year-old daughter, Holly. Now, my wife made an observation. She said, every time you're at home working on your laptop, Holly likes to sit on your knee and type along with you. If you ever get an email from me with typos, it's Holly's fault, I swear, it's not mine. My wife said, why don't we get her something that looks like a laptop so we can encourage this behavior so that when she enters the workforce in 20 years, she'll be that much more prepared for it. My wife always thinks ahead. So we went and we got her a Dora the Explorer laptop pictured here. Now, I won't give much product advice today, but for parents in the room, here's one piece of advice. Do not buy a Dora the Explorer laptop. It is one of the world's most irritating products. But Holly likes her Dora the Explorer laptop. She's outgrown it, but she still takes it out every once in a while to play with it. But as I've watched Holly grow over the last couple years, I've observed that the way she is consuming what we call computing is radically different from a laptop. You might see her on the couch on our Apple iPad, watching obsessively every single YouTube video ever created about My Little Pony. Or you might see her using our Microsoft Kinect system, doing this to box, doing this to play tennis, dancing and interacting without pressing anything at all. As I watched these behaviors, I recently said to my wife, you know, I don't know what Holly will be doing in 20 years when she's in the workforce, but I am sure it will not be using a laptop. The dominant form of computing today will not be the dominant form tomorrow. Will it be brainwaves? Will it be wearables? Will it be habit? Who knows? But innovation is changing everything. It's transforming the way that we work, live, play, communicate, raise our children, participate in society. It is the most important thing for all of us to understand. Now, our organization was founded by Dr. Clayton Christensen of the Harvard Business School, the guy who coined the term disruptive innovation, first in a Harvard Business Review article 20 years ago. So not surprisingly, we are obsessed with tracking the underlying trends that have massive disruptive potential. We're watching 5 most closely. The first is what you might call the rise of robots and drones. I saw the Toshiba robot downstairs. It terrified me. But in more serious things, you see here a picture of the Amazon drone. Amazon, Alibaba, and a number of other people are working on technologies to allow drone-based delivery of packages. Amazon is a relentlessly innovative company. It recently filed a patent for predictive delivery. That is, they can predict something that you're going to order before you order it. Can they read your mind? I don't think so. What they do is use big data analytics to begin shipping things statistically to an area and then write the label as something is in the truck or on the drone. Second trend that we're watching closely, additive manufacturing, 3D printing. The woman pictured here, Grace Choi, founded a company called Mink. This allows you to custom create makeup of any color or tone. Now, this company might not succeed, who knows? But when you combine together drone-based delivery and additive manufacturing, if you are in a business that involves making stuff or distributing stuff, your world is going to change. Third trend that we're watching that you heard discussed in just a couple discussions ago, what sometimes gets called wearable technology, pervasive computing, Internet of Things, the disappearance of computing into everything. What you see pictured here is the Magic Band that Disney has rolled out at some of its theme parks. This allows Disney to do an even better job of one of the world's most beautiful business models. You go into a theme park, Disney picks you up by your ankles, turns you upside down, shakes all the money out of your pockets, and you leave with a big smile on your face. The reason why Disney is able to do this even better with the Magic Band is because they can use big data analytics. I call the fourth trend here the science of life, the quantified self, whatever you want to call it. We have more robust information that allows us to more scientifically make decisions than ever before. You heard about wearables. This is an output from my Fitbit. I wear this religiously. You can see the output here. I had a pretty good walking day, not such a good sleeping day, 4.5 hours here, because I was worried about the fifth trend. Yes, even management consultants have to worry about being disrupted. The fifth trend is everything as a service. You heard from Uber before, the world's largest transportation company owns no cars. The world's largest hotel operators, Airbnb, has no hotel rooms. Everything is being turned into an on-demand service, including nerds. Instead of paying for a consulting company like ours, you can rent a nerd for an hour, or maybe even longer than that. When you start seeing these trends come together into things like Google's autonomous car, which you heard about from the last speaker, you need to think not just about the immediate effect. Yeah, if you're Toyota or Volkswagen, you got to think about this. But you need to think about the second and third order effect as well. Cars are built to protect human beings from accidents. What happens when cars don't crash? You use very different materials, which changes the fuel economy radically. What happens when cars don't speed? A Google car was recently pulled over in California with a police officer threatening to give a ticket because it was driving too safely. When cars don't speed anymore and you're a local government that depends on revenues from speeding tickets, what do you do? What do you do when 60% of your space in urban areas, we heard before, is parking lots and you don't need those anymore? What if you're in auto insurance? All of these are industries that are going to get affected as this disruptive change continues to go through many parts of the market. We have to think about employment as well. This chart is from The Economist. In 15 different US states, the #1 search for employer term is UPS. People driving trucks. When you have 1 million truck drivers in the US put out of business by robots, what do we do from a policy perspective? These are complicated issues. It's not just the first, but the second and third order that matter. So what do you do to own your future rather than be disrupted by it? I'm going to give you 3 tips now, and then I will come back later today to give you a bit more guidance about how to innovate. The first thing is to simplify. Try and make it simpler and easier for people to do the things they were already trying to do. Rather than hope and pray, they will prioritize something that honestly did not historically matter to them. The picture here is Mint.com. A couple entrepreneurs founded this in 2007. There are a few people who will laboriously go and create budgets and manage their checkbooks, but that's not what most people want to do. They want to make sure they've got enough cash to make payments. They would love to save money, and Mint made this incredibly simple. 2 years after being formed, it was acquired by Quicken, a software company, for $170 million. 6 years after that, this year, Quicken announced it's going to sell, Intuit announced it's going to sell off Quicken, its flagship software product, and make Mint.com the core of what it's trying to do. This is what great innovators do. They take complicated things and make them simple. Now, this doesn't mean it is easy to do this. The second component is to enable that simplification, often through a very sophisticated technology. I think Uber is a great example of this. From a consumer perspective, I saw a number of you raise your hand saying that you knew or had used Uber. A number of you commented saying how great the service is. It is great from a consumer perspective. But behind that simplification is a very sophisticated set of technologies that allows Uber to scale and drive in ways that it couldn't otherwise. The third thing great innovators do is they disrupt. And when I use the word here, I use it in the classic Clayton Christensen sense. That is, they do what the market leader doesn't want to do or doesn't find in its best interest to do. Airbnb, the room-sharing platform, is a great example of this. The company is founded in 2008. Imagine you worked for Marriott or Starwood at the time, and you pitched this idea. We're going to let strangers come into people's places and sleep on their couch or sleep in their spare room. It sounds like a crazy idea. The market leaders don't have any interest in it. They're running good businesses that are doing pretty well, so they ignore Airbnb for years. How do they finally respond? Well, those two companies, Marriott and Starwood, just announced today they're going to merge and become even bigger. Airbnb follows a classically disruptive approach, doing what the market leader doesn't want to do, and it's created a big growth platform in a very capital efficient way. It's an older company than Uber, but it has raised or needed to raise only 1/3 of the money that Uber has raised. Uber's a great company, a great service, but it has gone squarely after a market that matters to a lot of people, and because of that, it's had to spend and fight for every single inch that it's gotten. When you go in the direction the market leader doesn't want to go, things look very different. I can't tell you exactly what the future is going to look like. I can't make predictions about the future. We can point out some of the underlying trends. We can point out some of the past patterns. But I think you always need to remember the guidance in different words from the three individuals pictured here: Abe Lincoln, Peter Drucker, and Alan Kay. The best way to predict the future, as always, is to create or invent it. We have got some great big problems in the world today. We got to feed 10 billion people. We've got to get healthcare and education to hundreds of millions of people who can't access it. We have to deal with climate change. We have to deal with income inequality. We have to contemplate a Donald Trump presidency. We need the best innovation energy in the world focused on these sorts of problems. I think it's nice that we have ever more reliable ways to provide second-by-second updates about what we're doing and target advertisement towards us. Those are good things too. But we really need innovators to rise to the challenge that we as a global community face. So good luck, and I'll be back with you in just a little bit longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anthony. Ladies and gentlemen, are you prepared to be disrupted once again? Here to rev you up once more is Vida and Robert.
Hello? Hi, we're back. You know what it means. Can we all get up again for a 4-minute Zumba?
Yeah.
Stretch our legs. Come on, everybody. No sleeping. Wake up. Are we ready? Okay na?
Yeah. Are you ready, guys?
Okay? Kuya, let's go.
All right, come on. Hey. Good. Right arm's good. Yeah. Bounce, shake, good. All right. Up. Yeah, good. On. All right, good. Stop. Stop. Good. Come on.
One's heading down that track, and then suddenly, in a very short electoral cycle, a government of a different flavour gets in, and suddenly all of that's passé, we're going this way now, and the public are sick of it. In Australia, there is a discussion, particularly around infrastructure, that these decisions should be made in a way that all sides sign up to, and then there is a way forward. I don't really see much hope of that, to be perfectly honest, because each side has their own particular platform, and so I don't hold out a lot of hope. You can do some small things that are actually, not reliant upon the politicians. When we did our 10-year financial plan for the city, we didn't do it as a Lord Mayor, Deputy Lord Mayor and group of councillors with our advisors. We brought in a process of participatory democracy where we got a representative group of our citizenry, a representative group, and we made available to all of them all of the information that's available to us from our experts, from our financial controllers, with all the infrastructure issues that we needed. And we said to that people's panel, you come up with a 10-year financial plan for the City of Melbourne. Now, we left to ourselves the final decision to adopt it, but in the end we did. We adopted it wholesale. And the reason that I have confidence that that will survive is because it didn't come from Robert Doyle or my predecessor or my successor, who I hope is in about 25 years' time, but that's a different issue too. It actually came directly from the people whom it will affect. And therefore I think it has a validity and a substance that is beyond political substance. Now that's sad in one way, that you have to bypass the political system in order to get it. But as I say, there are small experiments like that going on in places like Canada as well as in Australia. But until, for instance, on infrastructure, we can have people leave their guns at the door and come together and think of either the country or the state or the city first and not their mantra, which is win the next election, then we won't get such general agreement. And I don't hold out much hope for us, I regret to say.
I'm going to ask the next question of Jaime, but we'll do that after opening to the floor. But I'm going to ask you to address that very same question, except in your context. It's an emerging country context. How does one...
Yeah. So I started my architecture career when I was 19 years old. I was studying in my third year of undergrad and heard about a design competition to design hospitals. And at that point, it was just a regular, just a conceptual competition. Took part and ended up winning the competition. But what they loved about the design was how practical it was, coming from a student. So they called back and said, listen, we'd like for you to come on board and design the real thing. And at that point, I had no architectural license. I had none of it. And I said, yeah, I'll do it. We hired a local architect to sign off on all the documents. And before we started this, I spent a year in hospitals. I spent one whole year in hospitals interviewing doctors, hospital staff, nurses, administration, and asked them what was wrong with the existing design of hospitals. In India, at that point, this was in 2005, there was still no international practices when it came to the design of hospitals. And after a year of spending time in operation theaters, in ICUs, in hospitals all over the country, we started to design it. By the time I was 20, we had what is now considered India's first state-of-the-art, internationally accredited hospital. And all future models of hospitals were then molded on this model. And this was a great learning experience working with doctors on my very first project, because doctors approach problems in a very simplistic manner. There is a very famous saying called Occam's razor, which says, the simplest solutions are most often the right solutions. And they use this to diagnose patients. You know, when something is wrong, you don't immediately think cancer. You start with a common cold, and then you go as it is. So we use those same design principles in our architecture firm going forward. So I'd like to take you through about 4 or 5 projects, starting from projects that are only $100 to $100 million, and how we've applied those same principles to make sure that we provide a better quality of living for different economic societies. So these are a few more pictures of the hospital that was done back in 2005. Fast forward to my master's program at Columbia University. TED Talks approached Columbia and gave us a design problem. They said, if you were to have a TED conference or a conference like this in the middle of nowhere for 250 people, how would you design something, or how would you design the infrastructure to hold that kind of a conference? So me and 2 of my classmates, Nathan and Shay, we came up with what we call the black box auditorium. Ideally, it had to be deployable because it had to be sent all over the world. It had to be low cost because it could be scaled, all inclusive, which means it generated its own electricity, and it had to be flexible because you had different kinds of terrain all over the world, and it had to feature for that. So we came up with a shipping container because we knew that the logistics of moving a shipping container around the world had already been figured out. You could take it by land through 18-wheeler trucks, by sea on the back of a ship, and you can airlift it. So essentially, there's nowhere a shipping container could not reach. And this is what we came up with. Could we play the video, please? Sorry. Thank you. Can we go back to the slides? Yeah. So what is essentially a 40-foot shipping container converts itself into a 250-seat auditorium in less than 4 hours. And essentially, you could have a conference in the middle of a desert because we've designed a solar-powered fabric canopy that can generate its own electricity and stores it in lithium-ion batteries, and that kind of powers the whole system. So Doris, for next year's, you can call me up for the next summit, and we put it in this. So we've also designed it to be flexible so you can use it as a half configuration or a full configuration based on how many people you want it to serve. And you can use the space underneath it. And essentially, it's like an IKEA catalog. You just know that there are so many parts. Part A goes into part B, and it comes with an instruction manual, so with very little text, and it's more pictographic. So it's very easy for people to understand and assemble it. This project got a lot of good press around the world, and when I moved back to India, I realized that even though this has a lot of implementation, we kind of pivoted on it, and we used India's largest network, which is our railways. And what we've done is now we've taken a train compartment module, just like a shipping container, and we've designed portable health clinics. So what happens is a train goes to a very rural village, the last compartment is dropped off, it opens up, it administers vaccines, healthcare, routine checkups, it closes up, the next train comes, picks it up, takes it to the next village. And so we're doing that now with schools and clinics, and a lot of people from TED to captains of industry have come to us saying they want to fund it, but we're like, no, in India, labor is cheap, and we'll do it ourselves. So you should see that roll out by the end of the year. Thank you. So I moved back to India in 2011, and the minute I moved back, I started Bhumiputra up again in full force. I started it at age 19, but it was just me for a very long time. Just me and my laptop saying we had an office. I made my own cards and everything. But once I came back, we started in earnest. And the first thing we decided was with every new project that the firm got, we would adopt one underprivileged child's education and go on from there. So we started with Rakesh. So what is one child is now 30 children that we've adopted. And what we do with this is over 4 years now, we've just started to understand how they live, and we've started speaking to their families, and they have very inhospitable living conditions. So the next step as architects was to try and see, is there a way that we can redesign homes for the, completely poor people in India, in the slums. So that led us to start the slum housing redesign project. What we did was we started with a case study. So this is a Google Map image of one of the software tech parks in Bangalore. I'm from Bangalore, which is like the IT hub of India. And you have these huge tech parks all over. They spend millions of dollars on it. So I've highlighted in green the actual tech park, and behind it in pink is the slum families that are all construction workers who helped build that. So what we realized was almost 95% of people who live in these slums are migrant construction workers. They move every 4 or 5 years from one place to the next in search of work, which is why they don't invest in homes, because they know they have to move every 5 years. So automatically, that set up the parameters for us to design. What if we design a house that you carry with you? Can it be done? So, because if you can carry it with you and it's low cost, obviously they're going to invest in it. So we started, again, just like how the black box, we started with a kit of parts. And we realized because they're construction workers, they're very, very familiar with construction materials. So we approached large construction companies and told them, at the end of every project, give us 5% of your scrap materials. Your scaffolding, your plywood, your shuttering sheets, which you use for concrete, give it to us. And what we did is we designed a home for less than $300, which can be assembled, disassembled, is flood-proof, and is disaster-proof. And I'd like to take you through the first set of prototypes that we did, and then I'm going to take you through. So how it works is you have a metal scaffolding base, which can be propped up on stilts. So it doesn't matter what the terrain is, if it's a slope, and if it rains, water goes right underneath it. Then you start with the floor. We can have MS sheets, which is mild steel, again a scrap material. Then we set up the scaffolding, which is the framework. Then we do galvanized aluminum roof sheets. And then we start bamboo panels. So we take bamboo, we strip it down, and we do weaved wall patterns so that you have a lot of light and ventilation through. And then you have polycarbonate sheets on the side, which allow a lot of light in. And then again, a bamboo with a sliding door in the front. So this whole thing can be set up in less than 2 hours with just 2 people. And it costs less than $300, which is about what they make in a month. So if they were to save over about a year, without any government subsidy, without any of those things, they'll be able to afford this, which they can assemble and disassemble and carry with them. So we started pitching this to different government organizations within India, and nobody heard about it. So what I did was, we have a large-scale architecture firm as well. So from the money that we got from the bigger projects, some of which I will be showing you now, I funded 100 homes myself. And we started building those 100 homes. We went into slums all over India, and we started distributing it to the children who we adopt. We gave it to their families. And they started using it, and the results were incredible. The quality of light, see, if you look at this image, you can see you can't look into the home, right? But if you're inside the home, that's the beautiful quality of light. What happened next was magical. When our own government ignored us, something interesting happened. Time magazine heard about it all the way across in the US, and they came to us and they started this new thing called Next Generation Leaders, and they featured me on it. And the day after this article came out, the media outlets had a ball. Everybody was like, Indian named next leader of tomorrow and this and that. We're so proud of you. And the next day, I started meeting with all the government organizations in India. And they were like, you have to do this, you have to do that. How many have you done? Can we visit it? And they started looking at it, and they realized that so far we had a model that was tested, it was tried, it was tested, and it was working really well. And they've agreed now for us to go ahead and build 50,000 homes over the next year, which is a great step. So our approach now is not just to solve housing as a standalone. What we're trying to do is address sanitation. A lot of people in India don't have access to clean toilets. They don't have access to clean drinking water. They don't have the basic needs of healthcare and education. So we're working with a lot of partner organizations who are providing us solar-powered lights, solar-powered cook stoves. We've designed a low-cost blanket that has newspaper as insulation. And we're working with a firm that starts up the very first water ATM. So basically, we dig bore wells, we filtrate the water, and then everybody's given like an ATM card, and for 5 Indian rupees, you get 20 liters of clean drinking water every day. So that's our next step going forward on this project. So I'd like to take you through some of the bigger projects that help pay for the smaller projects, but are also very interesting in design, trust me. I got a call after the Time article and all that. I got a call from a billionaire who I won't name, who said he's starting up a very huge manufacturing, prefabricated manufacturing facility just the outskirts of Bangalore. And he said, I want a building, which is the R&D center, to be the crown jewel of it. You have an unlimited budget, do what you want, but the minute I look at the building, it should look like it's prefabricated. That is the only brief. So we did a lot of program analysis and sketching, and then I presented this to him, and I said, what if I designed a building for you that looked like Lego blocks? Would you like that? And he started laughing. He's like, yeah, that's perfect. Let's do that. So we actually started working on the program. So I'm going to take you through a series of diagrams over the next 3 or 4 projects with how we approach design so it's easily understandable. We start with your entries, then we define programs. So first you have the cafeteria, showrooms, community space, cores. So it keeps going. And you can start seeing it take shape as a Lego building block. And what we've done is we've designed it on a hierarchy. So the most public access is on the lower floors, and as you go higher, it gets better. And you have these terraced gardens around. So we actually went out and bought Legos. And we built the thing in Legos because we know that the compressive to tensile strength of Legos is the exact same as his prefabricated panels. So if we actually built it with Legos and it stood, there was a fairly good chance that it would stand in real life. So we worked backwards with the structural consultants, and we've just started the project. And so these are a few images of the R&D center with parametric roofs, their office spaces, at night, and finally in the backdrops of the hills. So needless to say, he was thrilled. We were happy. We got what to do. We got to play with Legos again. And so now this project is scheduled for completion in a couple of months. Coming to another big project of ours. So we started in earnest in 2011, and at that point it was just me and maybe 2 or 3 other people. And we got a call from another really big company, probably the world's 3rd largest steel manufacturer. They had just bought the Bangalore football franchise, and they wanted to build an incredible stadium. And we had not even designed a football pitch, forget a stadium. And they said, he watched one of my talks, and he was like, would you like to, there's absolutely no guarantee you're going to get the project, but would you like to pitch for this project? So I said, sure, who else is in there? And they're like, it's an international competition. There are about 70 international firms taking part. I said, sure, why not? So I'd like to take you through our design, and hopefully you'll like it. So it's a very tight site. It's about 9 acres. And they wanted to fit a 25,000-seat football stadium, a 250-room hotel, and mall and retail space, all in this one place. So what we did first was, because we did a traffic analysis, because roads in India are very narrow, a lot of traffic, not unlike another city, which is your city. So we did a lot of traffic analysis, trying to understand which are the one-ways, the two-ways, and things like that. And then we did massing. How much space does a 25,000-seat stadium take? And then we put the tower to the north, because the south would have cast a shadow. And then we took the rest of the space and we just extruded that mass. Now, it seems like a pretty straightforward project. What makes it different? There's a huge neighboring community of, it's residential. So it's a lot of homes. And you don't really want to intrude on their peace and quiet. So what we did was, we took that green part, we bent the roof of it, so that you could actually climb up the side of the building and you had a public park all on top of the stadium. So if you go for your morning walk, you can go for a walk on the road, climb up the side of a building, go for a run on top of a stadium, and come back down. So that was the proposal. And then we started designing how the entries were, how to go into the basements. We had various end users. So again, we started to build it up. First the stadium, and then you had the mall and the retail space, and then you had the roof on top, and then you had the hotel tower. So we started with the massing exercises, game day, and then you had LED lights built in so you can change the atmosphere, concerts, your concession stores, football locker rooms, VIP restaurants, the hotel, the VIP boxes. Yeah. So that was the stadium. So what happened with that project? We ended up winning the project. Okay, I'm told I've got to wrap up in a minute, so I think I may have to jump through a few projects. Right, so this is another modular school project where they wanted to design in 2 stages, so I'm just going to quickly run through these. Again, you get the gist of it. What we do is we first understand user base, the end user, and then we design based on phase-wise rather than what the building should actually look like. It's more important how it performs. And then, so this is, again, the interesting thing about this project was we designed it with electroluminescent louvers. So during the time of the day when the sun moves, it changes color. The louvers change color. So this is another really cool project, and I think I'm going to wrap up. Our final project, I'm just going to run through this. We just finished, made out of bamboo. So this is for the children that we started adopting. We're at 200 now with our partner organizations. So we've just started their first school project for them built out of bamboo and laterite. So thank you. Thanks. That's all my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shetty. For our next poll question to our guests, do you believe it is possible to solve Manila's slum problem through sustainable housing? Please answer the question via the SME Summit mobile app. Again, the question is, do you believe it is possible to solve Manila's slum problem through sustainable housing? Again, please answer the question via the SME Summit mobile app. Ladies and gentlemen, we now proceed with our next speaker. Mr. Eric Rosenthal is the Vice President of International Business Development and Strategy and heads Global Business Development for ABRA, the world's first digital cash network for any smartphone. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Eric Rosenthal.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Those of you who are a bit surprised, perhaps you were expecting Bill. So first and foremost, wanted to apologize, but also promise you that I'm going to give you as equally good of a presentation as our CEO. But before we get started, I also wanted to ask for a round of applause for my birthday, because today is my birthday. So after taking a red-eye flight from Singapore throughout the night, waking up and finding out that today is my birthday, I've also was surprised and said that you are presenting in 4 hours. So let's give it a go. So my presentation, there it is. Excellent. So today we wanted to talk to you about ABRA, but first and foremost, we wanted to talk to you about the notion of combining the forces of the sharing economy, the forces of technology innovation, and to a certain degree, technology disruption and business model disruption, and how that can impact, and more than anything, benefit our efforts of financial inclusion. So how many of you actually know what this word means? Very few, probably. So what this word means, and what we learn in our physics classes, is that it means that nature tends towards disorder. Nature tends towards disruption. And while many, let's say, existing incumbent business models and, let's say, incumbent companies would tend to be discomforted by that, and while in some cases certain individuals would be comforted by that, we believe that entrepreneurs thrive in that. So we believe that entrepreneurs can actually thrive in the environment when certain forces are coming together and disrupting how things have been done and redefining how things will be done in the future. So I can actually see that. There we go. So we want to talk to you about 3 forces today and how they can benefit financial inclusion. The first one is the sharing economy. The second one is the proliferation of smartphones. And the third is a proliferation of global applications. So first and foremost, as we all very well know, the sharing economy is here. As Uber has taught us, you can build the largest transportation company in the world, and in grand scheme of things, in less than 5 years, without owning one taxi, without employing one driver, and without having to have any, let's say, vehicle infrastructure whatsoever. Airbnb has taught us, again in less than 5 or 6 years, that you can build what is basically the largest hospitality company in the world without owning one hotel and without having to employ one employee. And then Kickstarter, which is now almost 10 years old to a certain degree, has taught us that by bringing the forces together, you can actually give birth to new companies. And as we're seeing here as well, Corsica, we have Zopa, we have Lending Club, all of these forces have taught us that it's actually possible to bring together people, to bring together the forces of democracy in the true sense of the word, and create businesses that have never been created before, or solve problems to a certain degree that have always been needed to be solved. The second force is smartphone penetration. All of us know that smartphone penetration is growing. What we also will soon see, and soon here as well in the Philippines as the market opens up to other players, that smartphones are growing at a rapid pace. But what we perhaps didn't actually realize is that when we have more smartphones, and we also bring together cheaper, better data plans, that literally smartphone traffic, the accessing of internet and the accessing of applications is projected to grow by 8-fold in less than 5 years. As we all very well know as well, we're now living in an app economy. We're living in a world where applications are the predominant way that we're accessing information, the predominant way that we're interacting with websites. This is a stat here that shows how many users are actively accessing these applications. WeChat, for those of you who don't know, is actually one of the largest messaging applications based out of China. It is predominantly is the predominant player in the market. But all of these applications are also, once again, demonstrating that people are accessing information, they're accessing these applications, and that this is a trend that is going to continue to grow. Here's another one that shows, combined with the previous slide, that there are millions and millions of users. So when WhatsApp set out to start a company, it set out to solve one particular problem, which was how much it cost to send an SMS message in between two different countries. Literally in less than 6 years, they now have 700 million active users, of which the predominant number of those users are actually interacting and communicating with each other in the domestic sense of the word. WeChat, close to 500. Skype, I think, is now close to 400 million. And all of these are demonstrating that the sharing economy is here to stay, this technological disruption is here to stay, but yet, for some reason, we have yet to see a true disruption in payments and in money transfer. Now, what we do know, particularly here in the Philippines, the country more or less where mobile money gave birth, with the likes of smart money, with the likes of GCash, is that there have been efforts over the past 10 years, primarily led by banks and primarily led by telcos, to promote financial inclusion and to promote access to payments via the telcos and the banks. And our conclusion is, in the grand scheme of things, that effort has failed. 250 mobile money applications, or let's say efforts, initiatives, as you may call it, across the world, and one effort, M-Pesa. All of us have heard about M-Pesa. All of us are, to a certain degree, to the point of nausea that we continue to hear the example of M-Pesa, but what very few people actually know is that M-Pesa represents 15% of all volume going through 250 mobile money initiatives. So in relative terms, we would actually argue that despite these efforts, they have failed. But why should we care? In the grand scheme of things, most of us in this audience have a debit card, most of us have a credit card, most of us have no issues with moving money or making payments. But our reality is not the reality of the vast majority of people. Here in the Philippines, it's estimated that 85% of the population does not have access to financial services, does not have access to the digital economy, and while they are using the likes of the pawn shops, or they're using the likes of informal networks, the reality is what is happening here in the Philippines, which is the 5th largest inbound market for remittances, is not unlike what's happening in the vast majority of emerging markets. Now, official stats would suggest that the entire global remittance market is approximately $500 billion. $500 billion going in between the likes of richer countries to the likes of what we would call poorer countries, and the livelihoods depend upon that movement of funds. But what many people don't actually know or don't feel comfortable discussing is that the market is probably at least 2x that, because approximately $415 billion additional dollars is moved across borders through informal hawala networks, which is basically an individual calling up another individual, sending an email to another individual and say, can you give my mother money? I will get it to you in some other way. Here in Southeast Asia, in conversations that we've had with business leaders, in conversations we've had with government officials, in conversations we've had with development individuals, they actually estimate that 25% of domestic GDP is moved through informal hawala networks. And what does that actually demonstrate? That despite the efforts of the telcos, despite the efforts of banks, despite the efforts, in the grand scheme of things, of governments, and numerous applications that are out there, there are still millions of people that do not have access to the same payment services that we have access to. Now, for those that do have access to payment services, many of us, primarily those living in markets where things are more expensive, where we have an interest in buying a plane ticket from another country, where we have interest in buying something from another country, are involved in what is called cross-border e-commerce. So when we purchase something from the Amazon site in the United States, and we have it shipped to us by someone, or when we send it to a forwarding address in the United States, That is called the cross-border commerce market. Now, this is a stat that says that the percentage of where cross-border commerce is happening, and the reason that that is happening is because things are cheaper, there's access to more products, but fundamentally what we also probably realize, many of us that even are in the segment A, have 4 credit cards, are making very good money, that probably in most cases, between 10 and 20% of the time that we try to use our credit card to conduct those transactions, it's declined. It's declined because we're transacting from a high-risk country. It's declined because the fraud models in the United States are not adequate to accept the Philippine credit card, to accept the card from Indonesia, and as a result, we do not truly have access to the world of commerce that everyone else has access to. So what are people buying? Fairly obvious, interesting enough. Many of the cross-border commerce is moved by women. Not surprising. Buying clothes, buying health and beauty products, etc. And consequently, you bring yourself, well, why is it that when all of these things are happening, so when we talk about what we're doing, we say, we're not creating a problem that doesn't exist. And we're not solving something that people are not able to solve already. The vast majority of people, as we've seen, are already sending money. The vast majority of people are hacking a way to facilitate cross-border commerce. The vast majority of people are facilitating a way to get money from UAE back to Manila, or from UAE to Mumbai. The reality is that the market exists. What also is true is that it's extremely painful and not necessarily efficient. So what Abra set out to do is to solve those problems. How could you create a single application, an app, that allows people to send and receive money anywhere in the world, in any currency, by only knowing the other person's phone number? How could you build the WhatsApp of money movement? Impossible, right? Technologically impossible, no one would actually get it. Well, Abra has done it. Abra has developed the world's first money movement application that by downloading the application, typing in your phone number, and validating your phone number in the same way that all of us have downloaded Viper, that we've downloaded Line, that we've downloaded WhatsApp, that allows you to download the application and to immediately be able to hold, send, or spend money anywhere in the world directly from your smartphone. So, how does it work? So first and foremost, the way Abra works is you need a smartphone, you need access to data, you download our application, and therefore we need to answer the question of, well, how do I get money in and out of the system? If you're a bank consumer, meaning you're someone that already has a bank account here in the Philippines or elsewhere in the world,
Mr. Leung, can you tell us, as a leader of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong has this reputation as a very dynamic and open economy, what is your vision for the future? What is the right way forward?
We believe firmly in the further expansion of the economies in the APEC zone. I don't think we need to sort of talk about the virtues or the whys of promoting free trade. We don't even need to talk about what free trade is. Both Hong Kong and New Zealand, and there are many other economies out there, but the two economies represented on this platform have proved the virtues and the whys of promoting free trade. Going forward, what I think we need to do is to seriously look at the hows. I think the Doha round has not been successful. We need to look at the many plurilateral and bilateral free trade arrangements between and among economies in this region and in other parts of the world too. But I think while we, as the freest economy in the world, we've been ranked the freest economy in the world for 20 years in a row. We believe that we want to be a party to these agreements and making a bold statement, a general statement, we want to be a party in these, to these bilateral and plurilateral agreements. But at the same time, I think we want to be careful not to end up for the world, not for Hong Kong itself, in a situation where some of these agreements actually make things rather complicated and confusing for enterprises, particularly small and medium enterprises that prevail in many parts of this region's economy, including Hong Kong. I said at the beginning that I firmly believe and have faith and confidence in this region's economy, because I think over the last 10 and 20 years, if you look at the volume trade that's going on in this region, and one example is the volume of trade between Hong Kong and the ASEAN countries, of which the Philippines is part. The ASEAN countries are now the second largest partner of Hong Kong's in the space of merchandise trade, only after the mainland China. It's now replaced the United States and the European Union as our second largest trading partner in merchandise. The economies in this region have been growing quite handsomely, and we believe in further growth in the years ahead, particularly as China's One Belt, One Road initiative is being rolled out. And we don't need to look at the map of the world to realize Hong Kong is very much the gateway of that Belt and Road network. And so with that in mind, again, speaking from where I am, speaking for Hong Kong, I think there is all the more reason for us to promote free trade amongst the Belt and Road economies, if not other economies in the world too.
Thank you, Mr. Leung. David Cunningham, one of our panellists who couldn't make it today, sadly, because of what happened in Paris, was the Secretary General of the OECD, which has just put out a fairly grim outlook on global trade. I think the growth figure is 2% for 2015. I think the average number is 6%. As the CEO of FedEx, can you just explain, just tell us what conditions are like out there and what you are expecting on global trade? What are your models telling you?
Well, it goes without saying that our thoughts and our prayers are with all of those in Paris and in Europe who are dealing with some very difficult situations. It's impossible to imagine the issues that they're facing. Yes, I mean, I think, if you look at trade and you look at trade over the past 5-6 years since 2008, you'll see that there's been an increase in protectionism, there's been a decrease in trade, there's been a decrease in GDP. And
this is post-2008, the GFC.
I understand, but the point that I'm making, though, is that that's where TPP is so important in terms of moving forward, because just within this past 7 months in the G20, there have been over 119 protectionist measures that have impacted trade and trade flows. So that's why I'm so and we're so strong in support of TPP, which is an agreement that has defined requirements on the part of the participants. It's a high benchmark agreement, and one that we certainly hope that more will join up to it. But to your question, I think the next point that we need to talk about is that while the agreement is there, it hasn't been ratified or approved in any of the countries which have reached it, and that is the next big challenge that we face.
Mr. Nakao-san, as a developmental bank, as someone responsible for providing the complementary policies or helping provide the complementary policies of trade, if you like, to make the arteries and make the flow of trade smoother through infrastructure, through financing. Just give us your perspective on how the development of those sort of policies are coming in Asia.
First of all, I'd like to stress that the reasons this region, especially ASEAN countries and also East Asian countries, and now India and Bangladesh and other Southern Asian countries are now growing fast at the rate of around 6% overall. is because of open trade and investment regimes. There is no question about it. In 1970s and 80s, some countries still had a more protectionistic attitude toward trade and also investment from abroad because of anti-colonization ideas or socialist ideas and so on. But now they have adopted open trade and investment regime, and that is the most important reason China started growing very fast. Vietnam did it, and now Myanmar is growing very fast at the rate of 7 or 8%. So how we can continue this kind of momentum, and in that regard, TPP and other initiatives like RCEP, RCEP among ASEAN plus 6 countries, ASEAN plus 3 countries are so important. And ADB on our part is promoting this kind of momentum by investing in connectivity projects over road and railways, sometimes cross borders, especially Greater Mekong sub-regions. They are all connected among ASEAN countries. So we are promoting investment in the infrastructure over cross borders. The second is trade finance. We are promoting, especially after global financial crisis, we gave supported trade finance by partnering with more than 200 banks in the region through our private sector lending. And third is trade facilitations. We are promoting the ideas of better customs clearance, single window approaches and so on in ASEAN countries and Greater Mekong sub-regions. So those are 3 main elements we are trying to support trade. Although trade growth is, as you said, now slower than the GDP growth, and it's not the case 10 years ago. The trade grew faster than the GDP, but we are now facing slower trade. It is partly because of a slowdown of China. The commodities trade is, slowing down even further because of less, commodity resource dependent growth pattern of China. So there is a slowdown. So how can we once again promote, encourage trade through these initiatives, and also by looking at the value change between countries, how we can foster value change in these countries, and also what we call a production network either way. So those are challenges to us.
I just want to open this up to more discussion now. And 2 speakers, both the Prime Minister and David Cunningham, did mention TPP quite strongly there. Prime Minister, to you first of all, can there be a trade deal in Asia Pacific that excludes either the US or China? Because that's what we have at the moment. We have a TTP that excludes China and RCEP that excludes the US. Is that workable, or do you have to make this work properly, do you have to have one overarching trade deal? And if you do, which one is it? Which do you think works?
Well, obviously you can have that because TPP has been concluded so far with 12 partners, and China's not part of that, and neither is India, which is again also from a demographics point of view, a huge economy and growing rapidly. But the question is that the best position, I'd say, well, that's suboptimal compared to having all of the partners, included in one grouping. It also depends on the existing free trade agreements you have. So if you take New Zealand, the big reductions in tariffs and benefits that came to New Zealand came in the countries we didn't have a free trade agreement with. So when we signed TPP, we really didn't have prior to that, a free trade agreement with the United States, with Mexico, with Canada, or Japan. So that's where the $259 million worth of benefit came, and the $3 billion, because with a lot of the other countries, existing members, we had an FTA. So in our case, if China was, for instance, to join TPP, probably the benefits for New Zealand would be fairly small because we've already covered all of that through our existing agreements. But I think if you take a step sort of further back, you'd have to say, as Chief Executive did, I think that the WTO process isn't working well. It's failing us. and there's no great sign that it's actually going to improve anytime soon. So in the absence of that, then we need these regional deals to be as broad as possible. And I think you'll either see a situation where other countries will voluntarily sign up to TPP, or alternatively, RCEP will come into fruition, and maybe they'll sit alongside each other.
They can sit alongside each other.
Well, they can.
It's not ideal, or it doesn't really matter, as long as there's a free trade agreement in there.
It's not perfect, and currently India is not a member of APEC, of course, so they're excluded. And if you think about TPP, its genesis comes from the APEC economies. I mean, I think in the perfect world, you get to a situation where FTAP is concluded, all of the 21 countries and economies that sit within APEC are included in a free trade agreement, and actually, bluntly, India would be part of that group because of its sheer size and significance. So that would be our ambition.
Mr. Leung, would you agree with that? I mean, in an ideal world, an overarching one trade policy, one trade deal?
In the ideal world, yes. I think WTO was an attempt at that.
And why did it fail?
We want to be careful looking at these RCEPs and bilateral trade agreements and other plurilateral agreements, not to end up with or end up in a spaghetti bowl of trade agreements. Just imagine you are one of these small to medium-sized enterprises out there who need free trade arrangements on one hand, but sitting in this spaghetti bowl of all kinds of bilateral, multilateral, and plurilateral agreements. What do you do? I mean, it would be highly confusing. It might even be counterproductive.
And that's what we are seeing that. David, from FedEx's point of view, are you seeing this, the spaghetti bowl, if you like, where small and medium-sized enterprises are being penalised because of different rules applying to different free trade agreements?
Absolutely. I mean, I've sort of got one leg or foot that's been in Asia and in Hong Kong for the past 22 years, and I've got one that's back in the U.S. And so, the great thing about a bilateral agreement is that it connects two countries and simplifies rules. The bad thing about multiple free trade agreements is the complexity. And where CY talks about small and medium-sized enterprises, think about the complexity of being in a market and trying to figure out the rules for this market and another market without transparency, without digitization, without de minimis commonality and all these other issues that are being dealt with TPP. And it's incredibly complex, and you say, it's just too hard to work. But the reality of it is the small and medium-sized enterprises that do trade internationally, that do take advantage, are growing at a multiple of GDP. And those but it's a fairly small percentage. And when we think about programs like TPP, or what we're really trying to do is lift up, make available to those small and medium-sized enterprises, which represent 99% of employers and half of employees in the world, make available to them what's available to global and national corporations, and that benefits all.
Mm. One of the other issues I think you'd have to say also is that every country, large or small, only has a finite amount of resource to negotiate these free trade agreements. So if you'll put as much energy into a bilateral negotiation as you will a regional negotiation or a multilateral negotiation. And even if you're the United States with all of the might of USTR, there's a limit to actually how much they can negotiate at one given point in time and how much political capital you can expend on that. So the issue is, if one of an argument, New Zealand wants to have a free trade agreement negotiated with Korea, we'll have as many people on that as we almost will on TPP. So that's the problem when you're trying to negotiate hundreds of bilateral deals. You've just got so many people tied up. It's a highly inefficient way of operating.
Which brings us just back to this point about, it sounds to the panel is in agreement that it would be for efficiency's sake and for clarity and for transparency to have one deal. And we did have a World Trade Organization. The Doha round, as we know, is not working.
Yeah, on that issue, of course, it's better if we can have one single worldwide, trade agreement. But realistically, trade is bilateral. It's not like finance. It's more bilateral. So negotiation is needed between countries. And in that regard, I really appreciate the impact of positive impact of the TPP and also RCEP by ASEAN plus 3 countries and ASEAN economic communities. These arrangements would reduce the tariff, and among ASEAN countries, 96% of tariff line is already zero. And if we look at only ASEAN original 6 countries, it is 99% of tariff is already zero. So it means that there is a tremendous impact on lowering tariff. But in addition, I'd like to stress the importance of harmonizing intellectual property rights protections and also service sector regulations and the harmonization of dispute mechanisms. So from FedEx point of view, from company's point of view, the spaghetti bowling is a serious issue. But from the perspective of promoting lower barriers in tariff and non-tariff barriers, service harmonization, and so on, if countries make efforts to lower those bars, it would have a tremendous impact, and it would be paving the way for more global initiatives. So in short, I think trade creation impact versus the diversion impact can be tremendous. Although I agree that for the inconvenience of taking over so many different tariff structures and so on, it would cause a trouble. But overall, this is a way to go to the more liberalized trade system overall.
I was just going to ask CY, as Hong Kong, a founding signatory to the World Trade Organization, is there a chance that with this new round of trade deals that it will re-spark interest in getting the Doha round back on track, or is it actually taking it further away?
Well, I do see, despite the shortcomings or even the failure of WTO, I do see the significance and the importance of having a multilateral trading system, such as WTO. It is very important because it provides stability and authority. I think we should not give up on WTO. While as if like a stopgap or one-off measures, we are reasonably happy with the bilateral and plurilateral agreements that we have. But these are basically sort of fallback positions. I think if at all possible, as a key proponent of free trade in the world with no barrier, NO, and not low, just low barrier for Hong Kong, we'd like to see a solid global arrangement.
Which would be under a WTO auspices,
Yes.
I guess. Yeah. Prime Minister, do you see the WTO as a spent force? Do you?
Look, we're ever hopeful. I guess the only thing I would sort of say realistically is that the last successful round of the WTO was Uruguay, and that was nearly 20 years ago. And it's a long time between drinks. You know, I mean, we're kind of keen to make progress. And when you said earlier, well, why does it fail? I mean, there's no point in sort of pointing fingers at people, but inevitably, when it comes down to a free trade agreement, the sticking point is always agriculture, certain manufactured items like cars, and to a certain degree, intellectual property. And if you look at TPP, there were 23 chapters, but in the end, all the work came down to those 3 areas. That's why the Maui round failed, and it was what took a successful outcome in Atlanta, was to find agreement in that. And if you think about when Doha fell over some years ago, it in the end was the agricultural lobby that was stopping that. And so my only point is that to make a free trade agreement successful, you eventually have to burn some political capital. I mean, those 12 leaders that signed up to TPP, bluntly led by Obama, eventually said, we're going to do this. And it's not easy stuff for Shinzo Abe in Japan. It wasn't easy for Stephen Harper facing an election in Canada.
What about you?
Well, for us, I mean, we come from a little country at the bottom of the world. No one owes us a living. Most New Zealanders are of the view that we've been hugely successful as a result of free trade. So, yep, there were challenges and there were protests and there was some pushback. But you know, to the point David made, I mean, our Parliament will pass TPP. It goes through a sort of vetting process, and we'll get through there. I think he's right to point out there are real challenges of ultimately still getting it through the House in the US, but in the end, President Obama got TPA through, and I think in the end he'll get TPP through.
Let's assume that TPP is viable and it will get the correct ratification. The question I want to turn to now is the rules-based TPP versus the tariff/duties model, if you like. This is much more binding. The TPP is much more binding on labour issues, on environmental issues, on third-party arbitration issues. Perhaps I'll start with you, Mr. Leung. Do you see this more rules-based approach? As David was saying, it gives clarity for SMEs, it gives clarity for more people. Do you think that is the next way forward? Are we moving in that direction?
Hong Kong is very much a rule-based economy, and we welcome rule-based trade arrangements with other economies. But at the same time, I think the PPP has taken a high benchmark approach. And these high benchmarks and high standards could become rigid, again, for two reasons for economies in Asia. Firstly, the Asian economies are dominated by small and medium-sized enterprises. And secondly, the economies in Asia are very diverse. I mean, Asia is very much a continent of contrast, and that definitely applies to the composition of our economies. It could become inflexible when it comes to application to each and every of the economies in Asia.
So you could end up with it being counterproductive, in other words?
Yes, we have yet to see TPP in practice.
Right, okay.
There could be rigidity.
But is it a point that, could you say that, as you say, it's a high benchmark, so therefore there is a benchmark, you must work towards that, get your house in order, if you like? Is that a way of looking at it? Mr. Leung?
Well, yes, I think it's good to set high benchmarks, and I think in the TPP arrangement we see things such as digital trade, e-commerce, and investment, and so on. And these, on the application level, could produce difficulties for Asian economies.
Nakao-san, can I ask you your comments on that? Do you see the rules-based TPP as the way forward, or should it be more based on just cutting tariffs and opening trade that way?
Oh, yeah, of course, there are many areas that we should work together to harmonize the system. And it's not just a tariff, which is important. Of course, we should have a harmonized system of intellectual property protections, and also the dispute mechanism and trade facilitations like customs clearance. So we should aim at more harmonized rules in countries. So in that regard, the TPP has provided a good model to go ahead, but to go in that direction. But RCEP, for instance, ASEAN Plus 6 initiative and ASEAN Economic Communities, they have a different kind of set of approaches, but it's not necessarily not the rule-based approach. They are also targeting a rule-based approach, but with a softer, and also less speedier approaches. But we are going in the same directions, and that would help. But during that time of the process, maybe it would cause some trouble, difficulty to businesses. But of course, we should go in that direction.
John Key, as a signatory, obviously, to TPP, when the chief executive of Hong Kong says it could be counterproductive, how would you respond to that?
I think it depends on your starting point. So it's interesting within TPP, it's not universal everywhere. The rules actually and the tariff elimination varies within countries. And so it's not a stock standard approach everywhere. And so what I think actually is important there is it's firstly a lot easier for a country like New Zealand, which has high levels of transparency, open SOE procurement. All of those things make being a signatory to TPP for us a lot easier. secondly, my understanding is that for countries that are emerging and developing, like Vietnam, for instance, they have more time, they have greater flexibility. So without that, it would be very difficult for them to sign up. The one area where there was some, at least, discussion, debate, pushback is around investor-state dispute, which you pointed out earlier. And the argument that gets put up around investor-state is that you lose sovereignty because ultimately, through a third jurisdiction, you can have a dispute between a government rule change and a private investment taken to a neutral arbitrator. Well, we've had investor-state in the last 4 FTAs we've signed, and we've never had a case taken against New Zealand. In fact, my view is you never will see a case taken against New Zealand because we're very unlikely as a government. There's been no experience across various successive governments where you've ever seen them make a rule change which is likely to have to be tested somewhere else. But actually, of itself, it's no bad thing that is there. I mean, if you look at the case that's there against Germany at the moment in relation to the nuclear power plant, actually the investors got a pretty fair point. On the back of a policy that was there, they invested a lot of money with the view ultimately to getting a financial return, and it's quite within Germany's rights to change its perspective on whether nuclear power should be available or not. But actually, if you're not going to be compensated for that, how and why will any international investor make those decisions? So, I mean, I think it just depends on your starting point, but in the end, people's appreciation and acceptance of the rules will rise over time, and I think that's a good thing.
Just on that point of sovereignty, let's take climate change rules, for example, that trade would be predicated to a degree on how goods are made to carbon footprints, yes. I understand. Isn't that a sovereign issue? Isn't that a sovereignty issue that it's up to a government of a country to decide what it can and can't do on climate change?
Yes, and I think ultimately, if you got to a point where any trade deal, TPP, RCEP, anything else, was so restrictive that you lost the right to make those calls or at least negotiate those, what you'd ultimately do is lock some countries out from joining. Because we're, all of us are heading off to, from what I can see, to Paris in a couple of weeks' time for COP21. You're going to have, well over, I think, 150, 160 countries turning up already with their own prescription for what their emissions target should be, and they'll all be different. And if you take a country like New Zealand, we have funnily enough, because of our agricultural produce, a developing country profile for very much a developed country. And we by definition have to go with a slightly different perspective than, say, another country that has a different makeup and composition of its emissions profile. So I think within all of these things, while you're trying to standardise the rules and standardise the way we operate with one another, and that's hugely important, the sort of stuff behind the border, behind the scenes, all this sort of stuff. You want all that to be able to flow as seamlessly and standardised as possible. I think within the agreements, you can actually have flexibility in there, and over time we'll reach the same sort of standard, but we won't all start in the same place, and we didn't in TPP.
David Cunningham, President Barack Obama has said on numerous occasions on the TPP that who will write the rules of the 21st century trade deals, and the US wants to write them through the TPP. Do you think, from what you see and what you're talking about, how small and medium-sized companies struggle, that the TPP is the best way to go? Well, and to CY's point too about sort of a high benchmark for many countries, too high.
Well, I don't think it's the U.S. It's 12 countries that have agreed to write the rules for 12 countries, and then the question is who else wants to join in to that high standard that's been set? And so I do think it's the right way to go, and I think it's for the small and medium-sized enterprises. I mean, at the end of the day, as I said earlier, the big companies have the ability to deal with the complexity and the duties and taxes and the tariffs out there, and they've been doing it for decades or longer. But it's those small and medium-sized enterprises that don't have that same set of resources where the transparency and leveraging of the digital economy creates an ability for them to participate in the global economy. Economies like Hong Kong and Singapore and others that are very transparent or very easy trade, New Zealand, where it's a half a day to open a business in that market. They've set the standard in terms of that benchmark. The other economies want to bring their economy along and open up access both in and out for their entrepreneurs and their small and medium-sized enterprises. So I think it's as a result of the failure of the broader types of agreements, this is a huge deal, a huge step forward.
But let me just add one quick point to this. The reason why I keep coming back to the importance of SMEs, why we should bear them in mind in forging new agreements, be they bilateral or whatever, is that they form not only the backbones of many developing economies, they will be the engine of the world's economic growth. And we've seen that in Hong Kong and in many parts of Asia. And more importantly, and we've experienced this in Hong Kong too, and a very positive experience, they are adaptive and flexible. And so we should bear them in mind.
Do you think generally that SMEs are looked after well enough in trade deals, or do trade deals tend to favour bigger companies?
Well, if you look at the other side of your question, I would say if we have an efficient and a user-friendly free trade platform for them, we'll see much higher growth rates in international trade and also domestic growth.
So you're saying that we don't really have it at the moment?
We don't have that in the moment, no.
Right. That's interesting. Mr. Nokal, do you see that too, that these smaller, medium-sized companies are being...
Yeah, of course, once again, those are small and medium-sized companies or even micro companies. It's more difficult to address complexity and the procedural issues of the TPP and other frameworks. But overall, if we look at the history of Asian development, the SME have been engines of the value chain of production network, and it was the basis of high growth of many countries, including in Vietnam and China. Of course, there are state-owned enterprises in those countries, but we cannot say that SME were disadvantaged in this process of growth. But in addition to just a trade arrangement, we should also look at how we can support companies and SMEs. We need to pay more attention to the financial structures, how we can invite financial inclusion for SMEs, and how we can have a more microfinance. So,
can you just speak to that, and how do you make it financially easier to get those companies access?
So those companies often have a limited access to trade finance and so on. So how we can help those small and micro companies to access to the trade finance, and that is a part of financial inclusion. And the financial inclusion is also to support those companies to invest for getting advantage of these trade networks. So in case of ADB, we have been supporting partner banks including in the Vietnamese and Laos and Cambodia and so on, to establish a framework of microfinance. And we lend to those partner banks, and those partner banks then lend to those small and medium-sized enterprises or even micro companies. So that kind of initiative should be even further encouraged in ASEAN framework, in the TPP framework and so on. And it would help the companies to deal with the opportunities.
And of course, you deal with developing economies. For a developed economy, do you need extra special policy for SMEs, or at that level, it is very much a level playing field?
We try pretty hard not to have special policies for our SMEs. I agree they're the engine room of growth. I mean, they're 95% of the businesses in New Zealand are big employers, and when they're taking on an additional 1 or 2 workers over time, that's what's really moving the dial when it comes to employment and the likes. I just think the problem, once you start setting those rules, it becomes very challenging, because company structures change and all those sorts of things. I mean, I think the only thing I would sort of say to you is I think free trade agreements help in terms of the rules around free trade by definition and all of the different complexities of that. But they're only one part of that. By definition, they don't fix all of the problems. And we have got lots of countries we have a free trade agreement with, but we're still constantly working with the officials on the ground in those countries to see our goods flow faster across the border. And the second thing I'd say is that to give a bit of credit to the APEC members here, if you look at the behind the border reduction in costs and the speeding up in processing and all of those sorts of things, over the last decade there's been quite significant gains made. And I can't remember off the top of my head exactly what they are, but our guys will be able to tell you. And that's a practical result of the work that APEC members have been doing over the last decade of coming to these APEC meetings and actually practically sitting around and saying, okay, when we send this particular good across this border, this is what we find and this is what we need to standardise, and there's been a lot of gains. So it's not just all your eggs in a trade basket. I think there's a range of things you have to do, and that's one of the real benefits of APEC.
It's a very good point. And to that point, have, for example, you come to this forum with a specific angle, agenda about that behind the borders development, further development? Is it an area which you see needs to be addressed more urgently?
Yeah, our guys would certainly say to you that they've been working on a number of different areas. I can't tell you specifically the bits, but they work pretty hard on that, and the meetings that they go through are quite practical in terms of actually getting to the real specifics of how documentation works, how these things flow, how you recognise that. And I think that's the big gain actually that you can get from something like APEC, where you have a happy marriage between not just the political leaders, because that can take you so far, but actually the very people that implement that in terms of your business community.
C.Y. Long, perhaps I could put that same question to you. Is there something specifically at this APEC that you are looking for, Hong Kong is looking for, if you like, to help facilitate trade?
Well, we like to promote more and better free trade in the world as a whole. But more specifically, we like to pursue our discussions, which have been going on pretty smoothly with our trading partners in the ASEAN countries. We've been negotiating on free trade agreements with all 10 member nations of ASEAN. And we are hopeful, both the Hong Kong side and the ASEAN side are hopeful that these agreements could be completed, all 10 could be completed next year. 10
agreements, free trade agreements with the ASEAN countries. Yeah. David Cunningham, when you speak to your clients, what do they say to you? Is there a recurring theme about specifically something they would like to see addressed by a forum like APEC to make their lives easier? And I know you have been talking a lot about the SMEs. Is there one clear ringing issue that keeps coming up?
I think we've been talking about it all day. I mean, right. It's simplification, it's transparency, it's access to the rules on for the countries so that I can understand what I need to do to be able to import or export. I mean, in this particular case, the TPP has reductions in tariff barriers of about 18,000 different products that are being reduced. One of the things, beyond trade in and of itself that happens with this is that all of the customs systems will be put online, and so there will be e-customs. Again, think about what we're doing with that. We're making it easier to do business for small and medium-sized enterprises, but what we're also doing is we're dramatically increasing the efficiency of customs organizations in the participating countries so that they can choose to look at the goods that they need to look at for safety or security or protection or for revenue purposes and not waste their time on de minimis value types of goods. So we speed up the economy as we go through with this. So, this deal is very broad and has many different impacts, but that's what our our customers, whether they be big or small, make it more efficient for me to participate in the global economy.
Nakao-san, just on that efficiency and technology, how much is the ADB now putting into developing technology for emerging markets in trade to facilitate trade?
So as I said earlier, the trade facilitation is one of the key area for us to support countries. And in addition to tariff reductions and the harmonizations of the regulations, the domestic regulations, what is really important matters is how the customs clarification, clearance can be speedier and more efficient. And to do that, we need to integrate better technologies, and also to have a harmonized approach to the customs clearance is so important. So we are supporting more e-customs, and also we are supporting the harmonizations of hygiene and quarantine regulations and so on. So
you're at the beginning or the middle of this process?
We are expanding that process together with the WTO or with the WCO, World Customs Organizations. They are so keen to facilitate customs clearance. It is becoming more and more important when we have a reduced tariff rate. What is impeding the smooth move of goods is customs efficiency. That is really important.
Andrew, I was going to make one point. I think, David raised a really good point about the online capability of processing goods. And one of the big booms for your business, obviously, has been online trading. And of course, online commerce is huge. So, you live in New Zealand now. You don't just shop in the bricks and mortar shops down the road. You shop in the across the internet and across the world. One of the challenges, though, I think that we face is most countries have some sort of value-added tax. And at the moment, what's happening is that we've either got a high level of inefficiency because of very low de minimis rate, and so the goods are held up with the logistics company before the consumer can get them. Or you have a very high de minimis rule, like Australia's at $1,000, New Zealand's currently at $400, and we're missing out on a lot of tax revenue. And we can see this enormous increase to online shopping, not because people are trying to avoid paying the value-added tax, but because of sheer convenience and consumer choice that they get. And I do think we have to do more work in that space, because I think it's an inevitable trend. It's no bad thing, but you are going to see more and more consumers shopping online. Now, the OECD is doing a lot of work in this area, where we're all trying to find a globalized solution for how companies can register and how people can actually legitimately buy online, pay the duty and the taxes that they're liable for, and actually have a seamless process. But we're going to have to do better at that, because with the greatest respect to some of these global multinationals, they are registering themselves in places where they can avoid paying taxation to a large extent. It isn't actually fair on what's going on, and actually we've got to get to a point where it's a simple process. We can do that, but we have to do it collectively.
And at what forum do you tackle this? Is it, you say the OECD is doing work on it. Is this an APEC an issue, a WTO issue?
It is, but APEC would be pretty narrow. Yes, we cover 40% of the global economy, but fundamentally, I do think it's at an OECD level, and I think we have to work this out for the SME sector as well, because it's one thing to have these very big companies where you can register, but actually, truthfully, it should be a system that works for every business, large and small. But without it, it is going to challenge the tax base of countries. And if you take New Zealand, we have what's called goods and services tax, it's VAT, we're at 15%. That is quite a significant portion of our tax revenue comes from goods and services tax, and we're seeing quite major base erosion now because people are buying online. And I understand that, but that's just unacceptable to us, and if that means we've got to reduce our de minimis rules and hold everything up at the border, that's hugely inconvenient for our consumers, and it's not actually very good for your business either.
Yeah. I'm just curious, just on that point, to see why is Hong Kong being a free and open economy? Do you think the New Zealand Prime Minister makes a good point, and that is something that needs to be looked at? Whoops.
It must be a good point from the Prime Minister's point of view, but it's not a practical issue that concerns us. We sympathise with the point made by the Prime Minister. Hong Kong is totally tax-free when it comes to transaction in the goods. Sometimes when I address an international audience in Hong Kong, I encourage them to pop into our shops and leave some money behind in Hong Kong. And often remind them, I said, when you leave Hong Kong, in the airport terminal, don't try to find a VAT, a refund counter. We don't refund VATs because we don't charge VAT in the first place. So it's not a practical issue for us, but I can see the point.
Okay, I would like to call for some questions from the floor. We are starting to run out of time here, but I would like to get a couple of questions in a week. And there's a gentleman at the very front here. Sir, if you could just state your name and your affiliation.
Good afternoon. It's working. Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Rui Moreno. I'm with the National Competitiveness Council in the Philippines. My question is to the Prime Minister. I noted your remark when you said that New Zealand is at the bottom of the world. And despite all of this, you seem to have some kind of competitive advantage in terms of being able to trade with the rest of the world. Is this because of the fact that these are agricultural products? You know, you have been able to optimize the manufacturing of milk. I understand the cows are not touched at all by human hands. No? And also, of course, probably taking advantage of the shipping. But considering that it's the bottom of the world, what is the competitive advantage that you have been able to optimize so that you can enter into these trade agreements? Thank you.
Well, firstly, I don't think there's any doubt that we're a great place to produce agricultural products. We're the largest dairy exporter in the world. But interestingly enough, actually, we're not a terribly large producer. I mean, we're about 3% of world production, and the world is growing roughly at a New Zealand a year for dairy demand. It's just what's happening is that we have a very small population, 4.5 million people. So there's no question we've got arable land, good sunshine, very good conditions for growing agricultural and horticultural products, not just dairy, but obviously beef, wine, you sort of name it. But actually there's also been a big increase in the manufactured products that are coming out of New Zealand and to the export services sector. And I think if you're really honest about it, what's happened in New Zealand is that when we eliminated sort of the barriers to entry of companies exporting to New Zealand, we essentially eliminated virtually all tariffs and all restrictions overnight. Now that caused a huge amount of dislocation at the time, but it forced New Zealand companies to be competitive. And so when we enter a free trade agreement, we don't give much away because frankly you've already got open access to our borders. But it has made our companies be competitive. And I think any business person in this room will tell you that despite the fact that competition is an uncomfortable thing when you're in business, it's actually the thing long term that makes you survive, because it forces you to have best practice. And I think, to give some credit to New Zealand businesses, I think that they have learnt to adapt to a competitive world where they just got to compete and be productive and successful, or they'll go out of business. And I don't think it's just as simple as the fact that we're a good place to grow things. I think it's about a culture of the way you do things.
I want to support my New Zealand friend by saying that from the consumer end, it's quality as well. A few years ago, we imposed a valorem duty on wines imported into Hong Kong. We don't produce any wine ourselves. And then we decided to cancel duty on wine, so totally duty-free when you buy in the shops. So it's a level playing field, and it's important. It's free trade again. It's a level playing field for everyone, whatever the cost of a bottle of wine is. Surprise, surprise. Over the last couple of years, the price of the wine in the shops from New Zealand actually went up. Yeah. And that, given a level playing field, that's consumers' judgment on quality of products. And we do get some very good quality products from New Zealand. Thank you.
A nice endorsement. And I will also endorse Hong Kong's decision for dropping duties on wine.
I don't want to rub it in, Andrew, as an Australian, but I will tell you the number one selling white wine in Australia comes from New Zealand.
Thank you very much for that. And we won't talk about rugby either. There was a question over here, sir.
Yes, thank you. Mick Wilkes from Oceana Gold. We are a significant APEC gold producer, including New Zealand, the Philippines, and soon the USA. First of all, Prime Minister, congratulations on the World Cup, another great example of international negotiations.
I thought I'd just ban that topic.
But my question has been partly answered, and it relates to the fact that the free trade agreements are underpinned by the confidence of business investing in foreign countries. And surprisingly, there are a number of cases where there has been a breach of contract, and companies are felt forced to go to arbitration with governments on these issues, after spending many millions, tens if not hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, and then the rules change. And so that's a serious impediment to the strength and integrity of these free trade agreements. I was wondering what more can governments do to minimise these breakdowns, particularly when it comes to the smaller developing countries, where for companies, if it gets to that situation, it becomes a very serious reputational risk for the company, and therefore a very significant deterrent.
And you are addressing that question to?
Well, to the Prime Minister, it'd be good.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, in the end, if I can just talk about New Zealand, I mean, if you look at our country, we rely on foreign capital as an important leverage point for growth. So if we were solely to rely on the New Zealand capital base, we wouldn't have enough capital to fund the sort of growth levels we want. And so I think in the end, that's true for an awful lot of countries. I mean, most countries rely on foreign capital at some point. And I think that if politicians don't take that seriously, then what you end up getting is a situation where foreign investors will get burnt, the reputational damage is huge, and the capital stops flowing to that country. And we can see lots of examples of that. So that's why myself, I feel quite comfortable about investor-state dispute resolution being part of an FTA, because I'm very confident that the government, whatever prescription they come from in New Zealand, will make the right decision when it comes to protecting property rights of foreign investors in New Zealand. And I think if they don't make the right decision, actually those foreign investors should have recourse for that. I think you should be free as a government to make the call that you want to change things. And if you take TPP, for instance, it's specifically excluded rules around tobacco and, for instance, plain packaging and intellectual property rights in that area. But I think, for the most part, if you want to see the flow of capital to your country, you actually have to give those international investors confidence, and the only way to do that is through the actions that you take as a government.
We've got time for just one more question. This gentleman here.
Liu Dongguang from Taiwan. I address this question to Prime Minister Key, and I invite other panelists to answer. I heard David said when different countries sign different FTAs, the big sufferers of that are all the SMEs. And as we know, most of the companies in our ASEAN countries are all SMEs and so forth. Prime Minister, you also said that it takes just as much time to sign a free trade agreement, sign a bilateral agreement, or sign a TPP. Andrew, you said that what good is a regional agreement if it doesn't have a United States or a China? Which leads me to think, well, maybe obviously we want TPP to succeed, but wouldn't the best solution be an FTAP, a free trade agreement over Asia Pacific? Now, my question is, what do you see are the roadblocks to a FTAP, and how can that be quickly achieved? Now, obviously, continue with TPP, but how do you progress the FTAP?
Just, if I could just quickly interrupt there, we are running out of time, and it is a very good question, and if I could ask the panellists to address that very, very concisely. Perhaps, David, if I can just start with you and just each panelist.
My comments would be that what I was talking about was complexity of FTA agreements when you're trying to ship or import from multiple countries. But what I think you have to keep in mind is don't let best get in the way of better. And it's taken 7 years to reach this agreement, and now it's got to be ratified. We know of a number that have already failed. So this is, don't let best get in the way of better.
Okay, CY.
Very succinctly, I can see where Mr. Liu is coming from. Just that we sit back and reflect on the present situation. I think the situation is getting rather too complex, and adopt the marginal return or having more plurilateral agreements. I think there's a case for that, FTAP. But with TPP and so on and so forth in the background, also in the pipeline, I think we need to pause and reflect.
I'm a bit more optimistic. I think what you've done with TPP is you've expanded out what was essentially in 1999 a free trade agreement between New Zealand and Singapore. It then went out to the P4. Now you've got 12 countries involved. In the end, there are 21 countries or economies in APEC. And I can't see why, having set that benchmark now, if you're really talking about FTAP, which is an expansion from 12 to 21, why those other countries can't make their own decisions about whether they want to join or not. And if they do, I think the other 12 should let them in, as long as they're prepared to meet the standards that have been set. And that is the fastest way to expand what was ultimately, 16 years ago, 2 countries coming together into a free trade agreement across 21.
So an FTAP, a TPP rather than FTAP, people joining TPP?
Well, I don't think you need to reinvent the wheel. I think if we all want to have to go back to square one and say, on the basis that it gets ratified by the US Congress and everything else, are they really going to, in the United States, want to go back to base one? I think you're better to say, we've got an existing foundation stone, and let's have other countries join that, and other economies join that. And that doesn't mean we can't renegotiate. I mean, we signed a free trade agreement with China back in 2008. We're very hopeful we're going to renegotiate that. It's been a great deal for New Zealand, but you can do better. But once you've established that starting point, there's always room to keep growing and improving that.
Yeah, I would like to broaden the discussion a little bit. And the trade regime is so important, and investment climate is so important. We should continue to pursue a more open investment and trade regime, including the possibility of APEC-wise arrangement, which should be, of course, wider and open. But at the same time, I'd like to emphasize that to promote growth and development, trade should be also in tandem with other efforts like infrastructure building. If we look at the Philippines, what matters is not just whether we have a low tariff or not. We need more ports and good highways and roads and railways and so on to support connectivity through trade. So in that regard, infrastructure investment is so important and still important. Energy is also important. So the ADB's operation, 80% of ADB's operations in amount-wise is the infrastructure investment. And we are very happy to have a cooperation with the new China-led bank of AIB, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And we are ready to co-finance with them next spring. We are happy to consider the fast co-financing project.
This is a hugely important topic, and we have run out of time, but I would just like to ask our panelists very quickly, just closing remarks, just a minute or so. Please, Nakao-san, if I can start with you, closing remark.
Yeah, once again, I already mentioned the closing remark. That is,
that's what I was wondering.
I thought that there wouldn't be a chance. That's why I tried to broaden it. But anyway, what we need is the sense of cooperation in these regions, and I'd like to emphasize that this region has been, has enjoyed a benign environment of the stability or security issues, and we should make every effort to continue to have it. And that is a very important basis of a trade.
David Cunningham.
Just taken 7 hard years to get to this point with TPP, and now this has to be ratified by all the member countries. And so I don't think we have to be very careful we don't take the eye off the ball in making this a reality. And as I said, this is a significant step forward.
CY.
Quickly, let's not forget trade in services, which is growing and getting more important for everyone.
Prime Minister.
Well, I think we need to acknowledge that if you want high levels of global growth, then we need freer, open economic integration. And the one way of achieving that is we need people in this room and those that support that view to be champions of that, because if you want your government to sign up to a free trade agreement, you have to have some other voices in the debate that balance up the negative oppositional perspective. And we need the global CEOs to be vocal about how important it is, and we need the chambers of commerce and the small and medium-sized companies to do that, because it's too easy to find people that are negative. We actually need some countering voices to fundamentally to give politicians confidence to make the right decisions.
John Key, New Zealand Prime Minister, CY Leung, Hong Kong Chief Executive, David Cunningham, FedEx, and Nakao Sun with the Asian Development Bank. Thank you all for participating.
Thank you once again to Prime Minister John Key of New Zealand, Chief Executive Leung of Hong Kong. Congratulations once again, sir, on the Rugby World Cup win. Well done. And to the wonderful panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we begin tomorrow morning session at 8:45. We will have Jack Ma speaking, giving an insight discussion, so please come back for 8:45 tomorrow morning. Followed later on in the morning, we will have a fantastic lineup of sessions as well. Please return your headsets to either your seat or leave them by the door as you exit. Tonight's dinner is at 7 p.m. at the Ayala Triangle. Buses will be available downstairs, and the ushers will guide you. You may, of course, walk there as well if you feel like stretching your legs, and ushers will lead you along the way. Thank you very much, everybody. We hope you enjoyed the day. We'll see you tomorrow at 8:45. Thank you, and good night.
The Philippines has large amounts of sun, and it is one of the world's largest microchip producers.
What I see is that everything is going to be electronically and technology based. There is no single industry right now that is not going to be affected by the use of electronics. And this is where I see the Philippines could play a very strong role because of its human capital.
This country, with the #1 island in the world, is the world's best at business process outsourcing.
The information technology and business process management, or IT/BPM industry, is one of the success stories of the Philippine economy. At the end of 2014, the industry had more than 1 million employees, generating $19 billion in revenue.
The Center of Marine Biodiversity is a central hub for tech startups.
Today, there are 47 million online users in the Philippines. And if you prove the concept here, the prototype here, I would say it's also easier to jump to other markets in this part of the world.
This leader in coconut farming has major pharmaceutical plants in place.
The Philippines is set to post
its fastest 6-year growth period in almost 6 decades. And as the economy grows, purchasing power grows, and more people will be able to access more affordable quality medicine. Today, many pharmaceutical companies have come into our markets. There are practically no barriers to entry here in the Philippines.
This place where people love to perform is a high-performance aircraft maintenance hub.
Yeah, the operation which we have here in Manila is the biggest operation outside of Germany. We have 2,600 people here compared to 26,000 in the group. That shows also the confidence which the company has here in the location and being here in the Philippines.
The Philippines is full of energetic fiestas and even more energetic social entrepreneurs.
So it's very encouraging that a lot of bigger businesses here in Asia, abroad, thinking about how to integrate the smaller players, how to integrate grassroots communities into their supply chain. That's very empowering, that's game-changing, and that could potentially change lives and help solve poverty.
Look beyond the stereotype and see the opportunities. Join the APEC meetings and summits in the Philippines this 2015.
It's part of the virtuous cycle. If more and more of your constituents or your people are on the sidelines, cannot participate because they lack the necessary skills to do so, then they're more and more, how should I put it, disillusioned with the system, not connected with society at all, breeds instability, increases disparity in income levels, so on and so forth. Inclusive growth leads to stability within the system and continued growth. So the mantra is nobody should really be left behind. And that's where we are focusing and trying to do the holistic approach from education, health, food security, resistance to, better ability to resist climate change, building back communities better, and a whole set of other activities and programs that we have instituted.
The tourism working group has been undergoing a lot of changes recently. We have been working on competitiveness, on integrating our different tourism policies. We think that tourism is one of the fastest industries in the Asia-Pacific, growing industries in the Asia-Pacific region, and that we should work together to align policies, to align development, to make tourism more inclusive, to take advantage of this growth. One of the most important trends is airport friendliness. We believe that airport friendliness is a key to promote better tourism within the region. We think that airports should be more friendly to travelers and to tourism, of course. We think that this is something that in the Asia Pacific we can talk about. We have various examples of great airports in the region that we should take advantage of those good practices to develop a model-friendly airport. I've also been talking about smart travelers. How should we protect our travelers? What information we should give our travelers in order for them to have a better experience? And also we have, the most important thing I think is that we have been talking about is travel facilitation. We see travel facilitation not as a visa issue, not as a border issue, but we see travel facilitation a very holistic issue. Since a traveler decides to visit an APEC economy, what information do we give him? What information should he bring on his trip? When he gets to the border, how should he cross? What is the best way for him to cross the border? To go through customs? What benefits do we offer to him in the airport? And how do we transmit that information to him in the airport? Where should he get his transportation, etc.? So travel facilitation has been a big discussion point for us in the tourism working group.
First of all, Indonesia really supports Cebu action plan. And a part of the action plan that we really pursue is how to promote investment in Indonesia with the network of the APEC countries. We have the focus on the investment on infrastructure. As you know that Asia in general needs more infrastructure financing. And we are going to promote the infrastructure financing through public-private partnership. So in this case, the APEC network is very important because we want to attract more investors in our PPP in infrastructure from the APEC member countries. First of all, we deal with this global uncertainty, and I believe in the middle of global uncertainty, we need to find an opportunity. And I believe the opportunity is in the investment, and especially investment in infrastructure. So the priority in this meeting for Indonesia is to secure the APEC commitment in promoting more investment among APEC member economies. Because I believe if we focus on investment, then our economic growth will be accelerating, we can create more jobs, and we can improve the income of the people.
Collective effort globally, but also regionally, to develop an open, fair and transparent trading system. I think we all acknowledge that it's in the benefit of everyone. Being, as I mentioned in the meeting, the smallest economy in APEC, I sort of make a proviso though that some of us are not quite at an even level, I guess, in this global village. So whilst we have those principles that we all subscribe to, there's going to be some understanding, I guess, and sensitivity around these provisions, realizing that we're all at different development paths and we're all at different sizes. And I guess this is part of the complexity and the difficulty in trying to get these rules to be homogeneous across the board because of these differences. Nevertheless, they're important. But despite that, as I said in there, we're committed to this process. It's important to have these meetings. APEC is very important. We're almost 50% of world trade and world population as well. And I think it's an important forum, and so we're committed to the process. We will make sure that we're attending and participating. We're trying our best at a country level to meet our commitments in that regard, many of which were spoken of today. But we're also aware and conscious of the difficulties around the WTO process and trying to make sure that there is substance coming out of these meetings, and we are progressing this agenda. So yeah, around those issues, at the end of the day, we acknowledge that we're moving towards, and we'd like to move towards, a global village that you're able to do commerce, I guess, interact in a business sense. And we acknowledge that, you know, it's business and the private sector that are going to drive development, but within a very clear framework, such that it is fair and it is transparent and it is inclusive, the word I used. We smaller economies need to be included in development in a meaningful way, not be exploited, I guess is the word I like to say. If things are not even, if we're not quite at the level of sophistication as some of the bigger economies, there'll be a tendency to exploit us, I guess. Maybe that's too strong a word, but we can find ourselves, as has happened historically, stripped of our resources, and it appears to be a trade, but in fact it's not genuine development, I guess. It's development based on removing the resources from us so that they can build and grow sustainable economies elsewhere. And so we're just very conscious of this issue. You know, countries like Papua New Guinea that are resource rich, we've got to make sure that these rules allow us to develop sustainable, inclusive, meaningful, long-term economic foundations, not find ourselves with at the end of the day with a large population and essentially our assets stripped and then trying to then repair the damage after the fact. So in all these discussions, it's very important that, as I say, that, and then of course, you know, ultimately in a global sense, we need a basis for a sustainable future globally in terms of climate change and energy security and food security. Are these systems facilitating that, or are we progressing down a path of overpopulation, pollution, environmental degradation and destruction, that all these wonderful rules, but at the end of the day, they're facilitating a world and an economy that is not genuinely sustainable. And that is where countries like Papua New Guinea want to begin a process of a new type of economy, an economy that is small population based, that is not just growth driven at all costs, that is not just based on economic growth, but it's based on human development. And we want to, in this stage of our development curve, we want to make sure that that is the basis of the way we develop Papua New Guinea, and we want to make sure that in a global sense, these issues are at the fore as well. And sometimes when things are driven by business, there is a tendency to focus on profit and growth and not much consideration to other aspects in terms of meaningful human development.
Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos sa ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19 para sa seguridad ng okasyon.
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg Corner Rojas Boulevard, Vicente Soto Corner Rojas Boulevard, Buendia Avenue Extension Corner M. Halandoni Street at J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
Sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na hilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. Enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting. Ipagdasal natin ang kaligtasan ng lahat at ang tagumpay ng APEC dito sa ating bansa. Ipakita natin na APEC, it's more fun in the Philippines.
Envisioning inclusive economies in the APEC region. Intensify trade and commerce, boost in employment, innovation, and competition. This is the future of our economy with MSME globalization in the APEC region. The APEC region represents more than half of world GDP. It has experienced rapid growth in recent years, outperforming the rest of the world. Growth has soared in the APEC region, with real GDP doubling from just $16 trillion in 1989 to $32 trillion in 2013. Residents of the Asia Pacific saw their per capita income rise by 45%, lifting millions out of poverty. APEC economy's average GDP per capita increased from $7,423 in 1992 to $19,712 in 2013. This is higher compared to non-APEC countries' average GDP per capita of $10,863 and that of the world's average of $14,360 in 2013. MSMEs are the engines of growth and innovation in the APEC region. 95% of the total number of firms in the region are MSMEs.
Providing micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, access to the global markets has become one of APEC's top priorities.
In May 2015, APEC trade ministers committed to put the MSME agenda at the front and center of APEC's work. The Boracay Action Agenda to globalize micro, small, and medium enterprises is a multi-year initiative to address the challenges faced by MSMEs in international trade. Driving MSMEs to go global.
Globalization has opened up new opportunities for MSMEs to participate in the global marketplace. However, due to the cumbersome rules and procedures currently in place, it has been difficult for them to participate.
MSMEs need access to market information and on-the-ground business information in order to participate in international trade. Streamlined customs procedures will also encourage MSMEs to enter the global market. APEC will promote policies that will create a conducive environment for e-commerce for MSMEs. The exponential growth of information and communications technology connectivity has spurred e-commerce. The Boracay Action Agenda calls for actions that will encourage buying and selling activities, business matching opportunities, and online to offline commerce. For this to happen, the government must ensure quality internet and infrastructure. This will provide major contribution to MSMEs that will create folds of opportunities and will bring the economies to an upswing.
The internet is a big game changer, especially for micro and small enterprises. It has enabled now even the smallest enterprises to participate in global trade. However, there's still many roadblocks in terms of being able to fully utilize the internet, so we need to remove these roadblocks.
The Boracay Action Agenda also recognizes the role of alternative financing sources to support enterprises. Government must develop policy tools which will reduce the perceived risk by investors and reduce the financing costs, which are typically higher for MSMEs than for large firms. The Boracay Action Agenda aims to strengthen the entrepreneurial spirit of MSMEs by supporting their technology and innovation activities. Government will work with the private sector and international organizations to further highlight the role and contribution of MSMEs to inclusive growth. Through the Boracay Action Agenda, we aim to increase the number of MSME exporters and the value of their exports.
MSMEs account for an overwhelming majority of businesses globally. They also contribute the most to inclusive growth. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that they feel the benefits of free trade.
Together, we will harness the power of MSMEs to reach wider markets, stimulate competition, support domestic job opportunities, and fuel economic growth towards stronger economies. Empowering MSMEs to globalization, ensuring progress and development, creating a healthy business environment for a brighter tomorrow.
This is Anna. She is living in a small town, living a simple life. The lack of technology and innovation in their village has become a real challenge for Anna and the people in her village. Anna, her siblings, and their schoolmates have to walk kilometers and kilometers just to reach their school. Her father is a simple fisherman and have to use a net, manually paddles a boat just to catch a fish and earn a living. Her mother is a tailor, sewing dresses and curtains, using a tiny little needle to finish her works. At night, Anna and her siblings use a homemade lamp just to be able to read and write their homeworks at night. They have to finish studying before the lamp runs out of gas. Her village is too small for the civilization to reach. Technology is not reaching their village yet, but she knew how much they needed it. One day, everything changes. The world has become brighter. It became the world that Anna wished. Anna and her siblings are now able to study in comfort. Letters and numbers and paragraphs are now brighter and more easy to understand. With her father's new motorboat, her father, together with his fellow fishermen, were able to catch more fish, providing more sea products to their small village. Her mother was able to create more and more dresses and curtains. This even made her do a micro business in tailoring. With this going on, Anna and her siblings' future is now secured. Technology has provided more and more opportunities for everyone. It has created more bridges linking their village to other villages to work together and be a better place. It has created connections to the people regardless of distance. Years have passed since technology and innovation slowly came into Anna's life. This is Anna. This is Anna. She's living in a small town, living a simple life. But now, it's even more brighter and better.
Every year, for the past 25 years, 21 economies in the Asia-Pacific region gather in one forum to advance free trade and economic cooperation. Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. APEC member economies have been working together to boost sustainable growth and prosperity that delivers greater opportunities to more people. In 2015, the Philippines has once again been given the distinct honor of hosting the annual APEC meeting. This is our chance to showcase what we have achieved together and show the world how great the Filipino spirit is. Tonight, we unveil the symbol by which our collective effort shall be known. APEC Philippines 2015. Building inclusive economies. Building a better world.
Ang Pilipinas ang host ngayong taon ng Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation o APEC. Dahil dito darating sa bansa ang mga leader ng 21 member economies na bumubuo sa APEC at pag-uusapan nila ang mga kasunduan at pulisiyang makakatulong sa ating kalakalan. Pero ang tanong ng marami, ano nga ba ang APEC? Ang APEC o Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation ay isang organisasyong nabuo noong 1989 para isulong ang free trade o malayang kalakalan ng mga ekonomiya at tanggalin ang mga balakid sa pangangalakal. Sa katunayan, mahigit 80% ng Philippine trade ay mula sa APEC at mahigit 30% naman ng Philippine net foreign direct investments noong 2014 na nagdala ng mga trabaho at oportunidad para sa mga Pilipino ang galing rin sa mga kasamahan natin sa APEC. Isinasagawa ang APEC taon-taon kung saan nagpupulong ang mga kinatawan ng mga ekonomiya para pag-usapan ng mga issue tulad ng anti-corruption and transparency, environmental goods and services, and counter-terrorism. Food security kasama rin dyan, trade policies, at marami pang iba. Sa mga nakaraang buwan, ginanap ang mga meeting na ito sa iba't ibang lugar sa bansa tulad ng Tagaytay, Boracay, Iloilo at Cebu upang masaksihan ng mga delegado ang ganda ng Pilipinas at ang ipinagmamalaki nating Filipino hospitality. Ngunit hindi dito natatapos ang lahat. Sa darating na November 18 to 19 ay gaganapin ang APEC Economic Leaders Meeting dito mismo sa Metro Manila. The Philippines is expecting to welcome over 10,000 delegates from all the 21 member economies in what is considered the biggest event for any APEC hosting. The Philippine government has been preparing for this for years now. Inaasahan ang kooperasyon at pakikipagtulungan ng bawat isa upang maging matagumpay ang ating hosting. Dahil dito, mabuting malaman natin ang mga sumusunod na preparasyon ng ating pamahalaan para maayos ang pagdaraos ng ating APEC Leaders Week.
Sa buong NCR, Walang pasok ang mga paaralan sa lahat ng antas pati na ang pampublikong sektor sa November 17 to 20. Wala namang pasok ang pribadong sektor sa November 18 to 19. Para sa seguridad ng okasyon,
Isasara ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa paligid ng Mall of Asia sa November 18. Diokno Corner Seaside, Coral Way Corner Seaside, EDSA Corner Macapagal, Macapagal Corner Coral Way, Diokno Corner Asiana, Macapagal Corner Bradco. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20, isasara din ang mga sumusunod na kalsada sa CCP Complex area. Bucaneg, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Vicente Soto, Corner Rojas Boulevard. Buendia Avenue Extension, Corner M. Halandoni Street. At J.W. Diokno Boulevard Bridge. Sa linggo ng November 16 to 20 naman, mga APEC vehicles lang ang maaaring gumamit ng dalawang innermost lane ng parehong northbound at southbound lanes ng EDSA.
sa parehong linggo, isasara ang buong Rojas Boulevard na ilalaan lamang para sa APEC vehicles.
Magkakaroon ng daytime truck ban sa South Truck Road mula November 16 to 20. Papayagan lamang ang mga truck mula alas 10 ng gabi hanggang alas 6 ng umaga. Magpapatupad naman ng 24 oras na truck ban sa buong Rojas Boulevard sa kahabaan ng linggong yun.
Tandaan din na mula November 15 to 20, magpapatupad ng stop-and-go scheme sa Magallanes, Skyway SLEX interchanges, at ilang parte sa Makati, EDSA, pati sa mga kalsadang nakapaligid sa NAIA. Sa tuwing daraan ang economic leaders sa mga lugar na ito, pansamantalang pahihintuin ang trapiko. Pagagalawing muli ang mga sasakyan kapag nakadaan na ang economic leaders.
Sa mga nagbabalak na lumipad, magiging napakahigpit ng seguridad sa NAIA sa mga araw ng November 17, 19 at 20. Magpapatupad ng no-fly zone sa mga araw na ito. Kung kaya, iwasan mag-book ng flight at magpunta sa mga terminal ng NAIA sa mga nasabing petsa.
Tandaan natin ang mga paalalang ito para makaiwas sa abala. At enjoyin natin ang darating na linggo ng APEC Economic Leaders Meeting.